Recruit 50 million youths into the army and take away from their recruitment source. What they will eat? Cassava, àgbàdo, Mr. Kurakara máa lọ bèrè sẹ́mu èèyàn tó ṣe náà máa ní pátí mi lè rí àtọ́jú.
alábòsí inú ẹrù wọn pẹ́ jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o tán bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbèsò kò fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ fò lọ ìgbésọ̀ ọ̀nà sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. Àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé yẹn máa fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí èmi kọ́ tó yọ̀ọ́lá ni. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹ̀ràn nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀ o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Sílẹ̀, ọkùnrin ọdún ní ọjọ́ sí aláàbò. Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now. To person between my bed. I see. I see what the wedding forget me. Okay. Papa you look at you. One day you get ya. Mama musi na mwame to go kwa. Aga na mwamu jelomba. Owe budike. Aga nilu ne budilo wane mo. Ata me wange ya di kwa ya jomba. Ayandaba. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemo. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gbo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyo se akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Ahmed of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
Thank you.
And there it is right there. Continuity. That wasn't actually where I wanted to end it. There was one more that I wanted to play before I came upstream. So let me play that and then start it all over again.
Oh yeah, arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni, orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá. Odo don fall, Odo don fire. I don't tell Odo them. I better with you, no man.
You know, I often don't let that play to the end. Anytime he says I'm a Nawapani, I always stop it there. But it's quite worthy of note what it goes on to say. It says Odonde own. Let me play it again actually.
Oh yeah, arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni, orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá. Odo don fall, Odo don fire. I don't tell Odo them.
So yes, that's the one bit I wanted you to hear again. He said Odonde for Odonde kon fire adunte Lodonde. So when they call him Omo Lodonde, you know they always call Tinubu Omo Lodonde. It's essentially an unbreakable, something that is malleable, even sometimes bendable, but never breakable. So that is what that metaphor stands for. You know, Odonde for Odonde fire adunte Lodonde. So adunte Lodonde, and of course he told us that Aman Nwakwani, that's the bit that I especially enjoy. Aman Nwakwani, we will beat them to death. That is what that means. If you don't understand Yoruba language, understand that. When it says Aman Nwakwani, we will beat them to death. Well, either metaphorically or physically, either way, their knees will buckle and their heads will bow. Their knees will buckle and their heads will bow. Their knees will buckle and their heads will bow. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? We've not been out for a couple of days. Pardon me. We've not been out for a couple of days. But that might well be the nature of things to come, because we're just really holding the platform in relevance. really towards the build up to the 2027 election. So there might be, I try not, because I enjoy it and I know some of you enjoy it as well. So I try not to mix too many sessions, but there will be sessions because I take it on solely. I've invited, I've invited people to come and take it on, but nobody yet of sufficient enough, either quality and willing. So those are the two things that have to be in place for somebody to take it on. So the quality and the willingness. So we've not yet been able to find anyone to come take it on, but I will try and soldier on. That or your backbone, that or your blood, that stiff chin, stiff upper lip, and all that. So good day to you, good to be in your company of that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I invite you to do so. Click on like. If you're not already subscribed, then please do like and subscribe. So click on like and click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and we exchange opinions. We rub minds, like we jaw, as they used to say back in the day in Nigeria, we jaw, whatever that means. So that and share the links just as widely as you can, of course, and of course super chats towards the screen. You'll see that a target of 5 super chats is already set, so make sure we hit that target and probably even exceed it. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen, and super chat towards the stream. All that, and most importantly, say hello just as soon as you are coming in. Say hello just as you are coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back to you. So that's Sise. That's Sise right there. I'm not going to attempt your last name. So that's Sise Siabu. So that's Sise Siabu. Good to see you, Sise. That's Derek Hodge. So good to see you, Derek. That has Valiant right there. Our son, who I think has now become a member of the platform. So everybody join him in doing that. So he's now an inner caucus member. So good to see you, Hassan. And here is a representation from the obedient space coming here to call me names. Yes, you can come in to come and call me names. I don't mind. Just all is welcome. I don't just want gushing praises. If you want to throw a bit of insult, it's all part of the banter. And that is Adegbola something. Adegbola Abiola. So that's Adegbola right there. So good to see you. And that's XYZ. So as you're coming in, say hello in the comment section. Acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So we exchange pleasantries. Let's be friends. I have no friends, so you have to be my friend. That is Abimbola right there. Two boss no Abimbola. So good to see you. Keep saying hello in the comment section as you're coming in. And anytime I pause to look in the room, acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So all that. So shall we just get started? Let me send the link again. By the way, there's no one in the studio, so if you want the conversation, you have to take a turn. Oh God, is this guy now? He's going to start distracting me. Oh, that would be the end character. But leave him there, so long as he doesn't insult anyone. If he insults me, leave him. But if he does, so long as he doesn't, you can insult the host, but you cannot insult the panelist or anybody else in the comment section. So I have the, I have the broadness of shoulder to take it on, but please just be mindful of the wordings. So all that, shall we just get started? There's been a whole swathe of all sorts that has happened in the political cycle since the last time we came out. So we'll just rattle through. We do some readouts. We just give some headlines in some of the instances, and then we wrap it around like that. But the number one, fresh off the, I hope I'm not breathing too heavily into this thing. If and by the way, give me feedback on the quality of the audio as well. I keep contending with the quality of the audio, so give me feedback on the quality of the audio, so that I know then if this is good enough or I need to get another one. So all that. So off the back of the Kwam 1 saga that we're still in the throes of, we've now had yet another incident. So it looks as though now this is something that's been happening with some frequency in the underbellies, but it's now coming to the fore just off the back of, it actually started with the Shaw Mole, by the way, if your memory serves that far back. It actually started with the Shaw Mole who seized hold of a whole airport for reasons of them for reasons of them not letting him board because he was late. So that happened about a couple of months ago. And then off the back of that, because of sure there was no consequence, then this Fuji guy, Wasiu Barista, he now went on to the tarmac and he thought he was Superman and he held the aircraft by the nose of it to prevent it from flying. We all saw the clips. And then fresh off the back of that, because he was in consequence, this lady now goes on an airline and decided to assault the air hostesses. So it looks as though now she might well be consequenced because and we've been advocating, by the way, that our Wasiu Barista Fuji guy, he should be consequenced because it is the lack of consequencing of him that emboldens now this woman to go and assault somebody on Aqua Ibom Airways or whatever it is called. So we'll be wrapping around all that. But before we get to that wrapping, let's go through this. We'll go through the scenic route to land on the main topic. Tinubu offended me. He's full of himself. This is Babachir Lawal, who anchored after being the vice president. Because, of course, when Tinubu pardon me. When Tinubu got the PDP ticket, all of the anticipation then was that he would choose a Northern Christian as his running mate because of the counterbalancing, the counterweighting that Nigerians expect on the presidential ticket, especially. So if you have a Muslim, then you have to have if you have a Muslim head, you have to have a Christian tail, a Muslim lead, a Christian vice, a Christian vice, a Muslim, a Christian lead, a Muslim vice. So there was all of the anticipation then that Tinubu would have had to have choose a Northern Christian. But if Tinubu had chosen a Northern Christian then he would have lost that election because they don't really count Tinubu sort of Muslim as Muslim enough. So they only really count people of their own stock as Muslim enough. So if Tinubu had chosen Babachir Lawal, we would have been talking about President Atiku now, but all of his anticipation then, because Babachir Lawal, of course, is a Christian, so all of his anticipation then was that when Tinubu got that ticket, he would get the vice seat. So it's still smarting then off the back of that. So this is the backdrop to what led to this now headline. Tinubu offended me. He's full of himself as sour grapes from Babachir Lawal. A former secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, has claimed that he did not offend President Bola Tinubu. Instead, he insisted that it was Tinubu who offended him. Lawal stated this whilst answering questions on Politics Today on Channels Television on Monday. When asked by host Seun Okinbaloye if he's still friends with Tinubu, Lawal replied, "Yes, of course, we are friends. You should be able to tell your friends the truth. Even on national television. The last time I spoke with him was July 2022. The problem with Tinubu is that he thinks I offended him. I did not offend him, but he offended me and is full of himself because he thinks he's the so-called president." Well, he doesn't actually think he is the so-called president. Unfortunately for you, much to your chagrin, he's in actual fact the president. So is in actual fact the president. So now, this now next storyline, it came latterly, and if I'd seen it earlier, it might well have been the headline because it might well even have superseded the Southeastern woman assaulting the airline staff. EFCC detained ex-Sokoto Governor Tambuwal. So Tambuwal now is very much at the epicenter of opposition politics, and the outcry now I don't know what you mean, Ufuoma Michael. So yes, like I was saying, if I had seen this headline earlier, that might well have been, if I'd seen this news article earlier, that might well have been the thumbnail of this particular session. EFCC detains ex-Sokoto Governor Tambuwal. So, as I was saying, Tambuwal very much at the epicenter of opposition politics, and it's always a tricky one because there's sufficient enough reasons to have him arrested. But then, if they have him arrested or detained, but then they will say it's politically motivated. But because it's in opposition politics, should they be allowed then to get away with just the amount of looting that he has done? But then the counter argument will be, is it the only one that looted? But then the further argument is that it has to start at some point, and it depends on just how egregious the looting was. EFCC detains ex-Sokoto Governor Tambuwal. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC has detained former Sokoto Governor Aminu Tambuwal over corruption allegations. EFCC sources who asked not to be named because they were not permitted to speak to the press on the matter, said the former governor was detained at the commission's headquarters in Abuja on Monday over alleged fraudulent cash withdrawal to the tune of 189 billion naira. Can you imagine that? A state as debt poor as underdeveloped as Sokoto State, that one single individual is able to hemorrhage. How much is the budget of that? You know, I find these figures actually quite fantastical, because what is the total budget? What is the total allocation plus internally generated revenue of Sokoto State that this guy would have been able to steal that much? Is quite an incredulous story, very difficult to believe. EFCC sources who asked not to be named because they were not permitted to speak to the press on the matter said the former governor was detained at the commission's headquarters in Abuja on Monday over alleged fraudulent cash withdrawals to the tune of 189 billion naira. Although details of the allegations were sketchy as of press time, correspondents gathered that the EFCC went after him in the belief that the withdrawals were in violation of the Money Laundering Act 2022. According to them, Tambuwal, who was the Speaker of the House of Representatives between 2011 and 2015, arrived at the EFCC headquarters around 11:30 a.m. on Monday. The 59-year-old was still facing interrogation by detectives as of Monday evening, the source said. Tambuwal, who became the House of Representatives Speaker in 2011 on the platform of the PDP, became a pioneer member of the All Progressive Congress APC, which swept to power at the center in 2015. Tambuwal rode on the popularity of the APC to become the governor of Sokoto State. Before the 2019 general elections, he returned to the PDP. He ran for and won a second term as governor in 2019. So I never even actually knew that it's just this political prostituting that goes on in Nigeria. I never even knew that this guy had a period with the APC. In the twilight of his second and final term as governor, he won the election to the Senate to represent Sokoto South. Mr. Tambuwal is one of the key opposition leaders promoting the ADC coalition, which aims to unseat President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 elections. EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale declined comments, etc., etc. So that's Tambuwal now in custody. So that amount of money, I'm not quite sure. You know, I'm not quite. That seems to overreach somewhat. Whatever he would have had to have stolen everything that came to that state and then borrowed money off the back of that state and stolen that as well. That seems excessive an amount. So I'm not quite sure, but we'll find out soon enough. Let's go to this headline now. A PDP crisis. The party has agreed to address everything Wike wants. So at last, the party buckles to the drunken man from the creeks. So the party buckles to the drunken man from the creeks. PDP crisis. The party has agreed to address everything Wike wants. So who is there now making these commentaries? Is this to the endorsement of somebody like Saraki? Is Saraki on board with that? In a move aimed at dousing internal tensions and bolstering its chances ahead of the 2027 general elections, the People's Democratic Party has reportedly accepted key conditions set by former Rivers State Governor and current FCT Minister Yemsen Wike. Highly placed party sources in Abuja told correspondents that the decision is part of a broader reconciliation strategy aimed at uniting the party and addressing lingering grievances amongst its power blocs. Wike, a major political force in the PDP, had insisted on the zoning of the party's presidential ticket to the south. The confirmation of Senator Samuel Anyanwu as National Secretary and strict adherence to the South-South and Southeast zoning convention. So what does this mean? Have they acquiesced to his demand? Is that has it won through, or they are giving it consideration? So giving it consideration is no consideration, or is not any sign of anything. According to insiders, the PDP leadership has agreed to these demands. A senior party source disclosed the party has sat down and agreed to address everything Wike wants. He wants Anyanwu as the secretary of the party to allow it to proceed. He wants a deliberation from the party leaders that the presidential ticket will be zoned to the south. The party has accepted this. So, on what basis will Wike now fight the party? There is no basis. The move comes amidst concerns over persistent factionalization within the PDP following the reported collapse of the once powerful G5, also known as the Integrity Group. So that's okay. Let me actually just take it to the end. Right. The move comes amidst concerns over persistent factionalization within the PDP following the reported collapse of the once powerful G5, also known as the Integrity Group, formed ahead of the 2023 presidential election to challenge the leadership of Senator Iyochia Ayu and the candidacy of Atiku Abubakar. The group initially comprised Wike, Otom, Enugungai and Okpazu Abia and Sheyi Makinde. However, the bloc has now shrunk to 3 members, with Makinde and Otom breaking ranks, leaving Wike and the 2 others. The G5. So that's that anyway. It looks as though the PDP has buckled It looks as though the PDP has buckled to Wike's demands. Tinubu Kwakwanso's ally Jibrin meet in Abuja. So we'll find out at some point just where, and we need to find out is Tinubu putting on weight? Look at that; it's getting chubbier and chubbier every single time. And by the way, that little thing that you're seeing there, Lagos Lekki Maiduguri standing gauge railway, that was put there deliberately. Or that's meant to signal something. President Bola Tinubu, I'm only going to give you about 3 paragraphs from this. President Bola Tinubu met with Abdul Mumin Jibrin, a close ally of Rabiu Kwakwanso, the presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party in the 2023 elections. The meeting, held at the State House in Abuja, lasted 2 hours from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., marking the second time in 2 weeks that the duo had met. While presidency sources told correspondents that the discussion may be centered on Tinubu's relationship with Kwakwanso and growing anti-All Progressive Congress sentiment in parts of the North, Jibrin declined to give details when approached by State House correspondents. So yes, that's somewhat On July the 20th, correspondents reported that Jibrin had met Tinubu at the same venue, after which he told journalists that the talks focused on national unity and development. When asked during the July meeting if the discussions were linked to possible defection to the APC, the former lawmaker gave a cryptic response. Everything is open and everything is a possibility. The most important thing is the stability of the country and its unity. I believe that when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. So that is not a categorical. That's a coy answer. That is a non-confirmation confirmation of some sort. That's some double dutch. The engagement came days after Kwakwanso alleged that the South is being favored in terms of infrastructure and development under the current administration. Jabrin, so that's that. So that's still political horse trading. Then, they're still trying to establish the price for that crossover. The price Kwakwanso wants is the vice presidential slot, but unfortunately for him, it might not be able to get that because it will be too funky a thing to do. Just to it's too politically risky, I suspect, for Tinubu to do that. So they are trying to negotiate the price, not in financial terms, but the political price that Kwakwanso wants to make that crossover. So that's that. So that's what that is all about. So now let's not go to the. So now let's now go to the headline piece. So we trail the headline piece right there. There's nobody in the studio still, by the way. Let me send the link. Anybody that wants to come in. We'll trail the headline piece with these clips. So yes, I think we've gone in deep enough for us not to trigger anything. So the story starts, and it starts with this. This is an incident that happened on Ibom airline. Some lady from the southeast versus the airline stewardess. So it starts from here.
What did you do? What did you do? She is did you mean? I came with it. Your counter. I came with it. She's hitting me. She is hitting me. She's hitting me. She was giving her slap left and right. She was slapping on the head. She strangled her like 5 times. She was beating her. She was just like trying to calm down. She was like serious slap, but she was giving to her. For having in mind, and everyone was having in mind to do this for me. I want to know how much you want to do for this today. Operations run for you. Let's go and wait till it's gone. Go ahead. Cannot afford in our life. Go with them. Standing by doing instructions.
So that was where the story started. So that was where the story started. That incident, then that woman assaulting the airline staff, very quickly arrested, of course. We pick it up from here. Ibom Air passenger Comfort Emerson to remain in prison till October the 6th. So where are we now? August, September, October. So she will. People are asking why I'm highlighting her ethnicity. Is to highlight then the dichotomy between her treatment and the treatment of somebody like the Fuji guy, Kwam One. So that's really where the emphasis is. Ibom Air passenger Comfort Emerson to remain in prison till October the 6th. A magistrate court in Ogba, Lagos, has ordered the remand of Comfort Emerson, the passenger accused of assaulting airline officials aboard an Ibom Air flight from Uyo to Lagos at the Kirikiri Correctional Center until October the 6th. The order was issued on Monday by presiding magistrate O.O. Salami, shortly after Emerson was arraigned by the police on a 5-count charge bordering on assault and willful damage to property. According to the charge sheet seen by correspondents, Emerson allegedly shouted at the top of her voice, abused and assaulted flight crew members, and refused to disembark from the aircraft after landing, an offense said to contravene Section 4, Sub 1A, and punishable under Section 4.2 of the Federal Airport Authority Bylaws 2005. She was also accused of slapping Juliana Edward and hitting her cheeks with her right hand in violation of Section 170, Sub 1A and B, and 172 of the Lagos State Criminal Law 2015. The defendant also allegedly struck another person, Jakpamo Shegun, on the face with her slippers. In addition, she allegedly damaged an aircraft divider curtain valued at $2,500 and tore a braided wig worth 110,000 naira belonging to one of the crew members. The offences are said to contravene the Federal Aviation Authority Bylaw 2005, as well as Section 170, 172, and 350 of the Lagos Criminal Law. Videos of the incident circulating online shows Emerson in a heated confrontation with flight attendants and later with airport security personnel. Ibom Air, in a statement, explained that the altercation began before takeoff from Uyo when Emerson refused to switch off her mobile phone as required by standard aviation safety procedures. The airline said a fellow passenger eventually turned off the phone, triggering a furious reaction from Emerson. Upon arrival in Lagos, she allegedly confronted the pursuer, who had earlier instructed her to comply with the safety rules, and physically assaulted her. Emerson was immediately bundled out of the aircraft and handed over to the police. So that's the charge sheet right there. And then it goes on from there. And this is the consequence then from Ibom Air. Ibom Air bans unruly passenger for life after airport row. Ibom Air, and by the way, there's no one still in the studio. We'll see what happens, but hopefully somebody just stand up. because I want to have the conversation, but somebody has to be here to have it with. Um, Ibom Air bans unruly passenger for life after airport row. Ibom Airline Limited has banned a passenger identified as Comfort Emerson from flying with the airline after she was found assaulting one of the crew members of their aircraft. Emerson had in a viral video repeatedly slapped a pursuer from Ibom aircraft after she was allegedly told to switch off her phone before takeoff. Confirming the incident in a statement on Monday, Ibom Air said the incident happened on Sunday while Emerson was on board their Uyo to Lagos flight. The statement reads, shortly before takeoff from Uyo, Miss Emerson was instructed in line with standard aviation safety procedure to switch off her mobile phone. She bluntly refused to comply until the pilot in command made an announcement, after which a fellow passenger seated beside her took the phone and switched it off. So I think that was actually that can establish provocation right there, because the passenger had no right to do that. He's not a member of staff, so he shouldn't really be doing that. This action prompted a verbal tirade from Miss Emerson. The situation was eventually calmed and the flight departed as scheduled. Upon arrival in Lagos, Mrs. Emerson waited for all other passengers to disembark and then proceeded to confront the pursuer who had earlier instructed her. She walked up to the unsuspecting pursuer, stepped on her, forcibly tore off her wig, removed her glasses and threw it to the floor, and she used her footwear to assault her. She slapped her several times. So the pursuer then would be that stewardess that we saw being beaten up by the woman. Upon arrival in Lagos, Mr. Emerson waited for all passengers to disembark and then proceeded to confront the pursuer, who had earlier instructed her. She walked up to the unsuspecting pursuer, stepped on her, forcibly tore off her wig, removed her glasses and threw it to the floor, and used her footwear to assault her. She slapped her several times, and when the other cabin crew members tried to intervene, she slapped her too. The airline also maintained that the passenger attempted to forcibly remove a fire extinguisher to use as a weapon. So this one is from the streets. I'm not quite sure how she is able to. This one is also. She sounds like a street girl. Well, she definitely is a street girl. The airline also maintained that the passenger attempted to forcibly remove a fire extinguisher to use as a weapon, an act they described as an intention to damage and ground the aircraft. By this time, the pilot in command had alerted airport security. Before security could arrive, the pursuer, as seen on the viral video on the internet, prevented the passenger from leaving the aircraft until security arrived. The arrival of Ibom Air security personnel did not deter the passenger, as she attacked them as well, lashing out violently at the security personnel. She was then restrained and removed from the aircraft by force. Even after disembarking, she continued to assault Ibom Air security personnel and even slapped the ground supervisor. The passenger was removed from the ramp and taken into custody by Federal Aviation Authority security and handed over to the Nigeria Police Force for further investigation. Ibom Air stressed. The airline stated that it had submitted a report on the incident to the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority and placed a travel restriction on Mr. Emerson, who will no longer be permitted to fly on any of their aircrafts, whilst commending the crew members and security personnel for handling the situation with decorum. Ibom Air has since submitted a report on the incident to the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority and placed a travel restriction on Ms. Emerson, who will no longer be permitted to fly on any of our aircrafts. Ibom Air reiterates its zero tolerance policy towards any form of unruly or violent conduct that threaten the safety of our passengers, crew, or equipment. Such behavior will be met with the strongest possible response, including legal action and permanent restriction from our services. We commend the bravery and professionalism of our crew in handling this situation under extremely challenging circumstances, as well as the swift support of airport security and the Nigeria Police Force. So that's where that came in, and then of course, very quickly, it is politicized. Um, so very quickly, it is politicized, of course, and of course, when it gets politicized, you know who will jump on board it, of course. So the usual suspect jumps on board it. Comfort Emerson. Justice in Nigeria must not be selective. This is the squeaky voiced man from the back of from the interlands, from the from the back of beyond, the place called Oka, which is not known to man or beast. So that is Peter Obi, of course. Comfort Emerson, justice in Nigeria must not be selective. That is the Gbadjo Merchant Peter Obi. Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections, Peter Obi, has condemned what he described as double standards in Nigeria's justice system following the recent Ibom Air incident involving Miss Comfort Emerson. In a statement on X on Monday, Obi apologized to the Ibom Air crew allegedly assaulted. It's not allegedly now. We saw the assault visually, so there's no allegations there. So it was captured on video in Technicolor. In 3D, as they say these days. In a statement on X on Monday, Obi apologized to the Ibom Air crew allegedly assaulted by Emerson, but criticized what he called the dehumanizing treatment meted out to her by security operatives. So how was she dehumanized? She was bundled off the aircraft because she was invited to leave and she refused. So what should they have done? They should have thrown rose petals on the floor and asked her to elevate like some. What is just this is oh no, let's just leave. The guy is just an idiot in all forms known. You know what sort of use of language is that? How was she dehumanized? You know, they bundled her off the aircraft and handed her over to the police. So what else should have happened otherwise? Uh, in a statement, pardon me, in a statement on X on Monday, Obi apologized to the Ibom air crew allegedly assaulted by Emerson, but criticized what he called the dehumanizing treatment meted out to her by security operatives. He alleged that the young woman was stripped publicly. We saw that she wasn't arraigned in court and remanded. So she wasn't stripped. We saw the clip, so she wasn't stripped, and she should rightly be arraigned for assaulting aircraft airline crew and security personnel. And they had to remain there in custody because she was under arrest. So I mean, what dimension are we? It's like a parallel universe, isn't it? It's like some twilight zone that we've entered with these elements that we're contending with. He alleged that the young woman was stripped publicly, arraigned in court, and remanded, while another passenger accused of delaying a flight and endangering hundreds of lives has not been arrested or prosecuted. So here is Obi trying to ethnicize it's just the entirety of the Obi trajectory is all shtick. Is all wrapped around ethnicity, ethnic dog whistling, ethnic jingoism, excessive tribalism. This is just the Obi. He knows no other way. That is just his one trick, which he continues to repeat. He alleged that the young woman was stripped publicly, arraigned in court, and remanded, while another passenger accused of delaying a flight and endangering hundreds of lives has not been arrested or prosecuted. This case is not just about one young woman. It is about the double standards that poison our justice system, Obi said. Justice in Nigeria must never be about who is poor or powerless versus who has influence or access to government officials. Obi argued that selective enforcement of the law, particularly against women and the less privileged, undermines the rule of law and erodes public trust. He said the disparity between the handling of Emerson's case and that of the other offender mirrors a broader culture where politically connected individuals escape accountability for severe offenses. He called on the Minister of Aviation and other authorities to explain the disparity and ensure equal application of justice. So there are two separate incident spaces. What's happened to this Comfort or Mogge or whatever her name is, uh, what's happening to her is nothing to do with the Ministry of Aviation. The incident happened and the reaction happened at the moment in real time. So it never even got to the desk of the aviation minister. She assaulted the cabin crew. They invited security personnel. She was arrested and detained and then arraigned. So it never even. So what has the aviation minister got to do with any of that? And he doesn't even have any influence over that because it's a criminal matter. So it's not even anything to do with him. He cannot stop the case. A case of assault is not within his purview. So I don't think quite Obi has any concept of any of these things. He called on the Minister of Aviation and other authorities to explain the disparity and ensure equal application of justice. It reads, the unfortunate and dishonorable drama witnessed in Ibom Air has again brought to the fore the double standards in our lives and the inadequacies of our various security operatives in acting decently and in a civilized manner. I want to start by sincerely apologizing to the Ibom Air crew who were assaulted by Miss Comfort Emerson. We must, as a society, learn and uphold good conduct as it is a true measure of success and decent living. However, I must equally strongly condemn the dehumanizing treatment meted out to this young woman. Stripping her publicly was not only unnecessary, but also represents the heights of rascality and abuse by our agencies. It is unacceptable that she was hurriedly taken to court and remanded while someone. So it is not unacceptable that she was taken to court, but you can invite that the same treatment should be meted out to Wasiu Barrister. You can invite that, and I'm joining in that. Even before I've been advocating that Wasiu should be locked up for what he did. Wasiu Fuji Peperempe, he should be locked up, but it is not in contrast to what happened to this girl, because what happened to this girl is exactly right. I'm not sure if she was manhandled or not, or maybe they used excessive pressure on her, because her being or although she's a feisty little firecracker, so maybe they needed to use a bit more force, but she certainly wasn't stripped. We never saw any images of her being stripped. So it is not unacceptable that she was arrested, remanded, and charged to court. What is unacceptable is that our Wasiu is not also in custody and being charged to court. So that's where the disparity is. So it is that the treatment of the girl is not unacceptable, but our Wasiu Barrister Fuji guy should be treated equally. So that's where that argument should lean. But then, of course, like I said, Obi has no concept of any of these things. He just likes to throw ethnic dog whistles out there. Pardon me. We must, as a society, learn and We must, as a society, learn and uphold good conduct, as it is a true measure of success and decent living. However, I must equally strongly condemn the dehumanizing treatment meted out to this young lady. Stripping her publicly was not only unnecessary, but also represents the heights of rascality and abuse by our agencies. It is unacceptable that she was hurriedly taken to court and remanded while someone who visibly held a plane from taking off and put hundreds of lives at risk is still at large, with government agencies and some state officials speaking up for him to be forgiven. This case is not just about one young woman. It is about the double standards that poison our justice system. Justice in Nigeria must never be about who is poor or powerless versus who has influence or access to government officials. Whilst Miss Comfort Emerson is in jail, the other offender who committed a more severe offense has not been held to the same standard. I do agree that what Wasiu did, what Fuji Reggae, what he did is 10 times worse than what this girl did. Although the assault on the aircraft staff, I think that step too far. So that might well be projecting it towards what Wasiu did. But I find what Wasiu did more egregious than this incident. Uh, this is not just about one young lady. It is about the double standards that poison our justice system. Justice in Nigeria must never be about who is poor or powerless versus who has influence or access to government officials. Whilst Miss Comfort Emerson is in prison, the other offender who committed a more severe offense has not been held to the same standard. He has neither been arrested nor arraigned in any court. We must build a country where justice is fair, equal, and not selective, especially against women who are seen to be weaker. This young lady's offense does not compare to the crimes committed daily by those parading themselves as excellencies. Okay, then it goes into that space. Um, so there it is. If we're talking about the offenses committed by people parading themselves as excellencies, maybe we want to talk about the offense that you committed when you looted 250 million naira in cash in Anambra State. So I know they don't like to talk about. I know they don't like to talk about that one, but I would never stop mentioning it. So there's that. So there is that. Is there anything else that I need to bring to you before we get to the clips? Is there anything else that I need to bring to you before we get to the clips? Is there anything else that I need to bring to your attention? I'm just rattling through my tabs to see that I've brought to the fore all the pertinent ones. Yes, we've done all that. Ding dong, and all that and all that. So yeah. Let me bring you this one as well. So this is Kiamo's response. Kiamo condemns release of indecent video of unruly passenger, orders sanctions. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Kiamo, has condemned the release of a video showing the indecent exposure of an unruly passenger during an Ibom airline incident, describing it as totally unacceptable and ordering sanctions against the staff responsible. The passenger, identified as Miss Comfort Emerson, also known as Comfort Bob, allegedly assaulted both flight crew and ground staff during an Ibom Air flight from Uyo to Lagos. In a statement on his official X account, Kiamo said whilst the filming of her behavior was necessary for prosecution, the public release of indecent content was deplorable. Kiamo said, whilst we support the filming of our recalcitrant, he uses that word a lot. I think he used that same word in reference to Wasiu. Whilst we support the filming of our recalcitrant behavior as evidence to prosecute her, what is deplorable is to release such evidence containing indecent exposure to the public to ridicule her. This is totally unacceptable to us. We will not fold our arms and tolerate the debasing of womanhood. I have therefore directed that whoever released that part of the video containing the indecent exposure amongst the staff should be singled out and adequately sanctioned. The minister also directed airlines to train and retrain their staff in public relations and handling of volatile situations, adding that a joint security meeting between relevant agencies will be held next week for better coordination of aviation security. He noted that the incident occurred at about 2:54 p.m., etc., etc. According to him, the Civil Aviation Authority has imposed an indefinite ban on the passenger, covering both local and international. So they've given her the same. It looks as though they might have given her the same levy as they gave Fuji Reggae guy. Consequently, in the last few hours, I have been speaking to the Commissioner of Police of the Airport Police Command, etc. Yes. So what else is new? Yes. So that's that. So that's Kiamo then. So there might well have been some exposed body parts in the course of filming her recalcitrant, to use Kiamo's words, behavior. So that's what I have. Let me play you the clips now that we do have. Oh, let me take you. There's a couple more controversies that we probably be contending with. So there is this thing that came out actually of the leader of the RCG, Pastor Adeboye, who actually, let me play you the clip. Then you see what it is. Let me play you the clip.
But right now, I need at least 10 of my children who can give me 1 billion naira each. And then I need 100 of my children. But right now, I need at least 10 of my children who can give me 1 billion naira each. And then I need 100 of my children who can give me 100 million naira each. And I need a.
So that is Pastor Adeboye right there, before our very eyes, collecting 20 billion naira in just one sitting. He asked for 10 people to donate a billion naira each, and then he asked for 100 people to donate 100 million naira each. So 100 million naira each will equate to yes, that will equate to 10 billion naira, and then individual 10 billion naira stocks. So that's 20 billion naira in one sitting right there. And a lot of people are arguing that there's an undercurrent of money laundering going on in that space. Watch this.
Are you people ready to admit that what these pastors are doing is money laundering? Or should we keep whining Satan? Your favorite anointed just came on national TV to Smurf, and you people think it's a game. 1 billion from 10 people. A very specific number. 100 million from 100 people. Very specific. Because they're about to wash a very particular amount through the system. What better way than for people to anonymously send money into an account that cannot be monitored and then use that money to do whatever they want? Tomorrow, people will come and say, why is Nigeria a useless country? The problems are right there in front of you. People I pity the most are the poor people in the audience that went there at 6 a.m. in the morning to sit down and raise their hand for miracle that they will never see. Nigerians, you people will never wake up.
I have to say I align with the argument being presented by that guy right there. It's quite a specific amount of money, and you know that money is donated to you know that money is donated to all these sort of churches, etc., etc. One, it is not taxable because it's charity and it's church, and it's not audited because it's charity. So it doesn't follow the same standardized, the same rigor of an audit trail that money is going through any other system follows. And that is why a lot of people, a lot of illicit money conduits its way through this religious system back into the mainstream, and that is what they call money laundering. So very much aligned with that, that has all the smells and the texture of money laundering. The smell and texture of money laundering. So the smell and texture of money laundering. Let me take you now to the next clip. Is this girl? Do you remember that NYSC girl that told us Lagos was smelling and the price of eggs she couldn't afford it. They were 7,000 naira for a crate of eggs, even though she was wearing a hairpiece worth about a million point something, 1 point something million naira. So that Raya girl, she's back in the news again. They've refused to release her off NYSC and give her a certificate. Watch this.
I did not get my NYC certificate today after 1 year of serving this country. I literally went there with my cohort people, or should I say people we served together, and when it was my turn, they said no certificate for you. I had to go home, and since then I locked myself at home and I was looking like a mess. I didn't talk to anyone, but today I decided to get up and go to the gym. It's been a long time I went to the gym, and I just feel like I need to let some steam off my body so I no longer feel angry towards myself. Yes, I genuinely feel angry towards myself, and I feel like I was played big time. You know when people think like, oh, because they're older than you, they are smarter and they can put you in a corner, and that's the kind of emotions that's running through my vein. I feel like it's so much anger, but I just cannot release it. I'm trying to buckle everything up, and honestly, when I look back and I'm like, how much do I need this certificate? This is something that I genuinely need, and to be very honest, if not for my family, I wouldn't even give a damn about it. But yeah, bye guys.
So that's the Raya girl right there, suffering in some five-star hotel, buying expensive shopping. She's a bronze girl. I think we all know that. So here is Rotimi Amechi. That was then, he says he wants to be president, and people are asking him why. So, I've always said we will get to the stage, and I think we're now starting to enter that stage. And Peter Obi has escaped that stage for nearly 5 years now, but he will get to that stage because we are getting to that stage now that Chineke May is no longer is sufficient enough. Tugging at sentimentality will not be sufficient enough to prosecute the 2027 elections. So all this Chineke May that Peter Obi has been using, has been graduating for the last 3 years thereabout. When we get to the business end, the sharp end of the blade of 2027 politics, he cannot just use calumny and obfuscation and vagary, nondescript. He cannot nonsense his way. He cannot keep chanting Chineke May to the ballot in 2027. So at some point, they will have to say, show your workings. Show your workings. And I think we're now getting to the show your workings part of the upcoming election now. So what do I mean by show your workings? So it's not a matter of telling us what Tinubu has done wrong, So you're not going to, if Peter Obi gets elected in 2027, he's not going to be governing the country from 2023, 2025? 2023 is not going to be governing the country as it was in 2023. It will be governing the country as Tinubu will hand it over to him in 2027. So the country as it is now, what are your plans for it? That is the show your workings that we're talking about. So show your workings. The Lagos Calabar Superhighway, which Peter Obi has severally said is a waste of money and would never be completed. If he becomes president, what will happen to that? Show your workings. The tax reform bills, what will happen to that? So you have to show your workings in terms of what obtains. Now, what am I talking about? What this?
Question. I have a completely different question.
Please do.
Okay, no problem. Easy. Nigerian Central Bank currently uses a mix of high interest rates and currency management to control inflation, but this has also restricted credit and slowed growth. If you are president, would you back the CBN's current tightening stance on or push for looser policy? And specifically, What's inflation target, exchange rate regime, and money supply growth rate would you aim for in your first 2 years? It's a very specific question with specific numbers. Thank you.
Sir, please, can you unmute? It seems like you've muted yourself.
Is that Excellency, sir? Can you hear us, sir?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I say it's a good question. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in finance, so I will keep the experts in finance to advise me on this.
Right,
Did I answer that question?
Can I maybe ask a much simpler question in a different way, not directly finance. In your opinion, do you think the CBN is doing the right thing when it comes to monetary policy? In your opinion,
If they were, the exchange rate wouldn't be as high as it is now.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, Esteem, please.
So that was Rotimi Amechi in an exchange on Twitter Space. That's the person that complains that he complains about the state of the economy, but he has no concept about anything. You heard him. He didn't even understand. It's similar to Peter, but he didn't even have any concept of. He doesn't know what monetary policy means. Never mind the exchange rate, etc., etc. It says if the CBN is doing the right thing, the naira would not be. That tells you it's just vacuous nonsense. Just nondescript gibberish, just totally brain averse. No, it's just so it's not telling you then that it's been if he has no concept of this thing, then how is he able to? Nigeria is a very complex economy. You have to have some understanding, maybe not to the depth of the knowledge, but the broad ideas of a directional thrust. No concept of any single thing. But if it's goes to ethnic dog whistlings and Chineke May, that's what they all rely on. But now people are saying no, show your workings. So you have to show your workings vis-a-vis what is already in play. Chineke May politics has been delivered by Peter Obi and Rotimi Amechi et al. So is that all I've got? Let me give you a little soup song from Kemi Adeosun. Let me play you this instead. This is a man on the street take on the coalition space. Watch this.
Because these persons, all of them put together, have held one position or the other in Nigeria. Just like the Atiku Abubakar, when he was vice president to Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. We know what happened. When Obasanjo was busy reconciling, trying to woo investors to Nigeria, he was busy buying Nigerian assets, national assets to himself. So is he the kind of person you want to give the president that will now change both an NPC, both central bank will be his own. Central Bank of Nigeria will be his own. Is it the likes of Amechi? Amechi that held position in Rivers State as a speaker for 8 years, governor for 8 years, minister for 8 years, and could not do anything for his people. Go to his home in Obima. The place is like a shanty. His father's house has become a criminal den. That could not be able to do anything for his people. Look at Ubima. Ubima today, you cannot go to Ubima and sleep. Full of darkness, no electricity, no health center. It was His Excellency when he was the governor here that went and built a standard primary school for them and health center, which he could not be able for 20-something years. He held power in Rivers State. He was not able to do that to his people. Is it the fine? Just because he lost out to become a minister, they are hungry for power. They are not hungry to change Nigeria. They are not hungry to better the country. All they want to do is just to race way to power so that they can be able to loot and loot and loot and loot. I don't know what they're using this money for. I can't understand. Is it the likes of what is his name? P2B? What did P2B do for the Anambra people? For the Anambra, as they used to say, in the Anambra, what would he offer to them? How many people has he made billionaires in Anambra State? So all of them are a bunch of criminals. They want to loot our God-given wealth. So that is why I say he's dead on arrival. What would they tell Nigerians? The campaign want to tell Nigerians the words. I don't know the kind of word they will use to convince Nigerians to believe them to vote for them. Because you have been in power. As soon as they finish university, they have been in power till date. They could not be able to change the country. They could be able to do anything for the country. Now they went to, excuse me, they said they want to register ADA, Ada of, is it Ada of Amici or Ada of Aerofy?
All right, he goes on for quite a bit longer, but I think you get the drift of where he's going. So off the back of Rotimi Amaechi's dumb ass performance, let's see how Peter Obi handles the similar sort of questioning that Rotimi Amaechi was struggling with. Watch this.
How will you tackle corruption?
Yeah. Very easy.
How?
Ruben, the reason why you see a lot of corruption in this country is because we have built so many toll gates in terms of the way we operate. First, for me, an incoming government should concentrate their energy on ensuring that there's no more, at least a very big reduction on the issue of corruption. You can chase the past, but let's deal with the present. If you have a shop, let me just do it in a way people will understand. Ruben, you have a supermarket where people are stealing. You don't close the shop and go and pursue those who are stealing, because your business will collapse. That's what happened to Nigeria. What you need to do is to do what will make you and to ensure that the incidence of stealing reduces. Put a few things.
How would you deal with corruption? All of the things that you've put forward would fail if that is not addressed. Thank you.
Corruption. You cannot eliminate corruption completely and reduce it to zero. You find other means. I met corruption. Life. Yeah. But if you put incentive in place, I'm very proud of the judges of Lagos State, including magistrates. They were on foot when we got here.
So if anybody understood anything that Peter Obi said in that, whatever it is, answers on a postcard, please. I have listened to that guy endlessly over the last 3-4 years, and I've not yet in one instance understood a single. He just utters words. I understand the words that he's uttering, just barely, because of course he has a speech impediment. I understand the words just barely, but how they cohere to form anything of meaning, I've always found that a struggle. I still insist that there's some residual retardation there. I'm not quite sure if it's been clinically checked, but I still insist that there's some residual retardation there. So the retard, that is our Peter Obi, now the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa oh náìdó.
ẹ kú ní sáńdọ̀ ẹ jọ padà sílé kájọ lọ.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikoko Nuru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us are Oroyo. Good to have you, Oroyo. There is Aro Gidigba right there. Good to see Aro. And the excellent Hassan. Has Valiant in this instance. Always a delightful session anytime Hassan is here. Plenty of spaces still. Anybody that wants to hop on. So Hassan is actually double shifting. He's our only super chatter so far, and he of course is going to be the star turn every time he turns up. He always says so. So there's the assemble so far. Anybody else that wants to hop on? Let's start the conversation off. Kick it off with Oroyo. Oroyo, Wagwan. Oroyo. Aro is Aro there?
Indeed, I am one man. Good morning.
Salam alaikum.
Malaikum salam to you, sir.
You're a traditionalist, aren't you, really? So salam alaikum doesn't apply to you.
Well, I do understand. It's just a word, a statement. No, not unlike shalom. It's a Semitic statement, which means peace be unto you. So it's nothing. There's nothing particularly religious about
I think it actually means peace of Allah be unto you. There's
nothing particularly religious about it. That some individuals of a particular persuasion have taken ownership of it doesn't mean anything. In fact, I believe it is said quite by everybody of all religions. They are Christian Arabs, and they also greet themselves in the same statement. So it is. It is what it is.
I wonder if Allah, maybe when I get to Hassan, he will educate us more. I wonder if Allah is a religious word or a or just a linguistic.
It's just a linguistic word for God. That's all.
All right. Yes. All right, Bilan. So to it, then the Ault Ibom woman airline slapping and the double standards that has to be brought to the fore. So maybe kick it off with that.
One man, please, I'm here. Let me just say one or two things.
I called you first now, Oroyo.
Yeah, I was speaking. I never knew I muted.
All right. Do you mind that? Let's do a quick 5 minutes round so that we get landed very quickly.
That's okay,
all right. Floor is yours, Oroyo. So the Ault Ibom woman, Tambuwa, been arrested. The NYSC girl not being allowed to leave the NYSC. So all of those things. There was even a storyline on Ambode, but I didn't bring forward.
I will just speak on the two. The the Ibom here and the NYSC girl. For the Ibom here lady, I think like for me, I'm really disturbed when I see this kind of behavior from Nigerians, because it goes to show that we don't follow rules, we don't follow regulations. Because when you enter, when you enter into any flight, you will see the rules on the on the flight that you need to turn off your phone, and they will still emphasize on you turning off your phone. There is no bad thing just obeying simple rules. There is no bad thing obeying simple rules. So if you don't obey simple rule, then there are consequences. Because I don't believe this lady can try this outside Nigeria. She can't try it. So the other thing I want to talk is Obi trying to compare our behavior with that of K1. The two behavior are the same, but the thing is that those who are supposed to do what they are supposed to do did not do what they were supposed to do during a K1 incident.
Yeah,
So
but why,
if they
why was that? Sorry, before you move on, why was that? Why did they not act in the manner? Because what they did with this lady was exactly correct. I'm not sure about whether they stripped her or not, but if that did not happen, then forcibly removing her from the aircraft, placing her in custody and handing over, that's exactly correct. So why did they not do that to the Fuji guy?
people refuse to do their job, they know the reason why they refuse to do their job, and somebody, you not doing your job, they still need to punish you for not doing your job. So I don't care the reason because I'm not inside them.
Can you not see why people are suggesting that there's a double standard? K1 has a relationship with the president, which is publicly known, and this lady is just an average citizen. Yeah. So
if they want to follow the normal procedure, will the president call them to stop them? Will the president call them to stop them?
Well, I doubt if he will, but they were intimidated by his personality and his relationship with the president.
Woman, that is not an excuse. Do your job first. Then when the president call, you can't say because you refuse to act, then we will assume that you didn't act because he knows the president. Then that is correct. It's not correct. So if Obi is saying, how did Obi even put it? Obi trying to justify, like what he was literally saying is that he's trying to justify the guest behavior. That is literally what he is doing. What is wrong? What is wrong?
I wouldn't say I agree with you. He apologized to the aircraft. He sympathized. He's not even in the space to apologize. He sympathized with the aircraft staff, and then he said that there were two similar incidents. One went unpunished, one did not. One involved somebody of power and influence, and the other one involved an average citizen. And the disparity between that, he aligns with that Nigerian weighted towards. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Who called the airport police on the gear?
It was the captain.
So why didn't the captain in the
But there were airport security also surrounding K1 then. But rather than wrestle him to the ground and kick his face in, they were just trying to persuade him. And I think they said he even poured his liquid on some of them.
Okay, so whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
It's attributable to his relationship with the president. Now, is that not the attribution?
You can't attribute it to the relationship of the president. Do your job. That is one problem I have. Do your job first before you talk about the president. Because when you attribute it to the president, you are just trying to call a dog. You are just trying to give a dog a bad name. Woman, let me leave that one. Let me go to the NYSC again. This one too is still when you sign on to anything in life, when you are signing on, even when you are buying some certain goods, there are terms and conditions. Take your time and read what you are signing on to. When you go to NYSC, they have rules and regulations. That 1 year you are under NYSC, there are rules, there are things that you do, there are things that you can't do. You are almost like a paramilitary. When they are protesting, you can't protest. There are certain things you won't do. So when you come out, according to what she said, that she criticized the government. So that is why discharge is being withheld. Once you violate any law, they need to punish you. Because
Is that fair though? Does the punishment meet with the crime? Because I think they extended her leaving that space by 3 months anyway, and now they are not giving her the start. So what exactly? How far does this go? You know, so she said the president she's within her right now as a citizen to say that the performance of the government is not good enough. You know, she's not crossed any lines there.
But the NYC have come out to tell you she did not do one clearance. But let me just put this one to you. Even there are a number of CDS that you will miss. They will extend your service here. There are a number of CDS you will miss. They will extend your service here. Where you are doing your PPA, if the person complain about you, they can extend your service here as well. So the guest case is no case. She should just go back and complete that 1 year.
So she'll go and reserve the whole year again.
No, she should just go back and do her 2 months and get her certificate and go. So they should stop all this misbehavior. You don't want to follow rules. Is that the kind of Nigeria they are looking for? Is that the kind of Nigeria they are looking for?
I think it's excessive. I think I think it's going to backfire at some point. It's starting to actually. I don't think the public sympathy is with how NYSC is positioning themselves.
Woman is not.
You know,
It's not,
she wasn't caught stealing. She didn't commit fraud. What exactly did she do to be weighted upon so heavily?
Woman, they won't change the rule because of her. They won't change it because of her. Because they are telling you now, the next thing, what we need to do is to go and verify whether she actually did the April clearance, whether she did that particular one. That is what we need to go and look, not we being emotional that it's going to backfire or all these things. They have their rules. Just like military now, they will tell you that if you have any issue, there are channels of complaint. Just like even the National Assembly, like what is happening to Natasha Akpoti, they have their own way of operation. So when you sign up to something, read the rules and regulations. They follow the rules and regulations. People have gone through that NYSC.
The speaker. Let's not deceive ourselves now. Why are we calling? We all know she was they victimized her now. Why are we talking like this? Somebody is talking about April, that somebody didn't do April clearance. What happened to June? What happened to July? Right? What happened to all those ones? Why are you talking about April? So basically, you said she didn't do April, but she did June, she did July. Abba. Nigeria is just a mess. Everybody just wants to, because this is obvious now. This is obvious, and NYC knows that what they are doing is wrong. You said she didn't do. I did mean you said, oh, probably the last clearance. It's not even the last clearance. You said she didn't do it. What did she do wrong? She criticized the government. Is it not in her right to be able to criticize the government? Why can't she criticize the president? Is the president bigger than anybody, bigger than the country? Anybody can criticize the president. I can criticize the president. So why are they making it like
Okay, Larry. Okay, fine. Why didn't she do the clearance in April?
Why didn't she do the clearance? Obviously,
Yes.
we knew what happened. Baba, see, Baba, we knew what happened in April.
What happened?
What happened in April.
What happened?
Is it not that same NYC that she went to, and all of them ran away? I bet let's start up all these things, Baba, please. We know
Nobody ran away. I mean,
Baba,
so Showore has become wait, Larry. Showore has become Ologumgum, that he will
Baba,
appear in a place and everybody will disappear.
We
I mean, we are all Agbero in that country.
No,
Forget it.
Baba, see, let's call it
Nobody Agbero is more than one person's Agbero.
A spade, right? If you want a country, right? Let's have a country. You shouldn't have a country where people do not have the right to say what they want to say.
This girl look, leave that one aside.
Baba, wait,
that is not an issue.
Baba,
she violated a rule.
No, she did not violate anything. She did not violate anything because there is no law. There is no law in NYC that says you cannot criticize your government.
Nobody is talking. Did they accuse her of that?
So what did she do?
She did not get the clearance for April. Go get the clearance. Baba, and she's not the only one. There are about 89 of them. I mean, why are we reading meanings into things?
We know all those things now. This is just more of, okay, you said somebody has power, right? This is high against the authority.
Can I, Mr. Larry?
All right. Before he opens up into, I think Oroyo has dropped. So you take the floor. Then give us your 5 minutes as you come in, Arukidigba.
One man. Thank you very much. Can I just ask before I get my 5 minutes, if Mr. Larry can explain quite clearly what clearance means, and what it entails to get a clearance, so that we can understand the perspective from which the argument is leading. I think if he does that, then I can start my 5 minutes. Because
what an NYC
I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant of what the clearance is. I've never done NYC.
Did you do NYC in Nigeria?
I did not do NYC, sir. I've never undergone the NYC.
Okay. Then I can explain to you.
Yes,
right?
Thank you.
Every month, every NYC member is supposed to go to their, what do we call it then? I think it's zonal office, right? You go to your zonal office, you show up, they clear you, right? And the same girl had issue with NYC, I think in April.
Sorry, Larry, sorry. What's the penalty for that?
For what?
If she missed the registration or the clearance for that month.
Baba,
huh?
Baba say.
No, answer me. What is there a penalty or no penalty?
If NYC does not make itself available for her, she has not committed any crime. And this same clearance that we're talking about, right? Clearance simply basically means probably, where they posted you to, you've worked, right? For that month.
Yeah, they give you a pass for it to take back and register your. That's it.
Sorry, you're not answering the question now. Baba is asking you simply. She did not get a clearance for a particular month. What is the penalty for that? So then that means that month is deferred, and then she has to compensate for it.
Let's see. If it is red, let's say it's red, right? What I don't like is when something is red, you say it's blue.
Right.
This same girl laid an allegation against NYSC that she was available on that day, and they rejected her from doing this thing. So what are we saying?
It's a word against their word.
No. So why are we trusting NYSC's word?
I would trust authority any day.
It's because she's a girl of loose, easy virtue.
Exactly.
The problem I have with people, right? You always want to say things where it suits you. But let's try as much as possible, at least for once, let's say the truth. This girl made herself available to NY. It made herself available.
Well, she said she did. She said she did.
She said she did. That same day, you cleared some other people. Right? You told her she should wait. You told her to wait. And she did. Thereafter, you didn't clear her. right? And you now came back, you said she missed it. How is that missing it?
Where did you get this story? From Raya, right?
Yes, that was what she said.
Okay. I can't she can't stand
all right.
she can't start cross-examination in court. She has no credibility.
Cross-examination, NYSC should make itself available.
Because of what? Because of a rat girl, they should carry a whole organization to come and answer
No,
cross-examination from the public.
Why don't she have credibility, Baba?
Because it's a female of a particular type.
Come on, dude. Can we stop all this crap that we always like to do?
Is she not a female of a
What's all
particular
this
type?
about? I mean, if somebody lives a life of their own, the way they live their life,
Okay, go and rescue her now. Go and give her the certificate.
You see, we know where this whole thing started from. We know.
This whole thing.
We keep telling all
That's
of
how we encourage impunity.
One man, would I have the opportunity to recover my time so that it doesn't?
Yes, carry on. Flow is yours. Back to you. 5 minutes and then we're going to start.
Yes. Good morning, one man. My greetings to everybody on the
Good
panel.
morning.
Baba. Shakuro, sir.
Ami.
So, one man, I would like to start with the lady who acted most indecently on the Ibom here. And I would also address what my own position is on the similarities to the gentleman Wasiwa in the Mashal. I think what we need to understand is the egregious matter of assault, physical assault. While Wasiwa Ide was most indecent, and while there was a statement that in fact he poured the contents of his drink on individuals or splashed the content of his drink on individuals, we have to look at the issue of assault. To the best of my understanding, the lady in the Ibom here saga assaulted 2 members of the staff physically. She was somewhat violent, resistant as well. I think while Basu as well, I do agree that there's some elements of favoritism, but it's nothing unusual in life. Based on different estates in life, we may enjoy some privileges from time to time in the way people choose to deal with us. While Wasu was rather, I think the issue, what makes Wasu's matter very dramatic and cinematic is the fact that he actually almost got run over, which is not of his own. Well, it's of his own doing because his actions led to that, really. But the fact that he almost got run over, which really we can attribute to the discretion of the pilot, is really what makes his matter rather dramatic. I think if he never really got nearly run over, it wouldn't be quite as dramatic, really. It would just be another, another nuisance. Not unlike some of the action, so we've seen. So we can say that that he actually almost gets a pass, because he almost got run over. Whereas this lady, she was rather, to understand it, she was physically violent. And I think because of what has happened with Washim, I think the airport staff would, it's been heightened. So, and you see this kind of situation where someone does a thing, they get a slap on the wrist. The next person that does it doesn't get a slap on the wrist. The next person that gets it gets a smack across the face. And I think that is what has happened. This lady has been the unfortunate individual that has done something rather egregious, just following the incident with Washim. And I guess she's getting treated rather worse than Wasil because she's come right after him. So I guess that's really that's part of what she's suffering, really. So I don't know. Obi's a fool. He would meddle into things that don't concern him, and that's that. I don't know if you saw the interview granted by the former Minister for Labour, Chris Ngige, in recent days. Did you see that interview?
Quite a few people have sent it in to me. So I'll be doing a reaction session to it tomorrow afternoon, alongside
The man,
Rotimi Amechi is out.
the man came with receipts, all this stuff about, Peter Obi's school, and he turned things around. The man gave back 93 schools to the missions. He mentioned the schools that he gave back to the missions. He mentioned the way he ran the state. He mentioned the accounts and how he ran the accounts. And he also actually emphasized the fact that Peter Obi used to save accountants, the state accountant or accountant general, whatever they call it, that he used during his term of office. The man essentially rubbished and discredited all of Peter Obi's claims that he's the one that turned Anambra around, which aligns with some of the things I know of that period, because that's around this period I actually became somewhat conscious about the happenings, social political happenings in Nigeria. So, well, that is that. Peter Obi is a fool. So, what else was I going to address, one man? There's another topic there you mentioned. I'll go right to it.
There was the Babatia Lawal coming out. There's Tambuwal being arrested. There's Pastor Adeboye money laundering and all of that.
Yeah, I think I'll address Pastor Adeboye quickly, because I've not had a chance to watch Tambuwal's interview, and I saw kind of a breaking news for Tambuwal's arrest. So I really don't know the fine details of it, so I wouldn't want to talk about it because of that, because I really don't know what really is happened with Tambuwal. But Pastor Adeboye, it's quite interesting. It's nothing new, he's done this thing several times. At the Festival of Life as well, he makes this kind of, I think they call it altar calls, and all this stuff. People come out. It's really just appealing to fraudulent civil servants, really. Politicians don't give money to Adeboye as much as the civil servants do. The fraudulent civil servants, some director somewhere in some federal, MDA somewhere, that is a bit out of the way. Is it money laundering? I don't know. But he knows. I guess the guys in church know that federal civil servants and their likes they have stolen a lot of money, and they really don't have anything to do with it, and that they like to buy I don't know if they're buying God's favor or they're buying, I don't know, but that's all it is. There's people that will give him that money. In fact, I'm sure that money it's already, that 20 billion is complete already. It's almost within a few days.
Just even outside of the money laundering sort of what is the purpose of a church asking how much is that a month? That'll be about what? Is that about about $1 million, maybe more? Asking
about 2 billion is about $1 million. Well, 1.5 or thereabouts is $1 million, isn't it? At the exchange rate, give or take 1.7
billion is just about $650,000.
Less than $1 million now.
Sorry.
It's taking change then. I do beg your pardon.
1 billion naira is less than $1 million now. Why are we like this now?
Well, it's a lot of money.
What are you talking about? Is it less outlandish?
Is it putting on people's head to bring it?
No, exactly. That's why. That's one thing I'm saying.
Yeah, but why is he requesting it? Who does that exclude also? So is somebody that is not able to put forward to fork out 1 billion naira? Is it then excluded from the grace of God, or what does that mean?
One man.
Taxing in God's name, Jesus Christ PLC, Jesus Christ Limited.
I'm not a Christian, right? I'm a Muslim. But one thing I want us to understand is this: people have their way of doing things. And if he's calling his church members, right, probably believes that they are well blessed, they have more than that, and they can afford it. So I don't understand this issue of, why is he doing it? Because number one, he hasn't come to tell Nigerians bring money, right? It's basically, he said his children, probably has one or two that he felt that they are well blessed, probably feel that some of them are worth trillion, and he just need 1 billion. And if they feel that they can drop it. So what's our problem? Why are we fixated on, why is he doing that? I don't understand. Because celebrities, yesterday, right? Yesterday was the widow's wedding. A lot of money was spent there. So what is the problem? right? A lot of all of them, if you go to Lagos, they said they spend. Some of them will even go.
Davido is not a house of God now. But
Wait now.
yeah.
Wait,
Okay, land that point and then let Aroka
let me
carry on.
land
Yeah.
that point. Let me land that point. Every day in Lagos, some people spend. I know people in Lagos that spent nothing less than 300 million in clubs. Right? They do that. So
You say that as though that was a normal. That is a dubious. There's no money earned legitimately that is spent in that manner.
One man.
There's no money earned legitimate. Somebody spending 300 million naira in a club.
One man.
That's not that's nothing to that. It doesn't endorse anything. What are you talking about?
If somebody feels that he wants to drop his money, what is your problem with it?
My problem is the source of that money. Anybody spending 300 million naira in a club.
I'm talking about Adeboye. If somebody believes that he wants to go donate to the church, what's your problem with that?
Woman.
My problem is this.
Did they arrest Adeboye for money laundering?
Well, there's the undercurrent of it. There's the whiff, the smell of it.
Okay, because he asked for them to donate. Look,
he asked for a specific amount. He asked for a billion from 10 people and 100 million from 100. So he was targeting 20 billion naira. Why? It's illicit money that they're trying to legitimize.
Let's try to hold on. If a church or an organization like a church has a need, and they have been able to evaluate the need to be maybe 20 billion, it's not going to ask somebody like you who is always suspecting that nothing good can come out of church. It's not going to ask you. It's going to ask his members if anybody can donate 1 billion. There are people who have money now. I see cars on Lagos Street, 500 million naira car, Rolls Royce. Sheyi Void, the guy has a Rolls Royce. I'm sure it's no less than 300 million. He's a member of Winners Chapel. He can donate 100 million. Is he a money launderer? The guy has a very big outfit for fashion outfit. There are people who have money. Now, if you are poor and you have this kind of mentality, it's a different thing. There are people who really have money.
But we can't even claim that Sheibodi is profiting from the dysfunction in the country.
It's making clothes, it's doing all those things. Not
but it's profiting from the
making
dysfunction.
clothes. Is able to get 300 million naira from making clothes.
Oga Patoski, Oga Pato, Sheibodi is profiting from the dysfunction in the country.
May I contribute, please?
Because his clients are the politically exposed.
He's also a money laundering conduit. Hold on.
His clients are the politically exposed.
Hold on. Yes. Okay. Let Papa have an interjection, and then Arugida bring it home, and then we go back to the structure. Baba.
Yeah, thank you, Aro. Thank you, one man. Let's go back in time. Christ Embassy. I can't really remember the year. He asked for money just in this form. A manager with Sheraton Hotel came up with some millions. Then a co-bank owned by Lagos State government was still operational. Their treasury manager came up with millions. When the shit hit the fan, they were arrested. In fact, they defrauded their company, defrauded Sheraton. The other guy defrauded a co-bank. And they asked Christ Embassy, Chris Oyakilome, to return the money.
He refused to return money.
He ran to South Africa. So this kind of demand, at times elicits some religious passion in men and push them to steal. I remember the pastor, what's that pastor's name in America, who said if they don't give him $1 million, he's going to commit suicide. And within 1 hour, people contributed that money. We have to be very careful. Thank you.
So I thank you, Baba. I think that's really what it is. Like I said, Pastor Deboe knows that the civil servants in his business and individuals who have access to money that is not theirs, that might feel impassioned to dig their hands into it because they want to give to God. I think even the former Accountant General, I believe he made some sort of donations to some organizations
from the amount that he had stolen. Sanusi as well made some donations of some sorts. Emefiele was rather generous. So I mean, it's nothing unusual of individuals that engage themselves in corruption and misappropriation of public funds. So that's it, one man. No, We'll get you are making if what you have done now. You have embellished your statement in a way to make an argument that is not correct. Sanusi made donation. Did he make donation to church? Well, not necessarily to church, but he didn't make. But I think he made donations to religious organizations that were relevant to it.
Hold on.
Can you name the religious organizations that Sanusi donated to?
I think he contributed to mosques and all these things, and then he gave all these things. Then he was feeding. He was feeding.
Palace.
You said you
he was feeding people. Yeah, he was feeding. He was doing. He did all the. He did some feeding program as well. Like, what did he do?
No, it has not to do with
He
religion.
also donated a heavy sum to APC back in those days.
Donation is a donation. You don't have to donate to a church. It's a donation. It's a donation. I don't care if you donate to a church.
One man's making an argument that Adeboye calling in the name of God for donations to be made. That's money laundering. That's a very
no. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So that's one man. That is one man that claimed money laundering. I never claimed money laundering. I'm just.
All the civil servants in the church. You are even saying
I'm not saying all of them. I'm not saying all of them, but there are going to be some civil servants that are taking money that will donate.
You are making an argument as if that statement was even directed to civil servants there.
No.
There are people who have money to give.
Okay, that's fine.
1 billion is nothing now. 1 billion used to be a lot before Tinubu. 1 billion is nothing now.
$600,000 is nothing in a country where most people.
Yes,
how many individuals in Nigeria have $600,000 spare change?
In those days, it was, but now it doesn't.
Doing what exactly?
So much. Let me tell you, I saw a land in Otedola, 800 million, one plot of land, 800 million. So what?
Pato, I know you worked in the banking system in Nigeria. How many of your depositors had $1 billion in their
bring it to Amaro so that we can move it around. I don't want us to.
That was a lot of money. If you convert what my people had there,
$600,000, sir. Forget how many depositors?
Don't mind Patoski. That clip, that video is not new. It's more than 10 years old. So don't let him box you to now.
I don't even know the one they are talking about. But I'm saying that you cannot say that is money laundering for a man.
You know what I'm saying? That 1 billion was when he was demanding for that money. It was more than 10 years ago.
I've not even seen the video.
Well, that makes it even worse now. That doesn't make it better.
That's what I'm saying. That you now want to realize it now.
That's why I was arguing.
It's a recent video. No, be 10 years.
It's not a recent video. I've seen it before. Don't say it's a recent video.
This one, they just did this. Their program.
Maybe it's a recording.
He repeated it, but he has said it before. This is not the first time.
I don't know about that one, but this one, they are doing one RCCG program. That's where he said it.
Larry, I said this is not the first time Adeboye is saying that. I've seen a video more than 10 years ago that I said it.
Okay,
same thing.
For saying that, but there's nothing wrong if you're asking his member to give money. That does not suggest it's money laundering.
Well, what exactly does he want to do with the money? Did he state exactly what? Did they have a mission they are trying to do?
Go and watch the video now.
I think they said they want to expand the church.
So
expand their place.
Okay, so it tied it to a mission, yes?
Yes, now. And they were able to place a value to it. They have a project.
And possibly by a bombardier too.
Churches money will come from donations.
Of course, I understand. The Catholic Church are much wealthier than that.
So if they will ask people.
All right, bring it home, Arrow, and then we go.
I guess that's where I sit, one man. I guess those other things will come up in the course of the night, and when it comes around again, the after hours we'll do as we do. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I'm only really pushing because I want every voice to document, and then we open it up. We go on next to Hassan, from Hassan to Baba Larry, Rational Mind, Patoski, and of course the excellent Simba. So, Hassan, good to see you in the late early mornings of the whatnot. So let me just rattle you through again. I know you probably know what we're talking about. Aminu Tambuwal with the EFCC answering questions on corruption. Ababatia Lawal telling us that Tinubu offends him for whatever reason. The Aqua Ibom incident, Aqua Ibom airline vis-a-vis what happened with Wasiu Ayinde Barrister, Peter B chiming in. And then Kwakwanso's ally, Jibrin Aminu meets Tinubu. We're still wondering where Kwakwanso will weigh in the upcoming election. And then, of course, the Pastor Adeboye requesting quite a specific amount, which Patoski is trying to tell us then is meant for a specific project, but somewhat the undercurrent of money laundering there. So those spaces are 5-7 minutes, Hassan.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Hassan.
Good morning to you, Hassan.
Papa, it's been a while. How are you? I came on because of you. Oh, really? Are you in Nigeria? No. Oh, okay. I know. I was beginning to get excited, thinking like you were in Nigeria or something like that. Okay. When next I show up there, I'll tell one man. I'll get your number. Yes, that would make a lot of sense because I've been like very busy recently. I've been going to Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, all over the country. So it could be just possible that we may be in the same city at the same time and we may not even know. Anyway, how is everyone doing? How is the nature of the world today, the gloom and the doom, and of course the hope and the beautiful things around us that keeps us going, thriving, and expressing our true self. Let me start by the Tambuwal thing, one man, and the sheer amount of money that AFCC is alleging that he stole 189 billion naira. I think that figure is exaggerated, and there are a lot of political undertones behind his arrest and all that. I think this is fairly obvious for all of us in Nigeria to understand what actually, in reality, EFCC's primary purposes are. They serve the ruling party, and that has been the case for Tambuwal with ADC, and particularly Tambuwal's problem is not even with Tinubu per se, and Tambuwal's problem is more with more with the drunkard in Abuja, the one who has a coarse voice as if he's a horse that was a thoroughbred between an Argentinian and an Arabian species.
You react that way. You've been waiting to use that line. Well, look at this guy. You are coming prepared now. Well, carry on.
Anyway, but that is the reality for somebody who spends less than 2 hours sober in 24 hours, and you expect that person to lead. Of course, you are going to see psychopathic behaviors, and you have to believe, because the way the human psychology works is what is novel, what is chaotic, what is different actually ignite something in human beings, a sense of suspense, a sense of a personality that is so unpredictable that it draws people. Case in study, Donald Trump.
this is somebody who has no moral compass. This is somebody who, look at the Epstein files, who is the most disgusting. Let me just keep quiet. I don't want to use certain words on but if there's anybody that deserves
the Tambua not loot? He is notorious looter now.
Who? Tambual?
Yes. Him and Bala Mohammed, they are two of the most notorious looters in our government. Yeah.
No. I would argue that Tinubu is the most notorious looter for being governor of Lagos State and controlling the economy of that state for over 20-something years, and having a stranglehold in all areas that generate revenues indirectly for that state, and dictating to the dot of what happens in that state. He's a little bit. He has a mix of tyranny, arrogance, and a lot of ethnocentrism. He may mean well, but he's the product of his own society and the feedback loop that he is in. Of course, surrounding yourself with your kinsmen, Yoruba people, of course, they tend to, ignite the worst passions in you, and you tend to see things through that prism. It's unfortunately most of our leaders are like that. I'm not even absolving Buhari from that. You said something in the beginning of your monologue when you were translating what Tinubu said, that they are going to beat their opponents to death. Now, on the surface, this is a despicable language, but context is important. He is talking in Yoruba, and there is a context in which he is trying to convey this message. Now, when Buhari said Kerejini Birijini, you guys in the southern press, especially the southwesterners, immediately translated into English,
the monkey and the baboon and the blood,
and in blood. Completely different context. But we just had to look at you and smile and say okay. It's part of those things, it's politics. And Tambuwal's case is no different. It's politics. They are going to, find a solution. Tambuwal is very, very intelligent. Underrate him at your own peril. And this is not somebody who is afraid of all this castrated EFCCs, the EFCC that have no two eggshells under their
Husband,
yeah.
Did you, like woman said, did you went to go and rehearse before you came yesterday?
No, I'm just okay.
I think Hassan he's brought his AK-47 to the session today. Everybody's getting shot.
Let me just open my camera today. Okay. I'm studying for an exam, and the exam is OBE, is open book assessment, and so I just finished studying, and I needed time to just gather my thoughts together. So, and then just to too much work without play, so it starts tomorrow 11 a.m. so it's 24 hours, and then I will submit it, and then the another part of it, that is risk assessment. So I was following through the discussions and then decided
Good luck with that. Good luck with that, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that's just the reality. And getting back to the politics, expect alignments and realignments to keep happening before now till 2027. Especially people that look like enemies are actually friends, and people that look like
Just
friends.
hold on. Stay like that. So all the ladies looking for a husband, only you don't get more handsome than that. So there it is right there. The farmer needs a wife, but carry on, Hassan. We know your game. Carry on. Sorry, carry on. I put you off there. Sorry, carry on.
There is this Kogi girl that is like almost there for me, but let me just leave it there.
Don't worry. Just send enough notice so that you can come and throw Agbada wherever it is we have to come and throw Agbada. Baba and I will turn up. Well, sorry, carry on.
Okay, smoke and mirrors. Especially pay attention. Konkoso and Tinubu. There is a deliberate strategy straight out of the playbook of the CIA and intelligence agencies. This thing with plausible deniability. And okay, on the surface, it seems like they are on the opposing side, and they are making and Konkoso is making public statements and denouncing Buhari. I am suspecting that Konkoso is fully aligned with Tinubu's agenda. Konkoso is strategic. He will remain almost neutral. Like he will cut the ADC, he will cut PDP, he will cut APC, but he will not commit. But he is going to commit at a time that his commitment will mean total defeat to the other parties. You get what I mean? There are those elements. So
yes, we have an idiom for that in Yoruba language. We call it igbenyi, lala yonta igbenyi. But carry on.
Yes, that is my own prognostication anyway, and the way I'm reading the political atmosphere. That aside, the ADC and what it looks like, where it's going, so far so bad. Gaskiya, this is not what I was expecting when they made the coalition and all that. And well, there is still some time, but a lot of cracks are appearing, and some of those cracks don't look like the one that you'll patch with simple, sticky substances.
But
They look
Hassan, do
like.
they have time? Because the election is about 19 months away.
Yes, time is relative. I think they still have time if they act early enough, maybe in the next 2 years. When is their convention anyway?
Let's throw up the question in the air.
They don't even have control of the party. They don't have control of the party.
No convention.
They don't have control of the party, so they can't even call a convention.
That's what I was going to hint at. I have the suspicion, Hassan, that the vehicle that Atiku will ultimately use will not be that ADC. I think it will probably be on the ballot for either ADA or SDP, because they are on very shaky grounds in that. But sorry, carry on. So carry on. Then take us to the Akwa Ibom woman, and then we go on to Baba.
So it's even worse than I thought. It's even worse than I thought for ADC. Okay, for the Akwa Ibom woman, I think that is self-explanatory. It's a Nigerian thing. On the streets of Abuja, like because of minor infractions, somebody driving gets into the wrong lane or parks in a narrow street, and then another person wants to, use the road, and then an argument breaks out. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? And then they start shouting, they block the road. It's just so I, I, I don't know even the word to qualify it, but we have this
Sorry, Hassan. What about the double standards being highlighted vis-a-vis the Fuji musician?
and it's natural now. This is just sociology, the dynamics of and patterns of interaction between different social classes, and depending on how a society is structured, and if there is economic and social mobility and the strength of the justice system, then you can expect, we do not even have the fundamentals in Nigeria. So when I see people start to talk about and make this distinction that Nigerians, when they are abroad, they behave, and when they are in Nigeria, they don't, it's not just surprising. It is the arrangements on ground. Okay, the human animal, and the way he thinks, he will always do the things that he knows he will get away with. Like, yeah, it's always like that. The only time that doesn't happen is when there is a conviction which is mostly religious, and not the Nigerian type of religious conviction, because our own not just mouth. I don't think Nigerians are as religious as they claim to be. We shout, we pray, we recite the Quran, we go for vigils, we do this, we do that. But at the core, and the core philosophy of the average Nigerian is not that of a religiously morally guided person. So if that makes any sense, so these things are to be expected, and it costs across the whole strata of society.
Azan, hold on. I agree with you. It makes sense. What you just said makes sense. You see, the Nigerian religious piety, or whatever they call it, it's not about morality. It's about what's in there for them. What can they get from God?
Yeah.
When people go to church, like in Nigeria, it's usually, what can God do for me? I want breakthrough. I want prosperity. Also, I'm sure most people that go to mosques too, it's all about, yes, what can Allah do for me? How can I pray? How can I pray so that I can be rich? So that's there. But when it comes to morality of what is right and wrong, Nigerians, no, it's not on their radar.
So yes, so just because of what you just said now, is it then surprising that Nigerians have been taking advantage of, like, they surrender significant amount of money to people who claim that they are intermediaries and between them and God, and that they can provide favors for them? It's not surprising.
I thought that's a question. Go on.
Yes, okay. That is the inference. That's the logical conclusion of a relationship that starts with this assumption. If the philosophy is that, and the actions and the mode of interaction between an intermediary with the supreme being and a follower, if this is the dynamic, then it always results into what we are seeing. This is not just a new phenomenon. If you go back to the mid-centuries, if you go back, centuries ago, maybe go back 3000 BC. same thing, same dynamics. So class, power, the elites, the poor, they've always existed, and pattern of interactions always similar. But then technology gives illusion of that people are equal and all that. The truth is that we are not.
All right, start to bring it home, Hassan. Sorry, we can move it around. But before Hassan brings it home, there's a very good chance that Hassan may well be. Sorry, Tuna, I didn't see you there. Apologies for that. There's a very good chance that Hassan will be our guest over the weekend as the special guest of the. We've spoken about it already. So, well, you don't rub your head, though. So I'll put you on the spot now, Hassan.
One man. I have
unless you're not through with your exams yet, then of course.
Oh yes, that's the problem. Okay, so I am done with the open book assessment. I'm going to have an in-person interview. Okay, and then after the interview, I have 10 days to submit an assessment. So from now to the next 10 days, I'll try to focus my attention on finishing that assessment.
Of course.
Anything after that, I can commit, inshallah, and then we can make it happen. But from now to the next 10 days, I don't think it's going to be like possible. But inshallah, I will try and come and do my surutu and try to make sense, and then maybe we understand each other, maybe we don't. Our politics are always different, but then Tambuwal will be released. Tambuwal will realign. Tambuwal will do what is best for Tambuwal, and there is no 189 billion naira.
What do you mean, Azan? What do you mean you will realign?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Are you saying he's going to pitch his stand with APC? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying he's going to move to APC?
I want to make a distinction. The distinction is this idea that a lot of people from the South have about northern politicians always aligning themselves with the interest of the North. It's not actually true, although it plays a part.
It is largely true, though.
No. It plays a part. It plays a part. I agree, it plays a part, but it is not entirely true. There is a level of selfishness that goes with it, and okay. You see, the three people that I kind of I don't want to use despise, but I think it's a fairly moderate word. So I despise these three type of people because of their moral standards and the way they behave with common people like me. Well, number one, politicians. Number two, bankers. And can you guess the third one?
Lawyers, maybe.
No.
or religious people.
No. Okay. This third people, they are idiots, just idiots.
Journalists?
No, not journalists. Usually, journalists have some amount you can reason with them, but if you look at society, idiots are the majority. I'm not just talking about like, okay, we like to downgrade Nigeria and say, okay, we have people that have not gone to school, whatever, blah, 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 blah. But literacy, and it's not necessarily intelligence, and even education, this traditional education is not necessarily intelligence. So you would find people who have not gone to school, operating multi-billion-dollar companies, employing professors, and then having all the money and dictating everything. So there is a lot of indoctrination that we all have that do not represent the actual reality, but just for us to make sense of the world, we can hold on to it. What's the next topic so that I can.
I said you failed to tell us the third group of individuals. Who are they? What's their profession? Or what makes them peculiar?
The idiot.
Yeah. Oh, is that it? The idiot is the third group. Is that it?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the top group.
All right.
Because the idiot is always the majority.
All right. Just give us a very, very short flavor on Babachi and Lawal, and then we go on to Baba.
Okay. I'm not a fan of Babachi Lawal. Uh, and I don't hold him in any high regard because he has no political value, and his type of politics doesn't present him in a likable manner, and he's always self-sabotaging politically in the way in which he presents himself. It's unfortunate, but that is his reality. So, um, save for having someone get into power who, like Buhari, has him in high regards and then appoints him. He has no political future. So that's just that about Babachir. Just move on. Let's move on from him. It's not. He's not that man. He is not that man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us, Hassan. Let's move it around so that we don't keep other voices. But stay with us just for as long as you can. We'll try and circle the conversation round back to you. We'll go on to Baba. 5-7 minutes monologue, Baba.
Thank you very much. Regards to everyone.
Yeah, Hassan. Thank you, one man. I think let me dispense of protocol. I salute you all, everybody. And let me start with the comfort Emerson. I think Emerson, right? What's the full name now? The incident that happened today, on yesterday rather, on Ibom. I don't know where to start. I think the young ones of today, they are misinterpreting life. I think that's how best I can put it. They are misinterpreting life. And those that are not going to self-examine will be doomed. Because there is this air of invisibility with which they surround themselves, thinking the world is their oyster. They can do anything and get away with it. No. 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 The world runs on rules, regulation. They have a misinterpretation of what human rights is all about and what humanity is all about. There is the misconception that all men are equal or anything. No. All men are created equal. All men are created equal. But all men were not born the same. All men They're not born the same.
Baba, what about people with congenital abnormalities? Are they created the same?
Say again, Simba.
People with no limbs, people with cardiac defect, people with so many anomalies, are they created the same? The same?
Oh, that's what you mean, whether they are created the same?
People
Well,
are not
according
created the
to,
same.
let me say, according to, I think John 3:17. Yes, John 3:17.
Okay, you want to use Bible this time around. What I'm saying is that I know people that are born even with that are not even complete right from birth. Some are born without a
According
head.
to John Kilekwe,
John 3:17. I
he says
think.
that all men are created equal.
You say?
John 3:17. Okay, I'm trying to find out what is there.
Yeah. It says one cannot grow beyond that which his star is assigned from heaven. I think that's just surface interpretation I can put to that. Check it for me and read it possibly.
No, I think okay, I remember now. He said that okay, the one where John said that no one can receive anything except what is given to him from above.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this invisibility they surround themselves with is like, I am right. I can do anything. But it's a two-way traffic. Your right to swing your fist ends at the tip of my nose. That's how far your right can take you. The moment your fist touches my nose, you've lost your right to swing your fist anyhow. They have to get this correctly. You cannot do anyhow. Because simple thing, put out your phone. And you refused. This happened, the incident started from Calabar Airport. Not in Lagos, where it actually really went down. It started there. And when they got to Lagos, they were disembarking all passengers. She sat down. She was still furious, accumulated anger. And as soon as she came last, stepped on the toe of the air hostess, who happens to be the purser for that flight, step on her toes deliberately. And that one challenged her. She was up for the fight. She removed her wig and took a swing at her. That's how the whole thing escalated. What manner of human being is that?
Baba, let me ask you something. This is your own
Yes.
account. Is it account from our side or the account from Ibom here?
The account from a passenger, actually.
No, that was not the account from a passenger. Because there's an account from an eyewitness that is different from what you said.
Well, the account from the passenger who phoned into Moriah's program this morning. That's the account from he phoned in. What's that program on TVC? I can't remember what they call it.
Was the passenger
Your view.
The view. Yeah.
Yeah, was the passenger was the passenger on the flight?
The passenger was the last in the row. The girl came after her.
Okay. But there's another version of another passenger, which is completely different from what you just said.
Okay, tell us.
No, you can continue.
No, tell us. I'm interested.
No, I'll look for it and I'll give it to one man and one man will read it out. Continue.
That's strange. Okay. So he took a swing at the lady. And while they were trying to placate the other crew, the lady was close to the door and blocked it, and they're not going down.
Apologies, Baba. Let me bill hand over to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, Larry next. After Larry, you. After you, Simba.
Oh man, I'll give it to hand first.
It's Patoski there then.
Two Niger is here.
All right. All right. One of you can take it. Okay, carry on, and then we'll see how we
He's
go.
trying to wash away his sins. Don't worry.
No, yeah, Tikoja. All right. Sorry, back to you, Baba.
Yeah. So she blocked the way and said she would not come down. Meanwhile, the pilot called the security, and she wanted to force her way. I mean, when you are being set up at times, you see, she's not intelligent, just like people of her age who think they're invisible. You can see we were being set up. They blocked the way and you trying to force your way and hit the woman. And the woman said, she's hitting me. And you are repeatedly hitting her. And when the other crew came to join hands, you try to rip off an extinguisher from the body of the aircraft so that you can use it as a weapon. I mean, who does that? Who does that? To rip off an extinguisher, fire extinguisher from the body of an aircraft? Are you crazy? So the security came. And I have no scintilla of pity for what happened to her. She got a just desserts. She got a just desserts. Because things you cannot do in other climb, you don't try it on your own. If it were in maybe, let's say, USA, they would chain her. And I don't know why the security at the airport, they are not carrying handcuffs.
They will not chain her because they would have handled the situation in a more better way than the way the crappy Nigerian.
Please don't interject me. Don't interject me because I don't like people putting such narrative into it. All airport security,
Sorry. Good night, Hassan. Hassan was saying good night to the super chat there.
Okay, good night, Hassan.
And tonight, just check the private chat. Sorry.
Well, Baba.
The part of the uniform of any. Let me finish. I don't like any for bias sake not saying the truth. The standard uniform of any security outfit is handcuff. No security person is part of. Let me finish. It's standard. And once they grab you, whether you are even a senator or anything, they rescue you to the ground and handcuff you. Your hands behind your back. It's standard procedure. Anywhere in America, be it on college campus, on the street, anywhere.
Baba, what I'm saying, what I'm driving at.
Woman, I put something in the chat. Can you put it up, please?
How it all began. This girl wants to use, they asked her to switch up her phone. She said she had it on airplane mode. Is that what they said? But the Nigerian the air hostess was so like, I don't know if people really receive training. If somebody has their phone on airplane mode, it's the same as even having the phone switched off. Because on airplane mode, it means everything is jammed. The phone communication system is jammed. So there's no way to use it. But you see the Nigerian, the point is this. If the air hostess had understood better that airplane mode of the phone is as good as when you switch off the phone, this would not have even gone to this. That's the point. Now, I hope if they set up a committee up, they should look into all of that, how it all began. How she mishandled the whole thing that led to that girl getting provoked. I'm not saying that what she did by slapping those officials is right. It's not right. It's not right. She should face the consequence for that. But my point is that you do not put people in a situation whereby they perform. That's the point. And they should look into that.
Mind, why are you defending nonsense now?
No, let's. One man.
Can I continue?
No, Baba, wait. Is one man there?
No. Yeah, I think I can see him.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, give me
Can
1 second.
you can you
Give
put
me one.
what we have in the chat? Can you put it up?
Yeah, give me one
Now we
second.
can have a balanced conversation.
Yeah, carry on. But give me 1 second. Yeah.
Can I carry on?
Yeah, carry on, Baba.
Okay. When you enter an aircraft, you are supposed to comport yourself. You are in the hands of the crew and the pilots. Whatever they say, because you are just not the only one in the aircraft. It's about the safety of the passenger and the aircraft. Because once you are airborne, there are no expressway in the sky. You are not standing on anything or not flying on the road or anything. You are in the air. When you drop like stone. So when
Baba,
they say
Baba.
yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, sir.
can one man read this version of this Tunde? There is one man, can you go down? Go down a little bit. There's this version of someone else that was on board.
Yeah, I don't want it showing open flesh for reasons of YouTube, but yeah.
Yeah, so if you read that version, this is a version of someone else that was on that same flight.
Yeah, but this guy is our boyfriend now. Something.
No, I don't want to, you see, I don't want to hear somebody's boyfriend. Somebody who is an eyewitness is giving his own version.
Okay, you bought this water at the airport.
And because one man doesn't want to put it out, I'm going to read it out. Can I read it out?
No, I can read. Okay, carry on. But
okay,
yeah.
one man, read it out, please. Read it out.
It says breaking news. Comfort Emerson told crew her phone was already on flight mode. Our fellow passenger Tunde Ibrahim speaks out, reveals crew pinned her down, dragged her off the plane. In a post on social media seen by correspondents, fellow passenger Tunde Ibrahim has come to the defense of Comfort Emerson, the woman who was reportedly assaulted and dragged off an Ibom air flight by crew members. According to Ibrahim's post, Emerson informed the airline crew that her phone was already on flight mode, complying with the safety rules. Despite this, crew members allegedly pushed her back into her seat and pinned her down forcefully. Ibrahim further revealed that after the plane landed, Emerson was not allowed to disembark voluntarily. Instead, she was dragged off the aircraft by crew members in a humiliating and violent incident witnessed by other passengers. This eyewitness account has added fuel to public outrage, especially since Emerson was later arrested and remanded in Kirikiri Correctional Facility. Nigerians have condemned the airline's actions and demanding justice and accountability for the passenger. So there's no consistency in that.
One man, let me put punch hole in that story.
There's actually no contradiction, actually.
Can I say something?
It doesn't even make it doesn't make sense that
one man she was pinned. She was pinned down on her seat, but we saw the person that was pinned down at the door slapping.
Now let me give you, Baba. Let me give you another video before slapping. I will give you another video because what actually happened in that space. You see, the problem I have is with social media is they only push what they want you to see. And that's the problem I have with social media.
No, I am saying what I saw. I saw her at the gate, the entrance, slapping the lady.
You saw what they pushed on social media for you to see. And there are several other videos. This is a video made by Ibom here. There's another video, right, made by the same lady herself. Did you see that before this time? No, wait. Did you?
No.
I asked you a question. Did you see that video?
What I cared about is seeing her at the gate, the entrance of the aircraft.
Baba,
that speaks volume for me. If it doesn't speak for you,
right. What does that video tell us? The video that the lady took. What does it tell us?
The lady was not on this dress. You can see from this video, the lady has been badly handled. Her wig is not on her. Her clothes has been torn. Right? Compared to a video before this incident. But basically, Ibom here basically posted this one because this is what they want you to see. This is what they want to push.
Yeah,
And
but what
immediately-
was in our
wait,
video?
wait, let me finish, and I'll give you a video so that you kind of like put it side by side. Immediately, this lady, you know, she was provoked, she was dehumanized. They did all sorts of things. She wasn't given fair hearing. They quickly arranged one magistrate, and that's what they do in Nigeria. They will quickly arrange one magistrate. Oh, they said she doesn't have representation. They send her to prison.
No, courts are on holidays, so they have vacation judges
you know,
sitting.
now it's always caught her on holiday. Quickly arrange one magistrate.
It's standard now. Let's speak to facts. Courts
Baba,
are on
I
holidays
am telling
till
you,
September.
Baba,
So there are
people are
vacation judges.
Wait now, Baba, wait.
I'm just trying to put that so that
wait.
people can understand.
No, wait. You've just told us, Ibom Yor showed us this. You've not heard anything from our own version, right? And people are coming out, bringing other videos. And you're saying that other videos do not matter. This is the one that matter. And that is the
Listen
problem.
to me. Look, the person who took that video of she slapping was not in the aircraft. From the ground.
Basically one of
Listen, let me speak now. You've made your point. I'm only punching hole in what you presented. That video was taken from the tarmac, facing them. And as of that time, the aircraft is empty because I couldn't see any other passenger behind. She was alone at the entrance, beating the woman, and the woman was repeatedly saying, "She's hitting me," and she repeatedly hit her. Whatever, the thing I'm saying here is, once you enter an aircraft, you subject yourself to the rules. Every airline have their own rules. Some airlines don't accept whether plane mode or anything. If the crew says switch off, switch off. It's just 50 minutes, 1 hour. Care of the plane. If you are a high grade person, if I may put it that way, you may not, you just disembark, go enter your Rolls Royce and drive off. You may not see that person that tried to humiliate you again. Life is very simple. If you go looking for trouble, trouble will come for you.
Okay, one man, can
trouble
you
will come for you.
I put another link in the chat. Can you play that, please?
So let me just go to another topic. Anybody can flog at that.
Yes, but I think Baba may be right. If you don't come, she was direct. Whether they didn't tell her to put it on flight mode, they told her to switch it off. And Baba rightly said, once you are on that aircraft, you are subjected to whatever rules they are presenting, so long as it's not outside of the realms of reason, and if they are especially safety related rules. You know, you don't have the option to argue back or to start fighting.
You know the problem, eh? What they are starting in Nigeria, I can tell you they can't finish it because you still see more of this, right? The problem here,
I doubt if we will, though. When they example this girl,
I'm telling you that you still see more of this, right? Because the problem here is just that Ibom here needs to train their people more. That's the problem. Now, because they basically showed us this, right? And if you look at clothes in this place, it's been torn. Can you play the one I just dropped on the chat so that you can see?
Madam, I may come for a metal. Everybody that live the aircraft, come for a metal pass. I don't see why I want to go out, and here Hostess is standing on.
So how did she go from that to this?
How do you mean?
They've called security already, so they can't allow her to disembark.
How did she go from well-dressed with her wig and everything on to a situation where all her clothes is torn? How did she
yes, did you say Tunaja? Actually, would you hear Tunaja? Let me be and hand over to you. So Tunaja will take charge of it. Tunaja, try and rattle through them 5 minutes each, and then you can open it up for a wider conversation. Rational Mind comes after I'm sorry, Larry comes after Baba Rational Mind, and then well, you know what to do anyway. Thank you everyone. The super chat of the day was Hassan, only Hassan. What's going on here? Where are the super chats? Must do better, should do better, will do better tomorrow. Thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to
Thank you. I appreciate that. Greetings to all the panelists. Should I call them minions about the chat and the viewers? Baba, it looks like your enemy is back. But if I'm looking at this case, from what I can see, it looks like both sides have their blame. The lady didn't act appropriately, even if the staff were kind of.
You have started again. Let Baba finish now. Why you?
I wanted to say
You are
something. Now,
the
why do people like
moderator
to
now.
shut me up now? Everybody like to see when I want to talk, then one man run away, then I can't talk again. I just wanted to say something. I didn't want to take
You
over.
are the moderator. So
Let
you
me
can't
just say
start with
something.
talking.
So being
What
a
is your
moderator, you cannot talk. Is that what you're saying?
I just want to add to the conversation. Now, I wanted to talk when one woman left. Everybody was interjecting all this while.
You can't even hold yourself. The first
Look at
thing to
that.
do is just to start talking.
Keep quiet. Let me finish one statement before you start harassing me. So, but I just feel like both sides did something wrong here because the lady, according to the last video, didn't exactly start attacking the staff. The staff blocked the way because they called security. It's not like she's going to run away from the airport. While she's checking out, the security can intercept her. There is no real need to restrict the lady. It kind of detaining the lady as if you are law enforcement. You're not a law enforcement to detain a Nigerian citizen anyway. So it appears both sides did a lot wrong. The lady may have violated the safety protocols of the airline, and the air official felt like they have the right to keep her detained. I don't think they have that right. I really don't think. And besides, they too were helping escalate the situation by preventing her from leaving. You see what I mean?
Don't we have citizen arrest in Nigeria?
You have sitting arrest, but in this case, it was
What the crap is this guy
unnecessary.
talking about? This guy, what are you talking about?
It's unnecessary. You could have just let her go. They will pick her
What
up.
that right?
Ara ti gbóná ni.
Ṣé mo parọ́ ni? Ara ti gbóná. Ara ti gbóná. Oh, like òótọ́ you just don't like to. Oh, like òótọ́. You just.
Both sides did something wrong. Nigerians and their
Larry, you are just looking for a way to cover your ego to
No, I'm not looking for any way to cover.
You are just looking for a way to cover your ego.
Let me tell you something. You see, that's the problem I have. A lot of illegalities, but you guys will not see the illegality. You won't even talk about the illegality. You rather focus on where it suits you. That's the problem I have. I want you to focus on there is a lot of illegality that has happened today. Nobody's talking about the illegality. Some association of operators said they gave her a life ban. Who gave them that power?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, everybody here must have like frequently flew lots of time. You cannot tell me you've not experienced whether you are first class, business class, or economy. You cannot tell me in one of your journey you've not faced an humiliating situation at the airport. I've faced a couple, but I handle it well because I know in those lands, once I start yelling, not even pointing fingers at anybody, they'll call security. In some airports I've been, they wrote it there as part of their instruction. Even in, I think in Changi Airport in Singapore, it's there. In most, if you harass or use bad language on any airport staff, you will be arrested. It's written boldly. I've faced humiliating situations, but I just swallow it because I don't want to miss my flight one, and I don't want anybody to roughen me up. I'm not the owner of the aircraft. When you enter a place where you don't have absolute control, you conform. It's as simple as that.
But can I ask you though? Have you seen airline like air hostess detaining a passenger instead of letting the passenger out?
Okay, well, it procedurally, Let me say, when a plane lands, they open the door, they block, they pull the curtain between the economy and the business class and stand and block that entrance. What does that mean? With all of you raking up your luggage, you cannot go until they've the first class and business class has disembarked. It's as simple as that. It's procedure. She's been unruly. Let me finish. I'm marshalling my point. Let me finish before I interject. She's been unruly. There's been an incident. They've called security. If she goes on the tarmac, she could run away. She stood by the door with her both hands guiding the flanks. That shows that whoever is behind her cannot go down. It's simple. Okay, you wait for the security to come, walk with them to their office and go sort yourself out. I don't know what's difficult about that.
I understand your point though, but have you seen airline hostess detaining a staff when even if she runs away, they have her full details. She's in an aircraft. Her passport and everything, they have it. Where is she running to?
Oh, well, if she manages to enter the hall, anything can happen. They've called security. They've called security. Yes, go ahead, please.
So I understood that this thing has happened even before they left Ault Ibom or wherever the plane took off from.
Yeah.
Or maybe when they were airborne. That was when this whole drama, whatever. But the point I'm trying to make here is this: before they landed the airport, if there had been a situation like that in the airplane, the captain would have radio, asked for police to come down, to come and stay by the door. As these guys are alighting, we just put her under some kind of arrest or interrogated the interrogator. That's how. See, the point we're trying to say is this: airlines, the Nigerian government, they need to train their personnel. There are ways you can de-escalate matters that will not even result to this kind of drama that we're seeing.
Thank you, rational mind.
So that's the point, Baba. You and I, we live in a civilized country. If police wants to de-escalate issues, no matter how unruly you are, when you're under steering, you're behind the steering, it's the way they will do it. They will ask you to come out. They will ask you to put your hand behind your back. Let me say they just come, just rough handle you, and just drive, rest you to the ground. It's only when you are applying force. That's when you apply force. So that's what I'm saying. There's a way you can de-escalate matters with just simple words. Oh, you're not going to turn it off? Okay. Captain, she says she's not going to turn it off. Captain will radio it. We radio the ground. Or what do you call them? The control tower. And we have an unruly somebody here. We need law enforcement officers as we're landing. They won't even talk to her. Nobody. Just land, just go out. You're going out. 2 police will just escort you. We need to talk to you. We're under investigation, whatever. We had an incident, blah, blah, blah. Professionally, that's another thing they give for the Nigerian police or whatever people that will. So you see, they need to train these personnel.
Okay, let me tell you.
That country is so. That country
that is what happened. That's what happened.
Wait. When in US today, every flight has an air marshal. If an air marshal were to be on that Ault Ibom flight, they would chain her to her seat right from the word get-go when the incident started, because she was unruly, uncooperative. Is it absent air marshal? Of course, the crew have the right to call security when they landed, and they cannot allow her to walk free.
Hold on. This one is annoying me now, actually. The more I
Can you
look
get a
at
new
this
voice
matter,
too,
the more
Nigel?
it's annoying.
So
Who is
that
that?
Yeah, you're a
Oh,
moderator
Paddy,
now. Wait now.
you're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Now,
Thank
if you
you.
need moderator, it's like a wahala. I'm going to become a panelist at this rate. People will let me talk. Please go ahead.
But okay, all right, thank you. So everything that Rational Mind just analyzed is exactly what happened and more. So there are two instances that I think that's what many people are overlooking. Before they took off, there was already an unruly act. So we all know the story. We all know the part where she was advised to turn off her phone. I remember that advice wasn't to her alone; it was to everyone on the flight. So everyone turn off your phones as the plane will rise. Maybe when it's mid air, you can turn back your phones. So she had already rejected or refused to turn off her phone, and claiming that, the assertion was that she was on flight mode, right? And and the air hostess said, "Look, please just turn off your phone. You know they don't come in and start badgering at you. Turn off your phone." She insisted that she won't turn off her phone, that her phone was already in flight mode. Now, someone that was sat beside her took her phone from her and turned it off. But in that instance, she has already kicked at the air hostess. So the hostess now reported to the pilot. But because our phone eventually turned off and they didn't want to delay the entire flight, like there's a Quam 3, there's another incident that happened today. Also with Ibom Air that they didn't fly. So this plane took off. The pilot had already radioed Lagos that once we land, there's an unruly passenger. Protocol will always be that. So there are two ways. You can either have everybody sit down and then they come arrest the person depending on the situation. If maybe it's very terroristic or the passenger is very unruly. But this instance, the instruction was allow every other passenger come down first, being that she's already been very violent, and then try to see how you can detain her, stop her from the flight. And once all the passengers are out, then security will come in and whisk her away. That is the protocol, and that's exactly what AFSEC did. They didn't do anything extra.
That's not a protocol. That's not a protocol.
Hold on,
That's not a
just hold.
protocol. That's
Yeah,
not.
okay,
That's not it.
just hold on.
If they land, hold on. If they
Right,
landed,
I'm still,
hold on.
rational man.
Just
I've been
let
listening to you for so long now.
Okay, go on.
Oh,
Please,
it's
go on.
Why
supposed to be my
exactly?
turn after Baba.
Larry Jamabino. So when that happened, she herself made a video. Remember when she made a video? She had a white jacket on, she had her hair on, and she was the last passenger on the flight. So she made a video recording saying that the air hostess was not allowing her to leave the plane, which was the instruction that was given to the crew by aviation security, that's AFSEC. And the position that the air hostess was, which was blocking the door, was the same position she was even when we saw the other video, even till security came in. Now, there were two female flight crews on that flight that attended to her. Now, there's another video, maybe Larry hasn't seen that or he hasn't shared that, where that same passenger, so obviously, she was one that obviously unzipped her jacket. We didn't see that video because she wore her jacket back when she was already outside of the plane after they dragged her out. She wore the jacket back. So she unzipped her jacket, probably trying to show Chris. I will show you Chris. So because even in her own video, she was already poking at that lady, and the lady just kept her hand on the door to restrain her from going outside. Remember, all passengers was already out, which you call it safer. So you're not kicking at anybody, you're not endangering anybody's life or causing any harm. Now, when Asian security was already coming, there was a girl that was shouting, Kenny, Kenny. So they were already trying to whisk her out. Now, even in AFSEC,
Bros, all these things you are
just
saying,
needs to rule now. Just hold on.
All these things you are saying, you are just playing the movie in your head.
Just
and you are
hold. No,
just
it's not.
making
Just
a
wait
realistic
now.
movie.
Okay, it's in my head, but just hold on.
Yeah, let him finish.
Just hold on.
This guy, not Nollywood.
Dude, just hold on. Just hold on.
Yeah, don't go on too
You
long so we
hold
can
on.
finish
See,
it. Baba,
this you're
so we
laughing
can go
now.
to Larry.
You are making me spend more time talking, right?
Paddy, leave them home. They should
Hold
go
on.
to
So
Kirikiri and bring her out.
exactly. So there was another part where this. So there are two. There was a crew lady that was blocking the door. There was another crew lady that was inside with her that was saying she's already damaging things on flight, and she slapped out that lady. That lady came outside. The aviation task force came inside, and then they carried her away. Now, when they're trying to usher her out, of course she was resisting. She held on to the curtain. That's the curtain that divides between the crew, the exit, the exit, and then the flight. What's it called? And then what do they call that thing? The inside side, the inside, inner flight. She held on to the
The
curtain and
cabin.
the cabin, yeah. And what they were trying to do was to get the curtain off her hand. So they were trying to resist her from pulling the curtain, and it was in that tiny instance of trying to pull the curtain off her was when they pulled they snapped away what's it called, whatever she was wearing underneath. It wasn't torn.
Now that lady come out at this thing.
You know, again, she no come. Okay, so wait,
Now the lady,
how the
that
lady,
the hostess
how
come
the
out
how
at this
the
thing.
how
You
the
see
lady
am
know
now.
say how the lady know say if she pull am that thing go snap.
No be woman to woman.
No, she they grab the
Nah,
curtain.
she
Larry,
come out. You
Larry,
see am now.
She don't fuck
Larry.
up. All of
No,
us don't see her, Bobby. She be stupid girl.
No, see, Larry, that lady was trying to hold the curtain. This video, I
Which
mean,
cut blogger you did
my
there? You
wife
see the
stay here
cut in
now.
the
Now,
hold.
listen,
You guys just like to you like to justify some kind of crap. I don't understand.
This way you dey play
rational
the
mind.
game. I say you did there.
You live in
If I
more
prove it
in a
to
more
you,
civilized country, so and then you wish something different from that people.
to Nigeria,
They do not train those people. They listen.
just hold on now.
How
Let
is
me just land this last point. Then you can continue. Okay.
Oh,
And I don't like to heckle. Just chill. So Nigeria, if you have that video, yeah, and there's the more the clearer one, if you can control it to the point, you see that before there were two hands. One flight crew was already grabbing the curtain off her. The second was trying to hold the curtain off her so that they can carry her out. And it was in that moment that thing na clip now, na snapper clip. It just clipped off. The clothes were not ripped off. And when they dragged her out, of which I mean, of course, it's embarrassing. She took the jacket she already took off. She wore it back. And the same thing and there was even another aviation security person that was not on the flight at all. Came there and was even wondering what's going on. She slapped that lady again. There's also another video again where she held one guy to his neck inside the bus.
Bros,
So she showed violence at 3 different instances.
Bros, you suppose
In flight,
Bros, you go
outside,
write script,
in
oh.
bus.
Bros, you go write script. You go write script. Write script.
Something where you see in front of you now.
You go
Maybe
ask-
not.
because the way
You
you
still want
take
to deny, say then
narrate
drag
the
out.
thing, come as
Okay,
they come.
Paddy. One, we don't have any evidence that the law enforcement asked them to restrain her in the aircraft.
If they did, if they did not, two things
Please
will not have happened. Two things will not have happened. Two things will not have happened. Two things would not have happened. Number one, she won't have been the last person to get off the flight. Two, Afsec could not be at the entrance of that flight. We also saw all the crew of people that came in there with a bus to whisk her away.
Does she not see? She will have to go through the checkout stages through the airport.
So
hold
they should
on
be chasing her
for a second. Hang on. So she has to go through the checkout at in the airport. There
She's
was
not
no.
checking out now. You don't check out our airport. You don't check out local airports now. You just walk away now.
So you just walk away. Okay,
Yes,
I take
you don't
I take
check
that
out
on
now.
board. But first of all, she doesn't pose an immediate threat to anybody. The argument was about a phone. There's
She
no real need
did.
to lock
She
her
already
in
kicked
there.
the air hostess in flight. See, are you missing that part?
She did what?
Before the plane
What is the
took
evidence
off.
for that?
Before the plane took, so there was, listen, there are two instances. There must have been a reason. See, look, hold on, guys. Just okay. You know what? Let
me ask you one
let us come. Larry,
in
just
this whole thing that you said.
Yes.
Am I supposed to believe you or an eyewitness?
Look, that even what you read from that eyewitness, what you read here, the eyewitness said the crew was one that carried that away. It wasn't the crew that carried that away.
No,
We also
the
had division
eyewitness
security.
said- wait, we read, all of us read it, right? The eyewitness said they allowed everybody to go, and they pinned her down.
Yes.
They pinned her down. So obviously,
if they pin her down,
was she pinned down at the door?
If they pin her down,
how did she get to the gate? How did she record? How did she record the video of herself standing at the door?
How did she? When she recorded
if she was
that video,
pinned down,
her hair was intact.
Her
hair was intact. They only stopped her from
She
going outside.
She recorded a video of herself standing at the door behind the hostess. Now,
yes,
she standing at the hostess.
Can do that.
She was there tapping the hostess now, recording the video saying this hostess aggravating that. Like Baba said, they set her up.
She wasn't harried at that moment.
They set her up and she fell for the trap.
Una like to the Arias film, the way.
But they set her up. They set her up now, and she fell for the trap. She was stupid. She was belligerent.
You said they set her up. She fell for the trap.
She was belligerent.
Now the new script with that, they set her up.
She was being belligerent, and she was set up.
Okay, so Larry, let me ask the question. Why do you think they singled her out from everyone in that flight? Yeah,
they knew what they wanted to do. Now
why? We she that they singled her out from in flight.
Okay.
let us be neutral. We should not support. We are not supporting anyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm not trying to interject. I'm not supporting what she did. Her action shows violent, but somebody can't just start aggressive immediately like that. Something will let you down. We don't have all the evidences, so we can't support. But what we are saying is, let rule of law be applied. Let a proper investigation. Now, if I feel they are using big mouth, big power to oppress the girl, that is where
Does
we
that
some
girl
of
look
us
hungry
had
that
the
they
fear.
were harass her? The girl that was
Wait.
telling people, that same girl was telling crew members that they cannot afford
You
her
you
hair.
were you were you
She
were
doesn't
not
look
there,
cheap.
but
None of us here was there, but I
but
know
if you
for a
are to
fact,
look
yeah.
at it very well,
I will ask you some questions.
why is Air Hostess blocking her?
Wait,
That is one.
let me ask you
Why
something.
did they not block somebody else? Why her?
It is not their job. If you come up for the
So whose
plane,
job is it now?
is she leaving the
She's not
airport
security
facility?
official.
You're
She
talking as
shouldn't have
if Muritala Airport that we
What
know
are you
is just
saying now?
like
So they
you
should be
go on my
chasing
thread.
passengers around
There is
airport.
DSS
So
in
that
the
they couldn't
airport,
put,
there is immigration, there is
It
police.
seems that some people don't even know what the role of the air hostess is.
Don't
You know
mind them.
they are as good as being
It's one
the
of their
police on
roles
the.
to arrest
It
at the
is not their role. It is not
They have the
their role.
authority
It's
over
not
the
their
Their
job
job is to
description.
detain you. Then
Their
you
job
know
It's not
what?
their job
One at a time,
description.
one at a time.
job includes the
Their job
safety
is for
of
your
the flight and
safety.
of the people on the board and the
Their
plane
job is for your
itself.
safety as well too. Do you guys know that if there's a maybe if it wants to be like a crash or something, those same air hostess will first look out for you before they look out for themselves.
I beg, make Baba finish. Make I just go. I beg. I
Larry, go on. Just take over the floor because these people, I just can't stand their
I still have the floor.
Baba,
Don't
1
I?
second.
You
Baba, 1
cannot
second,
take
please.
my floor from me except I yield it.
Baba,
Is that not the proper thing?
Baba, please hold on. Just give me 1 second. There was another incident again that happened again, probably today. Also, Ibom Air, of also another unruly
So
passenger.
that's Quam 3. Quam
So
3.
that's Quam 3. And if you notice in that same Quam 3, they allowed every other passenger to come down before that lady. The same thing. Unfortunately, this one was not unruly. And the same security, aviation security, ushered that lady out carefully. Nobody touched her because she was
Paddy.
cooperative.
They are doing that. You remember the obedient guy. You know it was Ibom here. You remember that incident?
Yeah. That's
Why
Ibom.
they are
That's something
dragging in the
obedient.
presence of other passengers and he injured a lot of them.
Okay, I remember. That's why they back the Emerson girl.
Yeah, of course now. That's why now.
Usual.
This is
Sure.
just a case of a girl when not get home
Hold on.
training.
Let me ask though.
That's a
Regarding that
simple
Quam
thing.
1 that occurred, the Quam 1 was he arrested for his bad behavior?
Kwama was detained now. He was detained.
At Kirikiri.
No, hold on. Did you not see security people blocking Kwame? See, detention doesn't mean that they have to restrain you all the time.
No,
Blocking you from moving it is also a
can I throw
detention.
light into that Quam 1 incident?
Yeah, sure.
You understand? After they left the tarmac, they took him to the office of Value Jet. That was where he made that statement, threatening or seemingly threatening Kunle Shoname. It was in their office. And that was even where they made the offer to say, okay, let's get you a private jet. If you have to go, we'll let you go, and things like that. So they took him to Value Jet office in the
But
inside.
Baba, Quam 1 supposed to be arrested. Don't let us mix that
He
thing.
wasn't
No,
arrested, but this one
wait.
ended up in Kirikiri already.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
The Ibom Air, they made a case. But in the case of Value Jet, they did not make a case. They were rather petting Quam 1. That is the difference. That is the mistake. And of course, NCAA took it upon themselves and reports the matter to the Attorney General for prosecution. Because
and Baba,
let me
ask
finish.
you.
Let me finish. Okay. Because the airline did not report it. Value Jet did not report that incident. NCAA took it upon themselves.
I hear that Vessels are getting a 6-month ban, right?
Listen now.
Let me ask now. Let me ask Baba now.
Oh,
Between
come on.
Quam 1 and this lady, which one posed more of a threat with their behavior?
I'd say Quam 1, but I'll tell you what happened.
You say?
You see, No, let me say something. Kwam won't get a pass. Do you know why he gets a pass? Because of the indiscipline of the pilot.
So
Because
something that
Kwam as well can sue, you know
I
that?
think the lady posed more threat than Kwam.
Not even that, yeah, because she was physical. But also the indiscipline of
She was
of the
physical
pilot.
and is
She was
already
physical and
inside
she
the
was in
plane.
flight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
she
the
was in the
indiscipline of
plane.
that pilot
So what
in
are we
Kwam
talking
1,
about?
the
Don't mind
indiscipline of
them.
the pilot in the Kwam 1 incident actually plays into Kwam 1's hand
The
because they can
pilot
arrest him
turned,
and they can charge him.
listen, Arrow.
They can arrest and charge him, but he can also sue the company
turned his aircraft into a weapon.
So Kwame can go to jail and still file a charge against ValueJet.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Many years ago in New York, they were pursuing a thief, and a taxi driver managed to use the taxi to block the thief and pressed him on a wall. The thief was caught, but he sued that taxi driver and won $50,000 because the taxi driver used an excessive force.
That's a very different case.
No. What I'm saying here, can I own this floor now? I've kept quiet for 10 minutes. Let me yield. But before I yield, what points I'm making there is there is a big difference between the Kwamam case and Comfort Emerson's case. It is Ault Ibom Air that reported the matter and took it upon themselves to prosecute. But ValueJet rather took. Can I finish, please? ValueJet took Kwam 1 from that tarmac to their own office, and he never knew they were even recording him. He even made a threat. He explained himself, made a threat, and they let him go. And the minister hastily took it upon himself when NCAA were not acting and pronounced suspension on him and corrected himself immediately, being a lawyer, asking the NCAA DG to make it effective. And they did, and then followed up with a letter to Attorney General's office.
So
that is exactly what happened.
So Kwam is going to be held accountable like this lady?
Tomorrow, the DG may say, okay, prosecute him. They will arraign him.
Okay.
After all, it has happened.
See about
Baba,
that. In Nigeria, that
let me
never
ask you a
happens.
question, Baba. The Ault Ibom Air, it happened inside the plane, right?
Yeah.
Good. Where is that guy that worked in the airline? Is he here?
No, the star is not here.
Okay. Let me tell you. Kwam 1's, or whatever you people call that ridiculous man, his own case is weightier than the one that happened in the airplane. Do you know why? The one that happened in the airplane is the airplane. They can decide. Go and read the law. That one that happened in the airplane doesn't need ACA, the NCAA, or whatever you people call themselves, or Minister for Health or Minister for Aviation. They can don't decide. Number one, that guy will not fly our airline again. Bam. They throw him out of the plane. They can decide to sue him to court because it happened in their land. For Kwam 1, his case is not only with the airline, it's with the aviation industry, it's with the aviation industry, is with the Nigerian government. That is when I talk about Nigerian government, I mean NCAA, then the aviation industry worldwide, and then the airline. Because it's not about saying, I've been correcting people here, but they don't want to listen. An airline is not an airplane is not a motor car. Please, let us get that. It's not a motor car where a pilot will start the car and you say, person there from person no day, or you make you they go. The driver say, make I come down, check the tire. Whether person they tire. Check
Madam
through
Sister,
the
let me
window
just
whether person there to eat. Plane does not fly that
Madam
way.
Sister, before you continue,
But there's a control tower now that will
let
give you
me
Hold
just say
clear.
on.
something though, because
Please,
you just
hold
said
on.
Yeah, I
Because
think it's Larry goes next. So, but yeah, but
yeah,
Rita finish.
okay. When it gets to my turn, I will speak.
Madam Zita, let me just say something before you go, because you just said something now, which I think is wrong. In terms of severity of, offense, right? You said off board.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I said in terms of severity of offense, you said one is weightier than the other. You said on board is less to being off board, which I think is wrong.
One is severe.
When there's a disruption on board, it is severe and it is treated as such.
Wait,
in
two of them
aviation.
are extremely severe.
No.
Listen to me. Two of them are extremely severe,
Madam
but
Zita,
the difference.
Madam Zita, you
Hold on. Let me say
can
this.
do more
Some
research on this.
airline will
And
not
I'm
even
telling
charge
you,
you. If you met trouble inside their airplane, they might not even charge
Madam
you.
Zita, except probably you have superior facts to back this. And I'm telling you this, right? What you just said is wrong. Except you have superior facts to back it.
What is wrong? What is wrong about what she said? What is wrong about it?
Yeah, she said in terms of severity, right? Probably a disruption on board is less severe
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you said the one you do off board.
Listen to me. When I speak, I like people to listen to me.
Okay, what did you say?
Two of them are very severe.
So which one is weightier? You use the word weightier.
Listen, two of them are very severe, but one has only to deal with one party.
Now I want you to use your word weight. You use the word weightier. Which of them?
Let's not get hung up on
two of them are very
I think
severe.
I understand what she's saying.
Yes,
it makes sense.
One is only you have to deal with only one party, which is the airline.
But then
the other one, even if the airline forgive you, the NCAC will not forgive you. Even if the NCAC forgive you, what about the international community? Will they the mark they remove from Nigeria? Will they put it back? So two of them are severe, but the one's own has to do with a lot of things. Even if the airline forgive him, NCAC, that's what I'm saying. But two of them are severe.
While you finish, I will do my own time.
We're waiting for so long. I need to
bounce. Larry, carry on. I yield
already. Yeah, Larry, yes.
Okay, yeah. Let me start from this Ibom here thing. You see, what I see in this situation is all the air crew, all the air staff, the airport staff and everything, I think there has to be more training and retraining. And I think that thing is really, really lacking. There has to be more training. Because ordinarily, what happened in that space, if they had been well trained, it wouldn't have escalated to that point. And a lot of things actually happened in that space that I felt that is wrong and is illegal. And if they do not curtail some of all these things, you still see more of this thing. You see, this issue of we'll put you in no-fly zone, I think they are beginning to abuse it. And it's going to be something that it's now going to be popular. And basically, I looked at the laws as regard who has the power to put somebody on no-fly zone. And it's so unfortunate that I'm hearing association of airline operators pulling upon themselves to put someone on live ban, no-fly live ban. Do they have the power? No. They are just a normal association, just like NURTW. They do not have the power. The only agency that has that power is NCAA. Association of something.
Can NCAA compel me to put you on my plane? If I tell you I don't want to ever see you on my plane that I bought,
I'm not even talking about the airline. I'm talking about association, AON.
Now me and my friends, we get together and now. Me and my friends have gotten together and we've decided that we don't want you on our property.
Leave your association. They do not have that right. That is what
how about
I believe that's justified.
How about the person that procure a private jet of his own or her own, or maybe a friend that has a private jet of her own and invited her over?
And that's fine.
If the
That's
procure a
fine.
friend to that wants to carry you,
What
that's
Larry
fine
is
now.
saying,
If the friend is not a
what
member
Larry
of
is
that
saying
association,
what Larry
I
is
know,
saying
make I talk
makes
now.
sense.
Una no give me time to talk.
Okay,
Una
go on.
they talk
Go
over
on.
me. Now my
yeah.
time
So
now.
what I'm saying, essentially saying, if we belong to an association, and we all agree
Wahala
that
dey
this
o.
person is a risk to all of us, I mean, it's one for all for one. But to your point, RM, if the person procures his own private jet, or he has a member, or he has a friend who has a private jet, and that member chooses to go outside of the association's rule, or does not belong to the association, of course he can fly.
No. So
But
what
if
he's telling you is that
as
you don't have the right to give
NURTW of
somebody.
Aviation
You cannot
Space,
give
if we
somebody a
say
life ban.
this person is unruly, on
So
collective
you,
leave, we
so
all
are you
agree
saying an
to.
association? You saying an association cannot enforce an
They
agreed
cannot.
an
Well,
agreed?
Now.
So
it
what's the
doesn't
point
fall
of
on
an
them.
association? What's the
It's
point of an
okay. You guys
association
are
then?
No be my
You can't
turn.
protect yourself.
okay. It's okay. Let's go on. Larry, go on, please.
No be my turn. What is the difference between those guys and NURTW? It's just like one day now, probably if you have something in one of the NURTW, and MC Oluomo just come and says, "Oh, we are putting you on no travel zone on road."
No. He won't say no travel zone on road. He will say
Wait,
that
make I
NURTW
talk
members are not
now.
carrying you.
Let me talk. You go don't talk.
No. And NURTW are a legitimate organization as well.
Wahala
They are a
dey. Which
legitimate
kind thing be
association
this
now. So
one?
don't
Let him talk
discredit them
now.
now. Don't
Let him
discredit
talk.
NURTW.
No,
They are a legitimate, they are a legislate union.
NURTW can also from driving a car. But I said anything that's commercial
Guys.
that's under that umbrella, we will not lift you again. I mean, that's very clear. It doesn't mean that it's right, but it's a very straightforward rule to an association now.
Wow. Okay, go on. Please, guys. Let us let him flesh out his.
So are you guys done? Now, I don't want any distraction. I don't want any interference. I don't want anything. So everybody just mute. Let me talk.
Is anyone talking?
Yeah, because you guys have been disrupting my conversation, and I'm kind of like
Larry, move on. Move on. Sorry for that. Go on.
So that word no fly, if they are putting somebody on no fly zone, I believe what they can say is, oh, probably we won't allow you to be able to buy ticket or board on our planes. Yeah, that's good. You can say whatever you want because it's your business. But you don't have the right to pronounce what you don't have the right to pronounce. Because basically what you're going to be seeing is a lot of people are going to be abusing this thing. Because even the minister does not have the right to do it. The only agency that has the right to do it is NCAA. And NCAA has not even talked. And you started seeing, oh, live ban, boah. From here, this one, but live ban, bah. For what now? And the whole thing, if there is a crime, I believe in fair hearing. Basically, what they did to that lady, they pushed their narrative, they dehumanized her, they pushed the video on the internet. They didn't allow her to do anything. They quickly rushed her in front of one magistrate. Even in front of the magistrate, she does not have the right to a lawyer. And they said, oh, she didn't have anybody to come in for her. So invariably, the magistrate said, take her to prison. And we'll keep doing things like this, right? Because it's easier to do. All they just do is arrest you, nobody, no lawyer, no representation. They put you in top, probably take you to somewhere in Buhari, in front of one magistrate in Buhari. They arraign you. That guy said, oh, nobody, okay, this is what they want. Go and put this person in Kuje. That is exactly what happened in this case. No fair hearing. And these are things that, we clear. Oh, because I saw a lot of things that do not really make any sense. Oh, she doesn't wear bra. She doesn't do this. She doesn't. Who has? It's her body. She wears. She doesn't wear. It's her body. I don't understand where we've got to this point, where nobody's even going against what is wrong.
I think, Larry, let me just. Could it be because of her mannerism? Because there's
To
these two aspects.
Nigeria. I thought he said he doesn't want interference just now.
Of course, he says that now. I'm the moderator now.
So, to Nigeria, you are the moderator. Please allow
I'm
me
asking now.
10 seconds just to correct something, because I like facts. Dress code matter when you are boarding an aircraft. Few months ago, That Igbo girl, sorry to use the Igbo description. That one that dances, who just divorced the white husband. The one that danced, tall, fair lady. She was.
Teenager, can you measure the arrangements? After Larry, who is
She
next?
was not
I know when to
allowed
speak.
to board the aircraft because she was inappropriately dressed.
Which aircraft is that?
Are they now a moral police now? Dress code.
No.
Fact check me.
Rational mind, hold on. Baba, please stop all this. Stop all this kind of talk, man.
Don't you have a phone before you tell me to stop? Can you fact check me? What's that girl's name? The one that wear beads around her waist.
Which airline?
We know the girl, but
sorry, why is it relevant? Sorry, why is it relevant?
If Larry says you can dress as you please
Baba,
to enter an aircraft.
Course you can dress
let
as
me
you
add
please.
another one so you
you are
can
allowed to dress.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Dressed?
I think if you are ready to learn so that you don't go out somewhere else and be talking things that are not applicable. So fact check me. Even the length of your heels as a woman matters. Because of emergency, they will not allow you at a certain age. Can you listen to me, please?
Baba, you can't bring that. See, her dressing was okay for that airline. Let's not make that
It is an illiterate behavior to just condemn something you have not fact checked. So you don't have to be an illiterate. What I do when I hear from you, I check. What do you have a phone for?
I hear that what you are saying is true. There are
Pure
elements of
illiterate
dress
behavior.
code, but what we saw her wearing is within that dress code that is
Yeah, Cora Obidi. Check Cora
law is
Obidi
that in Nigeria?
and say, was she allowed
we need to
or
go back
rejected?
to Larry. We need to go back to Larry. See, the dress
Cora
code
Obidi,
for
check
me, the
her.
dress code is acceptable. Larry, please go ahead. Could the reason why people are not fully on her side was because of her reaction, the way she was pushing and kicking and very, very agitated? Could that be the reason why people don't necessarily want to sympathize with her? Or do you have any other reason for it?
Yeah, it might actually be, but Nigeria, and this is this thing I see about Nigeria.
Sorry about that. Thank you, man of prestige.
So what I see about Nigeria is what gets to the internet first is what people take. And that is why the internet in Nigeria is so crazy. If there's anything, people do not take time to look at things. They quickly just pick what they see on the internet. If you look at the whole thing that actually happened, something was pushed yesterday. Along the line, we started seeing other things flying, right? So, but in terms of being improperly dressed, what we saw in that video before the whole altercation actually happened, I saw a lady that had a white jacket on her, covering herself, which to me, I believe is decent. So people saying, "Oh, she's not wearing bra, blah, 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 blah." And I feel, and I think it's insulting. I think it's insulting. Because if I were the father of that girl, I know what she's done is wrong, but I'm going to sue that hairline.
Excuse me.
I am going to sue that hairline. Because what you've done, you've shared all those things on the internet. She might not get back from it. Which I think.
Is there any other particular reason why you think people don't like her? Because I'm curious about that. Why? Okay, you say because of the videos when they show up, people don't. But after they get information, why? Like you can see, even on the panel, some people still feel strongly that there's something about her that wasn't right.
No, she has her own faults. I'm not saying she doesn't have her own faults.
Please, can I ask your question, the speaker?
Okay, madam.
Do you know what happened that caused the fight?
I don't know what happened that caused the.
The Ault Ibom air. Do you know what trespass?
Tell us now.
No, I'm just asking.
We don't know. So tell us. Everybody just making their assessment based on speculation or whatever video they see on the internet or
So
whatever
what's the video they
eyewitness
saw?
account they want to relate with.
Okay, so what is the video they see?
Okay, let me say this. Let
I'm
me say this.
just asking
Okay,
honestly.
okay. Let me say this. Okay, so what happened was this. Let me the thing was this. I think maybe before they took off from whatever, maybe Ault Ibom in Uyo or whatever they took off from. Before they were airborne, they said everybody should switch off their phone. I think this lady refused to switch off her phone, but she put it on airplane mode. That's what was said. She said, I mean, people said she did. She had it on airplane mode. And one of the air hostess attendants got mad that, yes, you did not turn your phone off. Why are you having it off? He said, yeah, it's on airplane mode. So it's same as having it on switched off.
It's not the air hostess. It's a fellow passenger that took the phone from her. It's not the air hostess.
But the air hostess got involved, right? They got involved, right? Right?
Definitely get involved when you get to that stage now.
So you see where we're getting the more details now. Somebody else, a fellow passenger, took a phone from your own phone from your hand. Does he have the right to do that? And then the air hostess says,
let me ask you this, because I don't like a situation whereby I know you, because anything that happens in Nigeria, you always come. That's what you do. Then Larry that is speaking. It's not a story. Let me tell you this. It's not a story. This thing. If I'm a passenger on a plane and I see another passenger that can endanger my life.
Oh, come on.
No, don't say crop. What are you talking about? So I don't have a right to now call the attention.
To hijack my phone.
It's not hijacking. Don't say hijacking. Don't use that debilitating word. I have the right to call the attention.
You do not have the right.
I have the right to call the attention that this passenger is endangering our life. What are you talking about?
These are the people like you that really just mess up the whole thing. Come on.
I don't want. Please, can you help me? I just
gave you the narrative. That's what happened.
Wait. Can you not tell me whether they have right or they don't have? Just tell me the story.
No, he doesn't know the story. It's the rational mind. It's not the best to give the story. He's giving you scraps. That's what he's giving you. That's not the story.
Hold on now.
What is the story online? Everywhere.
I'm giving you my own version of the story. What I saw.
Okay.
Your man.
Now, can I speak Simba, before you start interjecting me, please? He's now saying that because what we heard was turn off your phone. No, my phone is already on airplane mode. No, we want you to put it on, turn it off. The guy says no. He insisted, no, I'm going to have my phone on, but it's on airplane mode. It's the same thing as it's jammed. The phone is jammed. There's no communication coming into it. But they wanted that to turn it off. Whether not somebody collect up a hand or another fellow passenger, whether not air hostess, but the way these people, okay, let me just leave it. That's what happened. I leave it at that. Make whatever thing.
When you enter the airplane.
Alternative rational fact.
Okay, that is not the story that is online. The story is everywhere. Even if you ask AI will tell you the story now. The story is everywhere. When you enter an airplane, they make some certain announcement before takeoff. It is after the plane has taken off, you put it on airplane mode. You switch off the phone. If you have not been doing that, you are risking the life of other passengers. The airplane mode is after takeoff.
Actually, before and during takeoff.
No, please. When next you enter the plane, listen carefully. It is when the plane has taken off that we tell you to put it on airplane mode. For the planes that don't have Wi-Fi, they will tell you to put it on airplane mode. Not when it is taken off, because there is a lot of interface going on. They always advise you to put on your phone. Because if your phone is an airplane mode, and before takeoff, and somebody calls you, a local call is going to ring. And that's an interface. So that's why they always tell you, wait for the plane to take off. You can put it on an airplane. That means it's in a way a place that even if they call you locally, it cannot ring.
No, hold on, Zita. This whole thing is just so convoluted. The way you people are making is not making it convoluted. The point is this: that at some point they were airborne. They noticed that you say now, okay, turn it off before we take off. Maybe she did or she did not, but at least they were airborne already. Now somebody noticed that her phone was still on, and
The
she said,
story
"My
was
phone."
not that they were
Hold on. Make I talk. And she said, "My phone is on airplane mode." You just said now that. Oh, because I can't remember. I can't remember because I frequently fly, but I can't remember the sequence. It said that. But I know they usually tell us switch off your phone. But I know some people also sometimes have their phone on airplane mode. Airplane. I can't even think right now. Airplane mode, yeah. So if you have it on the airplane mode, it's as same as you don't jam the communication to that phone.
No, listen. If your phone,
I don't want to argue this thing with you. However you want
Yeah,
to.
it doesn't. You can argue with West Law is false now.
So
Even
what I'm
airplane
trying to
mode,
make here is this: that
airplane mode only disable Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. It doesn't disable
here you go with this your.
There's nothing there how you go about it. I'm telling you a matter of fact. I'm telling you as a matter of fact. I worked in telecoms for quite a while. You frequently fly, but I understand how
Let's calm down.
telecommunication works.
Let's calm down.
If
One mic. Let me just share some information so that there is no confusion on that area. When you are in flight, you are required to put your this before takeoff, after takeoff, till you land and taxied. You are supposed to put your phone in flight mode. Flight mode is not necessarily switching it off. The requirement internationally and locally is not necessarily switching it off in flight mode. So let's share that information, then you can carry on with the conversation.
listen to me. When the plane is about to take off, you are advised to switch off your phone to avoid radar interface until
It's supposed
it
to be
takes
flight
off.
mode, not
Hold
switched
on,
off.
please now.
Well, you're just
There's
repeating
some
the same thing I
people,
just corrected
because
just now.
do you know why they say switch it off? Because if it is on airplane mode, your brother at the airport as the plane is taking off might call you.
He not go enter now. You know they understand the communication.
It will enter now. Airplane mode does not disable the voice.
They stopped telling us to turn off the phone in 1952. Nobody
So what you are
turn off
saying
their
is
phone
that,
anymore.
hold on.
You
What
just
you are
put
saying
the
is that
phone in
if your
airplane
phone,
mode. That's what they do. They don't switch it off.
I don't understand what these people are just arguing about all this crap.
Do you have access to Google or probably ChatGPT? Just put this thing in ChatGPT
I've
now.
already done that. The NCCA rule
Of
says
course.
that is
Madam
this is
Zita,
flight
you are
mode
wrong.
that's required. That's the NCCA mode.
okay, I am wrong. No wahala. You know, say I'm always
Some
very
airlines
wrong.
Madam Zita, the one I can concede to you is that some airlines, old ones, especially that have old aircrafts, they may require you to switch it off because they've not tested their airline
Can anybody hear me?
shielding.
Can
And
anybody hear me?
besides, it's a minor infringement. Madam Zita, it's also a minor infringement. It's not a
When
very
your
serious
phone
infringement.
is in airplane mode,
See, I
It's a very
said,
serious infringement.
No, it's not. It's not compared to
let
what
me
people
chime in,
warned
guys.
with.
So what? No. What happens if your
One
phone is
at
in
a
airplane
time.
mode? What happens to the pilot's
Can I
communications
chime in,
when your
guys?
phone is?
Prince
Let's
Daddy,
go back.
hold on. Prince Daddy, hold on. One at a time. Let's get
okay,
something.
let's
No.
go back to what happened.
One at
please.
a time. Let me finish one thing. I just want to get this one straight. In terms of this thing, the aircraft shielding, most aircraft have aircraft shielding already. The danger that this is putting your phone on, not to even mention when it's been put into flight mode, posing a danger to the airline is very, very minuscule. They just
What
ask you to
happens?
do that.
What happens? What
I'm
happens
talking
to a
about
pilot? What happens to a pilot? Because this is something I know very well. When your phone is not in airplane mode, Madam Zita, let me just clarify this. When your phone is not in airplane mode, okay, there is it's not even a high possibility. It will happen. What happens is as the pilot approaches an airport or is taken off from an airport, because of the communications, the nature of communications, there will be interference. So the pilot may not be able to hear clearly what is being communicated to him
No.
wait, it's not a matter of no. I know
Don't
this
just
for a
say
fact.
that. You don't know that.
I
Don't
know
even
this.
tell me you know
No.
because you
It
don't.
will cause noise. It will cause noise. It will cause
Tell me what you know about radio communication.
I know it will cause there is a high possibility that it will cause noise. Okay, in the pilot.
The requirement is flight mode. Move on.
I'm not contesting that. The requirement is flight mode. I know that
Is it
for a fact.
Babati or 2Naija?
It's flight mode. It's not Babati. It's me. 2Naija. It's 2Naija, not Babati.
Okay.
Do I sound like Babati? That's interesting.
Okay.
Let's allow this guy continue now. AI.
Hold on.
AI. Let this guy continue.
Can I say this now before now
but
continue? Let's forget about the technicalities. Okay. Whether he's going to crash the plane or he's not going to crash, but whether he's going to interface, he's not going to interface. Let's go back to the incident. Forget about everything.
There is no way you can speak of it without having to look at the whole totality
hold
of the
on.
thing.
He can even have her phone on and nothing will happen. Let's forget about all those ones. Let's go back to what happened. The question should be, did they say switch off your phone? Simple instruction. What is the announcement? Simple announcement. The plane is about to take off. Please switch off your phone. When we take off, you can put it on airplane mode, blah, 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 blah. If that is the instruction, we should be asking, what was the instruction? If that was the instruction, she has no reason whatsoever not to switch her phone off. And now, let me say this. I am not there, but I can assume that that was the instruction. That was why she dragged attention. Because if that wasn't the instruction, whether her phone is on airplane mode, she's playing YouTube video, or she's playing anything, it wouldn't have been a center for attraction. And let me add this again. Maybe, probably, every other person has kept their phone, put it out, and she was the only one using her phone in an airplane after the instruction. That was why she gathered that attention. Then secondly, the person that grabbed her phone and put it out, that is, I would call it a kind of overreacting. She would have called the attention of the airline air hostess. Because sometimes in things like this, when the air hostess come to tell you and you still insist, they go to the cubicle and tell the pilot. And you know what? The pilot will come take the phone from you, open the window and throw it out. So the person sitting beside her that took the phone from her and switched it off was a kind of overreacting. But I know that when it comes to security and safety, most people do panic. And when they panic, they overreact. So I won't say the person doesn't have right to do that or don't have right to do it. Maybe her action might be born out of panic. But let's face the fact. Simple instruction.
Madam Zita, you don't collect the old time.
Finish. Simple instruction given in an airplane. Who the heck are you?
Okay, I think you've made that point already. What is there to finish? It's not your turn now. You're making a whole submission now. And besides, you've made the point already.
I thought you people are just, it's been a long time.
I think it was supposed to be Larry. And then
I have to go after him.
The way of spinners, yeah.
Yeah. So somebody else somebody else.
After Larry,
okay, no problem.
Rational mind, yeah.
If you're having the floor.
Oh, come on. Let Larry continue. We're not continuing like this.
Okay.
Zita,
Larry, continue, but don't make reference to what I'm saying since it's not my turn.
Larry, please.
I don't even want to talk about this. I want to talk about something else.
Okay, what is there to talk about next? Is it outrage of Southeastern? Okay, see this guy. Okay, what else is there? Is there the Kwakwaso stuff that is going on? Tinubu is meeting this thing, Kwakwaso acolyte in Aso Rock. I don't know what that means. I'm not even sure it has any significance really. The poor guy could just be going there on his own merit.
To Niger, 1 second, please. I want to ask some question. Is there any reason why you send me back to the bar stage?
You are progressive. Sorry, I think you were not saying anything, so I thought I should bring Prince Daddy
Oh, I've
on.
only just joined. What do you mean I wasn't saying anything? I've only just joined the show and I
Sorry
was
about
speaking
that.
to some.
No vex. It's okay.
You
No vex.
can put it in the back.
Oh,
If
come
you
on.
had said something in the backstage, I would have noticed it and brought you. I was checking just in case because you didn't
I've
say
only
anything.
just joined the show to Niger.
Welcome.
Sorry,
Okay
Akim.
now.
Sorry, let
Move
it
on
right.
now.
Let it right. Move on.
Sorry. All right, I'm gonna move on.
All right. So, Larry, are you done? So we can
I'm
move
not
to.
done. No, maybe you
All
were
right.
the one that was talking now. I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I want to speak on Tambua, and I would have loved to. Had it been, before Azan actually left, that was when I would have loved to speak on Tambua.
Okay, you want me to ask you a direct question on this?
No, don't ask me direct question. I know
okay.
it's part
Go
of
ahead.
the things it's part of the headlines today. Now I can.
All right, try to be quick because you have spent quite a lot of time
Which
dealing
side
with your.
do you? I'm not even.
Hey God! So what kind of wahala is this one now? Do we have to speak for so long? People host just for 1 hour, Let's just talk so that
Do you know something?
rational mind can speak.
Let me tell you something. If you give somebody free flow at least for 1 minute, it's good. But because all this interjection, it makes you lose your train of thought. That's just it.
Okay. Let's try not to be interjecting people.
Oh God.
At least for one after they speak for 1 or 2
Wow.
minutes.
So like, are you
Larry, you cannot win with
now.
rational man and 2 Niger. Bad combination.
I'm trying to do what he asked now, and that's trouble too. You say I should not get people to interrupt. I say speak for 2 minutes, then we go to rational mind. Go ahead and speak, please.
I don't tire, man. So basically, no, I'm serious. It's kind of like frustrating. So basically, Azan came here, and if Azan, if you are still hearing, probably you've not slept off, so you'll be hearing me. This is Larry. You came here, you painted Tambua because Nigeria, everybody is all about, oh, my teeth is different from your teeth. And the easiest thing to do for anybody you've stolen, right? They said, okay, come and account for what you've stolen. 180 something billion, right? They are not saying you inflated some project. They are talking about cash. To the cash withdrawal to the tune of 180 something billion naira. That's exactly what they are probing him for. It's different if they say, oh, probably this project is 8 billion. You said it's 16 billion. You inflate project and all those. It's different. But in this case, it's more of cash withdrawal. That means there was cash that was moved from one account to another account. To that tune. And the easiest thing for anybody to do, oh, they are witch hunting me, oh, because I'm opposition, because I'm this, because I'm that. You are a thief. EFCC is because of this. EFCC, do your job. EFCC is basically doing their job. Now, what I expect from any sane person is, they said you've stolen, and you believe that you've not stolen anything. So come out clean and let us see what you've done. But you see people still come and say, it's because he joined ADC. Who cares? You join ADC, you join APC, in as much as you've stolen, you are a thief. And that's the problem that we have in that country. Everybody is always protecting his own thief. I'll protect my own and say, oh, probably it's exaggerated. He didn't steal that much. Were you there? Do you even know how much he moved? Do you know even if he moved more than that? So people should stop this thing. Because if you really want a good country, people should be held accountable for what they've actually done. If you've held a public office, and by virtue of that, EFCC calls you to come and account for some money that you've taken. Probably you move from your brother's account, from brother's account to sister's account, to your wife's account. And they say, come and account for it. And the next thing you start playing victim. Oh, it's because I said I'm not in this party. That's why they are witch hunting me. Nobody is witch hunting anybody. What we are basically saying is, you are a thief. Come tell us that you are not a thief. And if they can do it, I really prefer, because even after this Tinubu's 2027, I know a lot of governors, because all these things they are doing now, they are collecting, they are doing this, they are doing that. I hope, right, National Assembly can do it in such a way that EFCC will be outrightly independent. And this year immunity, take it out. May God bless Yaradua. He worked on, if Diarra had not died, maybe this immunity would have been gone now. Because everybody wants to, you steal your own, and everybody is kind of like, oh, I didn't steal up to that. What I just told, maybe Azan came here and he was saying, no, he felt it's been exaggerated. Probably he didn't steal up to that. And I'm like, wow. Who does this kind of thing? At every point.
But Tambowa is opposition, eh? So why is it that people that are associated with Tinubu are not the ones that are always ever caught?
So who are the people? Can you give me an example?
They are just as corrupt as the other side. It's a straight question. Where are Tinubu people that are being thrown in jail?
Then come and defend. So the question is, no, why is it that people that are jailed with Tinubu are not?
No, because it appears that Nigerian politics, they use EFCC as a weapon.
Wait now.
And this is how
if you are innocent, they will not call you. So if you are a thief, whether you are opposition, let me tell you, when they get there, are they not going there? When they win the election in 2027, let them do it to the opposition also.
Okay, fair point. If that's what people want now, when they start hunting the outside.
Shebi, are you not the same person that was defending Emefiele here?
Yes, I defended him because the reason why I defended him.
So what are you talking about?
No, hold on. I defended him because. Hold on.
Everybody defend your own thief now.
No. I'm not defending him for stealing. No. I didn't defend him for stealing. I defended him because when I went to Nigeria, there's only one big change that I saw from 2020 to 2024 was that 2020 I went to cash machine, ATM machines to go and get money from ATM machines. 2024, no. All traders had electronic transmission systems. 2024, that's massive transformation of a nation, and the person responsible for this.
I beg you, don't waste our time. That was what you are. How can you be defending somebody on that? Is that a defense?
Of course, you see.
I beg you,
leader.
Move on to another thing. Why are you killing on our intelligence?
No, you brought that issue up. No leader is going to be perfect. Either they will kill it.
You were defending him. That was what you are doing. It's not this one that you are talking about. I remember that day.
See, hold on. If he stole, he deserves to be in jail. But you see
all of us here, we are just pretenders.
No, keep interrupting. Let's not do this. You just keep interrupting. You are not saying they should try him and put him in jail. They are not putting him in jail. They just hold him up. The same thing they did in Nnamdi Kanu.
You are talking and you are meeting me.
Because you're just interrupting me now. Because you're just interrupting me. You're not letting me talk and you talk. Why are they not putting him in jail? If you are so keen on justice, try him. Let him come out and tell his side of the story and let them judge him and put him in jail. He's been in jail now for straight 2 years, no trial. What kind of country is that? You have Nnamdi Kanu in jail too for years.
He's going to
no
court.
Trial.
Emefiele has court dates. He has about 3 cases.
Has anyone ever heard from his side of the story? Not one person.
He's been going to court now. So Naija, see.
Yeah, this is how they do the dance. They do the dance.
Make I talk. You go talk your own. Make I talk my own.
All right.
Don't they hear from him?
My question is, why are Tinubu people not being arrested?
Make I talk my own. Tinubu's people or not Tinubu's people, right? Anybody that has stolen, I don't want to hear, oh, because it's this, that's why they are with. Nobody is witch hunting anybody. You are a thief. They said you are a thief, you are armed robber, right? And they've seen the money you give, and they're basically telling you, somebody is kind of like tracking. Is that you?
I think it's Patoski. Let me mute him. Yeah, it should be all right now.
How many minutes to my turn so that I know whether I will log out or stay?
It's about 15 hours.
You have a long time.
You
have a long.
I think where is that crackling sound coming from?
Who is the next after me?
Make you go sleep when you wake up.
Rational mind after
Rational mind.
I think after rational mind, we just open it up so that people can.
No, you can't open it up. After rational mind is me, and then I can give my space to Zita. I don't want her to go.
Wow. Is how people don't like to give way?
Must
Okay.
rational mind talk
Hold on.
even. He has talked and
Hold
talked
on.
and talked
What
and
you
talked.
just said is that you don't have a space for me. No, I don't get it. You said after rational mind, you open it up.
Yeah,
So
I was thinking of doing that.
Hold on.
Rational mind is a moderator, co-moderator.
Hold on,
He
please.
need not talk.
Hold on. Am I supposed to speak before rational mind or
No. After rational mind, Simba, but Simba not bad, but he refused for me to open it up. So I
I'm
wanted to
wondering
open it up.
why didn't you line yourself up to Niger?
How am I supposed to lie on myself when you want to shut me up every chance you get?
No.
Me, you
Look
are
at you.
supporting me.
Look at
And I
you.
was there.
Please, let's not mess up this thing. To Niger, who will I speak after? That's just the question I said.
You
Ideally, it should
speak
be
after rational
Simba.
mind.
Okay, after rational mind,
Please,
Simba has
you
given
are
way
not
now.
the coordinator. Let the coordinator answer.
I see the person where I dey protect to, and she's shouting on me.
I know you're protecting me because I heard him say something. He said, after rational mind, he's going to open it up. So I said, am I speaking before
No, I
rational
said
mind?
no. That is me that's supposed to speak after rational mind, and I will give you that space.
So why will he cut you off and open it up without you speaking?
Oh my God! Wow. Let's see. I think Simba has given you way now.
Don't you know to Niger? You don't know to Niger.
This is actually ridiculous.
Just
Honestly.
Simba has given you way.
You see, when it gets to my turn, I'm going to say something. I know you people are not going to like it, but I will say it anyway. Trust me. This is actually ridiculous. I am in this platform. You said after rational mind, you open it up.
You don't do now.
Really?
Move on.
That means after rational mind, I don't get to speak. You make
was
it
only
around.
joking with you now.
No, please.
That was the advice of one man actually.
So what man
he
said
gave
I
that
shouldn't
advice.
speak.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No, you were not around when one man was there.
Zita, they said after rational mind, you are going to speak next. Can we just leave it like that?
Just move on.
She thinks I'm picking on her. I'm not picking on you. You were not here when one man gave the instruction.
I don't give a hook if you pick on me. I don't care.
But I'm not anyway.
Rational mind. Why not be a gentleman and allow AI to go?
I don't care whether you pick on me. I don't care. Honestly, sincerely.
But I'm not.
I don't give a heck what you people.
I know you don't, but I just thought I should say that I'm not.
But if you are a moderator, somebody said after the last person, you open it up. And another person comes in. Common sense. You will say, okay, after the last person, the next person that comes in should speak.
AI. Move on now. Move on. It's okay. We say go. You said somebody don't give me space to you make it talk. Move on, please.
Rational mind, please go ahead.
No, I said it. It's Larry Don.
I mean, that means supposed to talk, but rational mind, I better go ahead. I don't tire.
Can we have a queue? Should we have a line?
Rational mind, go ahead.
I think we've overflogged out of that girl.
I haven't gone as well too though. It'd be
come
nice if it'd be nice if you knew.
Can you guys just allow rational mind go ahead?
Yes, but let's know who speaks
Eh?
afterwards, so that we don't it
Madam
reduce
Zita speaks
interjection.
after rational mind.
Okay, and after Zita, who else?
Yes. Who else? We are supposed to open it up ideally, but if people prefer to have it in order, we will do that. Then we'll bring Simba next. Wisdom, Wisdom, Progressive Niger, Paddy, and
I
Prince
joined before many of them. I even joined before Zita. Remember, I was using my other account.
You had that yellow logo. Yeah. Okay, then
To Niger, do you have anybody waiting so I can drop out and you bring the person in?
there's nobody waiting. Everybody, you guys are all on stage now.
Okay. Okay.
Baba, don't run away. Rational mind has to talk.
My brain not function now for rational mind.
We start here with Olori Buruku, Tinubu.
You see, my point is what I'm just see this whole thing with this. I think Larry did a very good job in trying to help us understand that there's a trend beginning to start with this whole this whole thing that they are doing. Just slamming people. You see, that country is a useless country. I mean, excuse my language, saying it's a useless country. It's useless in the sense that it serves no purpose. It just serves some kind of some stupid people's idea and just wanting to just to be relevant in power with no meaningful impact to the people that dwells in that space called that country called Nigeria. because I don't understand why a country would exist. Everybody's just doing anyhow. There's no structure. Even the so-called law they have, they don't even enforce it properly, and all kinds of shenanigans. I mean, like double standards. The other day we saw Kwamwan. Somebody was telling us here, and he was trying to explain to us why Kwamwan's own situation was more, I mean, it carries more weight than that of that girl. Well, we can say both of them, they involve people's life. Yes, I will agree that. But the point is just that the angle from which this person was not coming from, in the sense that Kwamwan was that is an act of terrorism. That's a terrorist act. And you're obstructing the takeoff of a plane. Number one, you've caused a lot of people some kind of PTSD, trauma. You know, if I were the pilot, maybe I would just give up that very day. I'm not flying because already this person has triggered my trauma. I don't want to fly and go crash the plane because I just, these days people get tense easily. That's if I were to be one of those people that fly in that plane, I knew that was what was going on ground. Probably I would just say I'm not flying that very day again because that's traumatic. And somebody come here and some of us here, we want to try to minimize it. And this same idiot we're talking about, Kwamwan, it's not be arrested. The other day I just refused not to want to talk about it because I knew that there's still more thing we're going to see coming out from that situation. That was why I just kept quiet. When we say the APC people, they're all talks, they're all brutes. That's one of them you're seeing. This guy is supposed to be a king. And some people have even said maybe Dilondi, what if D, or maybe his rivals that are also jostling for that what's that? Larry Kiloruko Olubada, Awujale, because I think he's also fighting for that too to become the next Awujale of Ijebuland. So people say, well, I want if a DD, So maybe that's what it's really. His rivals, they're trying to what's it called? That's what they said they said they're trying to cast spell on him just so he can go and kill himself or just go do something that would just disqualify him from that too. Maybe that's what it is, But some people just don't understand that in life you also have to understand that we're all humans. Everybody's time will come at some point. You can be doing this, Olima, you can be doing all this thing and be going scot-free, but one day it will come. Even to the I talk very soon. And I mean, my point is just that he's a mortal man. You should know that. All this crap that he's doing and all these things that he's doing that is making Nigeria look like he has turned Nigeria to another Lagos for himself. We'll see how he's going to where he's going to land him. But my point is just that
I think Rational, let me ask you. I think I heard you saying something about how Nigerians behave. Is it that because if you look at almost all cases, both sides seems to have bad, they seem to behave badly to an extent. Is it that we are people that lack respect for any form of rules? We use our status to decide how to react. Is that the problem?
You see,
and if it's not so, how can we deal with it though?
You see, everything boils down to the people that lead, because my people say it is the horses that are behind the first horse. They've all followed the footstep of that horse. That's what it means. Like people follow the footstep of the leader. So if the leaders are that's corrupt, I mean, talking about the leadership we've had since the military took over in 1966 up to this moment, it has always been this widespread corruption and moral decline that we've seen in every facet of that country's existence or life, and that's what the people has followed over the years, and that's why we go when we travel abroad. Some of us we still carry that tendency with us to be corrupt, to be unruly, So, but then my point is just that I think both the leader and the leaders, they all share the same blame, but how to correct this is what this problem is now, because when you have a bunch of leaders, criminals, morally bankrupt people like Tinubu and his minions there, what do you expect? So
there's another angle to this that I'm curious, because while I imagine these problems in Nigeria, you know how you see Nigerian celebrities, they will be like, oh, do you know who I am? And this sort of attitude. I noticed that, I don't know whether I remember seeing this in the North. Is it a cultural difference, or is it that Northerners do this too? Do we have examples of northern individuals
They do
doing this
it.
type
They
of
do it.
behavior?
Forget about it. They do it. They will do it more.
Wow. Okay. Do you have examples that we can remember? Because I've not necessarily seen it. From what I got, they tend to be quite humble.
No, they are not. They are not. Let me give you. They are even more, especially majority of the Northerners are Muslim, and you discover that
They are more
all these are.
respected. That's the thing. They are more respected, even when they
It's
do
not
things they cannot.
even. They have this tendency of. It's not respect to me. It's like a rulership kind of thing that you see among their fast. The way they treat their students and all those their subordinates is uncalled for.
That's
So
not true. It
it's
has
everywhere.
nothing to do
But
with.
I've never seen them on video. Like,
No.
do you know who
You
I
will not
am?
see them
And all
on
this other
video
stuff.
because
You know why I said they are more respected? If you see most, even in Abuja airport, right? Most of the things they do to you, they hardly do it to them. And that's Nigeria for you. They hardly do it to them. Because an average northerner, some of these all these Ibom, all these their stuff, you see the way they will kind of like, they will be carrying them as if it's something. But if it's you, they know they don't, because an average southerner believes that a normal religious northerner, right? There is a way you talk to them. But if it's you, there are some things they can tell you, which they won't even tell those guys. And it's not like they are morally better. No, nobody's morally better. Everybody not the same thing for that country. Some of them even do more than you do.
No, listen, guys.
Well,
They
we keep
have.
saying that though, but we don't
Listen,
have a
guys.
lot
They
of
have.
evidence though.
Hold on. Those are an average, not an average northerner, have shame. Southerners, they are shameless people. Average Southerner are shameless
There
people.
might be
It's not
something
those
to
are two
that.
different
I
things.
must say there might be something to that, because these are our attitude. Or you look at that guy, that's House of Assembly or Senator that was slapping somebody that came to do delivery the other day. Some of the behavior we exhibit in the South, what is? I don't know. Northerners are supposed
But
to have
in
some
Nigeria, you have
approval.
forgotten about a teenager that was beating one lady in the
in
supermarket in Abuja.
shop. That senator from Adamawa.
From Adamawa.
Well. I mean, yeah. So my point is this: is that I know there's this particular ethnicity within
I
Nigeria.
think the thing is genetic. It's genetic. It's not about the leader. It's everybody. If you rational mind, you started by mentioning even right from even the pre-colonial days and all those things. Is who we are, and in as much as we don't see it as an issue, we have carried to several countries, and the thing is telling on us. So now we have to reflect back on the way we behave as people. And in as much as we don't want to acknowledge it and want to be blaming it, pointing accusing finger, is our leader, is ourselves. Everybody in their own way, anybody that you see around Nigeria, if you think you have a small power over another person, they will exercise it. So it's not about leadership, it's about
Let me
who we are.
ask a question. Do you know
Yes.
why states exist? Why government exists? Do you know why?
They tell us now.
Oh, come on. Come on. I know you are a learned person. I'm not trying to deride you or in any way trying to like make you look stupid. I mean,
It depends on the context. That's the broad question.
So what I'm
anyway.
asking is, what is the whole notion about the whole notion of
What
social contract?
national man is telling you is that the state so the state purpose is to create order. Okay,
Exactly.
But
that's
who will make? Let me tell you, who formed the states?
The people. See, I see. That's
beg.
a very good question. Simba, you are coming across like a real thinker, I must say. But rational mind, hold on. See, what the question, the statement you made earlier on that had a lot of power when you said the horse in front, the ones behind it always follow the same path. There's some truth there. But that one in front, in the context of Nigeria, we don't seem to have that one, because we keep generating them from a corrupt bunch. How do you generate that one? Is the question you are facing.
There you go again. Everything still boils down to the very, 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 very core of it, which is the order, the law and order. Because it is the government that has the instrumentality of violence, of cohesion. So if you coerce the people to conform by applying that law and order, people will learn. That's why they exist. Why do we have traffic signs? Why do we have road signs? If everybody's just driving anyhow, imagine the kind of anarchy that would have happened. Because
Mad people everywhere.
So that's why they have to have those road signs, traffic signs.
Rational mind. In Nigeria, forget traffic light. People beat traffic
I'm
light
just
every
giving that.
time.
No, come on.
Rational mind.
Oh, guys,
Let me tell you
let's
something.
not get hung up on this thing. I'm just giving an example of
Rational mind.
why
Me,
law and order.
I'm dropping. I want to tell you something.
Go on.
All these Tinubu that you've been abusing.
Oh, come on.
Any day you are going to Nigeria, we'll rise you up in the airport and we'll hand you life ban. You won't travel again for life. That's what we'll do for you.
That would be said about me in Nigeria at the end. If you ever see me in Nigeria again,
Internationally, locally, we give you no.
Well, that is if you ever see me in Nigeria again now. If you ever see me in Nigeria, so well, it's okay. Not me. You never see me in Nigeria again now. So, I know that they are all waiting for me. They are all
Rational mind, continue what you are saying. You have 2 minutes more.
Rational mind. Nobody knows you. Nobody knows you exist. Nobody's waiting for you anywhere.
I mean, they don't ask one man. One man don't give them my detail now. So
Nobody knows. Nobody knows you anywhere.
It's okay. Let's just move on. I mean, what I do, I kill anybody. I kill anybody want to go enter Nigeria. I won't enter Nigeria. I don't get my mouth to talk. I get my mouth to talk now. If I call Tinubu criminal, I go open book for her. Maybe arrest me and I go open book for her. She get criminal case for America. Go to the talk. I beg. So my point is this is just that you see, my point is law and order exists for a purpose. It is the government that wields that power to whip people into line. And so when you whip your citizens into line by some kind of a carrot and stick, like give them carrot and then you flog them with stick. That's how you do it. So and then
but we hear you, but that person that is going to make the government, how do you get that person is the question. Because you keep saying this, we all know that. Well, we use the cost, you use the government. How do you get that person?
I get it. Yes, you're right. You have a point there too. It's from the lead. I mean, from the lead that we get the leaders most times, right? Exactly. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you that I'm not saying that it works both ways. It's not just the leaders, but the point is this: is that if we form a pattern of always having law and order applied every time, people will start conforming, and then even the lead that we're going to choose the leaders from at some point. Already, they've imbibed that okay, this is how we operate in this system here. We follow law and order. So when he becomes a leader, he knows he has to follow that. I agree. But you see, Nigeria is so messed up now that I don't even know where we're going to start from. I don't how we're going to correct the whole thing, because even the so-called leaders now, they've corrupted the whole means by which you can bring in those people. They've corrupted it. So how do we go back to it? So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. So. But my point is just that is how you create a society. So, but where do we go from?
Is it possible for a corrupt leader to create a leader that is not corrupt? Because
it's very, you don't give what you don't have. That's why I've said that with Tinubu. Tinubu cannot give what he doesn't have.
Boris Johnson gave us Putin, and Putin is a very different leader, isn't he?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me hear Larry, please. I want to say about there's something I want to say beside that girl thing. That girl with
okay. So I'm trying to look at something from another perspective. Can we say people are kind of like frustrated and they easily get agitated, basically because the money they pay for this flight in Nigeria are too expensive, and once they get on them, they don't want to get. They want to maximize their money at every point. They are kind of like too, it's a whole lot that I'm seeing, right? And I'm trying to correlate that.
Were they forced to go by flight?
Wait now. Flights, if you don't go by flight, road safe.
I
beg, don't bring that kind of
thing.
It's
like saying that if people go to Sheraton or Hotel and spend too much, slapping the staff. Because they spend a lot of money in the hotel. Mind your business, Jare. All these people that won't let me talk. Let's move on so that Madam Eva can speak
but when people interject me, I don't even flow. People don't interject. I allow people to interject. Go ahead. Larry, can you just be quick about that question or whatever you want to say?
Okay, so flights in Nigeria is kind of like becoming a necessity, right? And it's expensive. And at every point when people get to the airport, you see they become unruly. Probably because, their flight is cancelled, somebody talk to them somehow, they become easily agitated, and they tend to kind of like disrupt things right in the airport. So can we correlate that probably, like an average flight from, let's land from Abuja to Lagos, probably like
So
250,000.
even you have not been a passenger in a vehicle before, and you see the way people behave even inside the vehicle.
I
Simba,
am saying,
let's not go
I
that
beg,
route.
there is no reason. Don't let us be looking for reasons for our unruly
Sorry,
behaviors.
sorry,
We can't
Simba,
be giving reason to that.
Simba, 1 second. Rational my place. I want to quickly just say personal experience recently. November, when I was home in Lagos, right? I wanted to fly from Lagos to Benin, airpiece. My brother, that thing you are saying, money or no money. Look, professionalism in that country, people conducting themselves in a proper way in that country is dead, is zero. At the airport, I saw 2 airpiece staff were sleeping broad daylight on duty, right? In the counter where they're supposed to be attending to people. The only guy that was also attending to people could not even ask people. I was standing on the queue. Normally, like you come from Europe, what you normal behavior. I was standing on the queue, waiting to be attended to. This lady walked past me straight away. I was like, hang on, what's going on here? The guy was attending to 2 people at a time. I even thought those 2 people were together. It was later I realized that no, they came separately. One was putting his ticket ahead of the other one. The lady that walked past me also go and join them. They became 3 there. No order. That has nothing to do with how much you pay for the ticket. It's just behavior. It's just being understanding that you have to follow order. If that lady that walked past me saw me standing, as in waiting for my turn, just basically walk past me and go and join those people where they were.
Akim, let me say this. That same person that is now saying, "Oh, the airpiece people are not doing well," they are not. If he or she is also in their position, he or she will behave the same way.
The same thing.
The same thing.
I said
You are a
2
client
staff.
now. You can be demanding for the right, but
2
when
staff
it's
were
now
sleeping. They
our
were
own
sleeping
turn
on
to give
duty.
that same service to another person, she will not do it. It's probably the person that is requesting for that kind of service from another person in his or her own office. She doesn't render that.
It has nothing to do with the price they pay. No, it's just everywhere, every part of that country, the
Mr.
moral fabric of
Mr. Akim.
orderliness is broken. That's
Mr.
all.
Akim, in as much as we are saying people should be orderly, and there's also still this room of value for money, right? So whatever the case is, you've just given us a scenario, right? And that scenario is more like some of the AP staffs were sleeping. Probably you felt they could have probably joined the person that was actually attending to people to make it faster, and which is still part of the value for money that we're talking about. In that country, there's nothing like consumer protection on anything. It doesn't exist. Nothing exists in that country. Nobody even care. Even in that country,
That's
any
not true,
airline can
Larry.
even cancel your flight at any point. Forget about, nobody cares about you.
That's not true, Larry. That's not accurate.
See, I'm telling you, I have a personal experience with earpiece at a point. Right? Personal experience with earpiece at a point. That I had to look for a way to escalate it.
Chief Larry.
Sir.
Chief Larry, you are going too far with this airport example. Even common
Because of one is that is in fact.
Larry, Simba, even common restaurants, you don't even line up. It's Janoni. Simba, I agree with you. It's genetic. Simba, I agree with you that it's a genetic problem.
It's mad people everywhere, man. Mad people everywhere.
Let me just conclude. Let me conclude. I want to conclude with Babachi Lawa. And you see, before I go to Babachi Lawa, real quick, you see this whole thing with this Nigerian aviation thing going on that we've been seeing in recent weeks. I think Kiyamo needs to wake up if he's sleeping about soon, I know all they are on is just to make money and come and buy house here in America. That's what the idiot does. And more Ethiopia and bring him to Nigeria and then bring him a Malcolm Nigeria, the crap that we had recently about Keyamon that is doing. This guy has children. He has children from previous marriage.
Kí ló kan marriage ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú kọ́tà tó ń sìn?
No, I just want to say that on the side. My point is just that he needs to wake up. They need to recalibrate the whole thing. I mean, that aviation thing. There's apparently, I think AI was saying some few days ago. The whole world is watching. I wonder why certain planes don't want to fly into Nigeria. Certain airlines don't want to fly into Nigeria because they don't trust our airworthiness. The security of our airports and all of that, and the way everything is set up in that country it's just calls for there's a lot of questions around them. And the world is watching. So Keyamo needs to wake up and maybe some kind of bring all the whole airlines to some kind of a conference, talk with himself, and ask them to go and train all their personnel. They need to learn how to be more customer friendly, customer oriented, and see how they can de-escalate. I mean, they need to learn the art of de-escalation when it comes to issues like this. There are certain issues that should not be blown out of proportion, like what we saw in this girl's case. Not even the way they kind of they manhandled her, and I understand that the girl too has her own blame. Sometimes when you provoke people will react that way. And I'm not saying for that reason she is justified. If she do the crime, she has to do the time. But the way manner they're going about it calls for a lot of questions. And they need to, Keyamo needs to sit down and look into that girl's case and see where she has the faults. And if the airline decides to say, well, we're not going to allow her to fly, but they should not ban that lady. I think she doesn't, I mean, that thing doesn't warrant that kind of crap that they're giving to her. Not even the inhuman way they treated her.
You know, when the plane landed, she fought when the plane
she fought because she felt she was.
She fought inside the plane. That was not enough.
No, I don't know that. We can go on and on.
That was not enough. The plane landed in Lagos. She continued the flight. Slapped a flight attendant.
Okay, yeah, then let her go and do this. But then
officer.
There are better ways.
You said it's enough for her to be released.
AI. There are, sometimes when you infringe on people's rights, you can lose a case in court. Like for example, sometimes police go, law enforcement agent, they go arrest somebody, and they have a very clear case to nail this person. But if they infringe on his right on one thing, the judge can just dismiss the whole case for just that one singular act of that madness or that crap that they did. They will lose the whole case. So that is what, if you want, they should do their thing whereby they will cover their ass, whereby even if they are on point, that guy will not have anything against them. So if they go before a court,
why beat up security in the bus? Because even in the bus, when they took her in, she was still abusing, physically assaulting the security officers.
Yeah, I'm not
against Baba T. Is it not the same thing? Is it not the same thing you came here to talk about the attitude of our people, the manner in which these people behave? It doesn't matter how small, especially Southern Nigerians. It doesn't matter how small they are.
Primary school, secondary school, churches, mosques.
It doesn't matter how they are shameless.
There's a whole lot of things wrong with people in Nigeria. People are mad. People are not happy. I know. I'm not saying that is justified for anything, but you see, for me, let's just take one thing at a time. Let us start solving situation and solving problems one at a time. I think Keyamo needs to sit down and call up whatever, bring some policy or good policy makers that will bring good policies. I mean, there are people in diaspora Nigerians that are working in Nigeria in the aviation industry here in America and maybe in Europe. You go and look for them. Just bring them. You need to train your personnel in the act of this escalation and trying to treat your customers better. You can treat them whereby sometimes you even talk somebody into putting his hand into an handcuff. There are ways you can do that. You go talk to somebody. He go gladly put his hand inside handcuff. Say, yeah, my hand with this. Yeah, put handcuff on now. There are ways you can do that. You just need to train people in the art of communication and all of that.
The escalation.
So my point is this. I just do that. So I go to this Babachi Lawa. Babachi Lawa says so many things that I want to talk about. Even though I know Babachi Lawa is just playing politics, and he said about his beef with Tinubu, which he talked about certain how they've turned APC into Yoruba I've said it many times. That's one thing I disagree with Babachi Lawa on that. That Tinubu is not representing the Yoruba people. Tinubu is representing his own interest and those of his the criminals in his government. Those are the people he's representing. Because invariably it's making it sound like, oh, Tinubu put all the whole Yoruba people in his cabinet. This and that and that. No, I just want to correct that with Babachi Lawa. So Tinubu, for me, is just fighting for his own pocket and whatever pocket of his own people. So I'm seeing what I'm seeing here is that Tinubu might have a very difficult case in his hand. Somebody said here a while ago that Babachi Lawa, was it Azam? Says that Babachi Lawa is just this kind of politics. Yeah, maybe he has a point there. I think it can be the guy can be very naive, I would say. But that is not a force in the north. I doubt that. He has his own role that he plays. He has some following too.
Can I interject you,
Lawal is not a force in anywhere.
Can I interject you?
No, it's not a force.
Okay, go on. Mungo Timber, let me just take it and let me hand it.
You know, I think there are some people that we are not even, whatever they say, we are not even supposed to even be echoing whatever they are talking about.
Well.
Is it not the same Babachi Lawa that uses billions to cut grass that was sacked from Buhari regime?
No, it's a better thief now because it's in opposition.
Now it's not the one Simonizing. He did not label Buhari as a ethnic jingoist during his when he put all Nathanas in his cabinet.
Not Nathanas, so Daura.
Daura. So now he's saying the truth. Now he's saying the truth.
He's in opposition now.
I know that's even
I beg you.
Himself was saying some kind of crap that he was saying. I'm not saying Tinubu has all the blame in everything, but some of the things they say about Tinubu are they're spot on. And I think I don't want to go into detail because I know some people are waiting because I'm taking time on this back and forth we've been having on this matter. But for me, it's just that
rational mind. You see, like you'll be saying, right? This is you see the you go to the street. This is what I witnessed, right? Personally, broad daylight. You see a madman walking on the street with no clothes on, fully naked, right? And everybody just walk past like as if it's normal. It is a normal behavior for somebody to be in that state. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, how are you guys comfortable with this kind of lifestyle, whereby a madman with no clothes or fully naked just walk broad daylight, walking on the street, just strolling along the main road in Benin? You have to have some level of mental disability for you to just normalize such behavior, such lifestyle. You know, that is Nigeria for you.
Well, yeah. I just want to end it this way. Yeah, I think Nigeria is full of mad people too, everywhere. Just even
before you end it, let me just help you with something.
Well, you can go on and just take it from there, and I think
let me just help you with something. You see, Nigeria, people don't understand Nigeria. Nigeria is a country of distraction. This same airport, last 2 weeks, what was the debate in last 2 weeks?
The reconstruction now.
700 something billion for airports. Week after we started all those things, and nobody is even talking about those things again. And another distraction will come, and nobody will talk about those things. So even when you were saying Keyamo should focus on every other thing, Keyamo likes this thing. Because at that point, nobody is even querying that 700 something billion that they want to spend to renovate that airport.
So the guy wants Quam 3. So he wants Quam 3 and Quam 4.
More of Quam 5 and Quam. That is what Nigeria wants. They don't focus on the real thing. They focus on all this.
Yeah, but the man has gone around TV station telling you how he's spending the money.
No, they should just do that in better. I beg. 700 something billion is too much for that place. I beg.
Is it too much? It's too small.
It's too
much to build a new airport.
They are not building a new airport, though. They are renovating.
They are emptying that airport to
they are doing more now. They're also fixing
they are fixing more, building new roads, expanding the runway.
You see all these things where they put
how about now? $400 million is $400 million. That is to make airport that all of us have been complaining about for years.
Which airport will be complaining about? How
Murtala
much?
In
Mohammed,
Lagos, that Lagos
that doesn't
airport
have
is that
A-Star. Come
Lagos
on,
airport is
like, come
that's
on.
not even an airport.
That thing
How
is
much have they
shameful.
spent on it?
It's a car
They are
park.
They
telling you
haven't spent much
750
on that
billion, 700
airport.
something billion
The
again.
one they spent on is the Terminal 2 now.
Yeah,
Haba.
Paddy, I think Larry, they are fixing the local. They are fixing
Okay.
the second one that they screwed up.
Okay.
The main one for 400 only. Come on, man, that's a steal.
$400 million. Haba. No.
Okay. I
It's
don't hear
okay now.
you. Nigeria, una too like
Guys,
all these things.
but Larry, here's my problem with Kiamo. Why would you award the same company that screwed up on Terminal 2 with that design?
That's the same question I want to ask too.
Why would
You are just saying what I want to say.
It depends on what they approve for Terminal 2 now. Who
Wait,
knows whether the
what
minister
they
at that
That was a
time?
major flaw. Now, how do you build something that you can't even get bigger budget?
But do we know if that I mean, this is now we are speculating. What if that company told the minister then that this is the better way and said no, just make one, since we have two
Bro, that one
terminals?
a movie where they put for your head.
No, it's not that.
No. See,
BT,
but we don't
do
know.
you know why? Do you know why Chinese company actually get contracts, a lot of contracts in Africa? Because they are very flexible. They are not the one that follow standard, because they give what you wanted to you. That is it. So if they advise and they refuse, they will give you what you want. So they won't quarrel with
any
you.
airport in the world, when you get in, is supposed to go to entry. You don't take your bags up some elevator. What kind of design is that? Who approved that design?
Somebody did exactly. Somebody did. So that's the person you should be scolding, not the company that implemented it.
I just Sirika now.
Yeah, the same guy, exactly. The same guy that scammed them.
It was not Adi Sirika. It was not Adi Sirika now. It was not Adi Sirika. They built that airport. They started that airport during Jonathan time. You know.
It's not Stella Odua or something that started that airport that they abandoned for so long.
But they built it during Adi Sirika. That was when they finished it.
I'm saying
that's a Stella Odua. That's a Stella Odua project.
So
now.
Paddy, I'm saying that. So why award it to the same company again? Fine. No, I can't trust you if you already screwed this one.
So no. Again,
you can't say because of that.
Yeah, the company already know what to do. They probably even don't call out the fraud.
They
to
have the
minister.
technical know-how. It's not because they lack technical know-how.
Plus
It's
again,
because of what yes.
Even Kayamo said they're the ones that can work without budget. So
Yeah,
two things we should look at again.
I know, Paddy, I'm sorry, Paddy. I'm saying that if I'm going to build a terminal, and I'm expecting to get 747 Boeing type planes, why build it close to the hangar?
Yeah, it's your turn now. It's your turn after when they are done. It's your turn.
Paddy, you see my point? Why build it where you know that there are hangars around that you can't take those planes? Why approve that? Is what
you know, they approve it to the same person. Maybe now they will build it to the point where plane cannot even land. Maybe they'll go and land somewhere else first.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from Madam Zita. Please go ahead.
I'm going to hear from Madam Zita now. 2027.
Please, guys. Please, guys.
What you call yourself?
I want to finish that girl.
You didn't allow me to talk earlier, and you kicked me out of the show, right? Because
let's hear from Madam Zita, please.
Okay.
That is good for you. That's good for you.
Tunaja, please. When Zita is speaking, can anybody not just interject, please?
You have to take permission from her. If she grants it, then you go ahead.
No, I'm not interjecting. I say, can we just let her flow so that she can finish?
Okay, that's fine.
Prince Daddy speak. He said he came before me.
No, he didn't come before you. Go ahead.
If that is the case, everybody will speak before you, Madam Zita.
Exactly. Because I came before you, Zita.
So I came
I gave you my space, and you want to give it to Prince Daddy.
You see how our people behave. You see how our people.
So,
behavior. I don't understand.
So the news I heard about the ladies that they told instruction came for them to switch off their phone. She didn't, and the overzealous passenger sitting beside her took the phone and switched it off. She fought her inside the plane, removed her wig, and then went on a rant and screaming in the plane. At the end of the day, I thought the pilot intervened and calmed her down, that she's disturbing the plane. She continued throughout the flight from Ault Ibom to Lagos, ranting. When the plane landed in Lagos, she continued the fight with the lady that switched off the phone, slapped the air hostess, and when one of the air hostess called the security, he slapped the security. Now, the question I'm asking is that, under what circumstances, what kind of right will you have as a human being to be slapping and fighting everybody? It's your right. They did something wrong to you. So, for that reason, you are legally right to fight on board, slap people, slap security officers. And some of us are here today commending her for her behavior. And the same people commending her, asking for leniency for her, are the same people who say that Nigeria is a destroyed country. Are they really honest to themselves? A country that is destroyed and somebody is behaving like this, and there is an action that trying to take a step against her, and you say forgive her. Do you really wish that country to be alive or dead? Sometimes when we come to this platform, we say certain things about Nigeria that...
Apparently you misheard me, but I know you're talking to me.
I'm not talking to you.
No, you're not
Honestly,
talking to me.
sincerely, you are not the only person on this platform that supported that lady.
Okay,
I'm not talking
all
to
right.
you. But if I'm talking to you, I will tell you I'm talking to you. The skies will not fall. You guys know me. Pata, worst come to the worst. Two of us will have a shouting match, and that's it. I don't even do shouting match anyway.
That's why you blame.
I will let you abuse me as usual, but I'm not talking to you. I'm making a general because you are not the only one that came to this platform to ask for leniency for that lady and make excuses why a young woman should behave like that on board. Thank God you people did not say the lady took the phone, switched it off and seized it. He switched it off and gave it back to her. So why the fight? And why is it difficult for us to obey simple instruction? It's just an instruction. So why can't you just obey it? What are you trying to feel? Back to what Remy, I think it's Simba that said, that Nigerians have this pride or something in them. And he was trying to make it like when you are up there, you try to show your power to a lower person. No, that is not actually where the problem is. If it is that the people who think they have money are the ones kangarooing themselves about being rude, arrogant, and uncomely, it would have been better for Nigeria. But this attitude cross across every average Nigerian. You see a little boy, ain't got no house, ain't got no certificate, ain't got no car, ain't got nothing. In fact, he is living with his parents, feeding from his parents. When he released this attitude of arrogance and disobedience, you will even wonder what is even giving him that morale to behave that way. But that's who we are. That's why when we go out of the country, you drag any foreigner aside and ask the foreigner about Nigerians. The first thing he will tell you...
You know, Madam Zita, I think if I can interject for like a second, unlike what Rational Man was trying to claim, I believe, in fact, I can say 10 or 100 times more in America, there are more unruly behaviors on the airplane than you will find in Nigeria. I guarantee you. Nigerians are not that unruly on the airplane. In America, it's a different level.
Okay,
so
let me tell you
rational
why
mind
they
is
behave.
always skewed in its analysis about things.
But
Yeah,
that actually does not overrule the fact that foreigners see Nigerians as very rude, loud, and pompous, and proud. You tell any foreigner, take him by the side and ask him about Nigeria, we say they're extremely loud, rude, arrogant, and pompous. Then if there's any good thing they want to say about us, they say, actually, Nigerians are very intelligent. They will tell you if you meet them in the class, they are very brilliant people. But they are rude, arrogant, and pompous. And very disobedient. The problem they have overseas is that as a foreigner, they know their place. Even those who have claimed naturalized, they still know their place. They're not going to try any shit. Trust me. And if they do, they know where it's going to land them. But when it comes to Nigeria, just as they said, it's a useless country. How do you even people see it? A young lady in the plane slapping people, removing their wig. After the fight, she's not done. She ran her mouth from Ault Ibom to Lagos. And when they landed in Lagos, it wasn't enough for her. She picked up another fight where security people were. How do you actually see such behavior? Is it not despicable that we are discussing it?
These are, hold on. Somebody say, "Moku, no interject you," but let me interject you.
Go ahead.
So my point is this: is like, I mean, have you looked at the whole situation, how it all began? Have you looked at it? Because looking at it, I'm not just.
Was there any justification for somebody to be slapping another person? We should not be defending what is not there now.
Hold on.
Let him interject.
Can I say something?
The situation.
Hold on. If you look at the situation very well, and by saying looking at the situation, I've not said like what our friend is saying, Siba was saying. I'm not justifying anything. But my point is that if Keyamo or whoever sets up this panel and look into this, you want to look at it from a point of view that if you provoke people, because this is an act of provocation here. It's an act of, for me, that's how I see it. Because if this girl truly she has that thing on airplane mode, that case should have been settled there. There should be no.
Go ahead. Forget about. Tell me your opinion.
Let me land. I said you don't want me to land. Let me don't want to land. He should have settled there. But the act of provoking this girl, because I see those people. I mean, Ibom egg provoking that girl, that led to that girl. I'm not saying she's justified in eating anybody.
Rational mind, we can also say Kwanwan was also provoked as well, right? What are we doing here now?
I don't understand. You allow him to land.
What are we doing? Look, what is wrong is wrong, regardless of whether somebody was provoked or not.
So let Madam Zita continue rational mind, because she's not saying
about rational mind. So if somebody anger you so much, and you slit his throat.
Don't give me that slitting. Don't use
and
that.
Then you say it is act of provocation.
Yeah, if somebody's
forgiving.
Hold on. Every situation is unique. Depending on the situation, I might resort to that if it comes to that. If I see my life is in danger, I might do that. Because I don't know what.
Okay,
so that's what I'm saying. They need to have handled that more professionally. More professionally.
Okay.
They fail to act professionally.
Okay.
That is the issue then. And if that gets out of court, I mean, if you ever get out of this thing, you should sue Ibom.
You have made your point.
You should sue Ibom.
Under provocation. You see, this is actually the problem I had with the first incident of whatever you people call that useless guy. The discussion, all Nigerians that were in support of him, the discussion was centered around him. He is thirsty. It wasn't the drink. They got him angry. They would have. Why did the pilot wanted to run him over? Hey, if it is Boeing 1,000, it would have struck him. Hey, he was not. He was angry. He. And everybody forgot that he just one person. And in that flight, let me make a rough estimate. 20 people were in that flight. I'm just saying. I know there are more than 20. Plus the crew, plus the pilot. And his defense were centered on him. He was under medication. Probably was his medicine. And nobody cared about the person who was in the airplane who might be running for a medical treatment. That he stood in front of the airline. Now, back to this lady again. It's the same thing. all your discussion is centered around her. She's being provoked. She feels her life is at threat. Everything is she. They don't have
Madam,
right to.
what about the passenger that arrested her? What about the passenger that
Everything
grabbed
is
the phone?
centered around her. And now, talking about provocation and threat, the lady sitting beside her that took the phone and switched off, you didn't see that she too felt threatened by somebody browsing while they have told to put off the phone and the plane is about to take off. You didn't see her feel her life is being threatened by her behavior. But all your discussion are centered around her. She was provoked. She felt threatened. And then, after the two-way provocation, she gave the lady a hot slap, threw away her wig, took her phone, and run her mouth. Till they got to screaming. Go to AI, ask AI what happened. You'll be amazed at what AI will tell you about the lady. Screaming at the top of her voices till they got to Lagos. And when they landed in Lagos, she's not still done. She was still under provocation. And according to you, excuse me, she is the only one who has the entitlement of being provoked. Her screaming, her shouting, where some people are wrapping their brain, trying to move it. Some people might be going for an interview. Some people might be trying to sort something out on what they're going to do when they land in Lagos. Those ones were not provoked by her right. It's only her.
You're making this all
Madam Zita, Madam Zita, 1 second. Yeah. So you now that live in Western world, you go on a flight, then you saw somebody use their phone when maybe the flight attendant have said people should turn off their phone. You live in the West, so you by yourself now, you drag the phone from that person's hand and turn it off.
What are you talking about?
Me to answer you.
I want you to answer that. I want you to answer that.
Hold on. Have you been listening to me?
No, me, I'm asking, will you do that?
Hold on. Have you been listening to me on this topic since I came in?
No, I'm asking, will you do that? Will you do that?
I ask you a simple question. Answer me yes or no. I have not been listening to
Why question to question? He asked the question.
I've been listening to you.
Because the question you asked, I have already answered it several times here.
He clearly didn't hear you now. That's why he's asking.
So he would have said he didn't hear me instead of saying answer my question. Listen to me. I have to say this clear. In as much as I want somebody to interject me, let's rub mine. You don't press me with question. I still reserve the right to answer it or not. That's me.
True.
That is me. You don't personalize questions to me because what you asked, I have answered it. I said, the other lady overreacted, maybe because of fear. Just like the other lady too is overreacting.
No, you said she feel threatened because the other lady did not switch off the phone. So if she feel, Madam Zita, if she feel threatened, is it not our responsibility to then pass that? Is it not
carefully?
Hold on 1 second.
That Nigerians like abetting stupidity. But let me say this.
If she feel threatened, what the right thing to do was for her to contact the air hostess.
Let me tell you this. That I cannot do it if I feel threatened doesn't mean another person cannot do it.
But that is not the right way to do it. The right way is for her to alert the air hostess.
Excuse me. The right way is for you not to obey the instruction in the plane.
So two wrongs doesn't make it right.
Thank God you called them two wrongs. And then you gave her a hot slap and threw away her wig. That was not enough for you. You ran the whole length of the flight till they landed in Lagos. That wasn't enough for you. You started the fight again. That wasn't enough for you. They called the airline hostess, wanted to separate the second fight. You gave her a hot slap. That was not enough for you. The security came to take you out of the place. You landed them enough slap. That was not enough for you. Oh, really?
Madam Zita, let us not justify both actions. That's what I'm saying. Let us not justify both actions.
Listen to me. If you do anyhow, you see anyhow. That's answer to your question.
So, but then how do you
Hold
then
on,
hold? How do you then become a moral
finish.
police to then
Hold
hold the
on.
other person accountable?
If I were you, if I were anyway, they used to have a bra in airlines in the Western culture. They do have a bra, but most times the pilot threw two of them out of the plane. Go and check. Most times in the Western culture, they do have a bra. They fight. People fight in the airline. Pilot will throw them out. If they're already on board, when they land the next one, their return flight, the pilot will cancel it. No airline condones that bullshit. They might not fine you, they might not sue you, but they will make your journey very uncomfortable, just as you made their own. And most of you who are here, let me ask a question, just because you people are asking me a question. If you have a sister, a mother, a daughter, or a wife, behave like this in an airline. When she comes home, you give her a pat on the shoulder. That somebody took your phone, they gave instruction in the plane for you to switch off your phone. You claim you put it somewhere and therefore the phone must be on, and somebody took it and switched it off. You give him a hot slap. Give her a hot slap.
Madam, you know, our phones are personal. Our phones are personal. People can't just be grabbing people's items.
I don't know what madam what she's trying to explain
It's
here.
not a phone.
I don't know what she's trying to explain.
Personal item should not be touched by a stranger.
She doesn't have the right to take your phone. So because she doesn't have the right to take your phone, you give her a hot slap.
No, Zita, let us ask him now. Prince Daddy, if somebody took your phone, can you behave that way?
No, I will not behave that way.
Of course. Now we know.
I will not behave that way, and this is what I'm saying to you.
What about if the person she has an anger problem and she has some other, I don't know, psychological? She has some problems.
So
you're laughing. You're a doctor. You're laughing, but people have problems. People get agitated and they can't control themselves. People have like real anger issues. I hope you know that.
You people are not understanding my point. There are levels of provocation. There is a level your provocation will get into. It takes you to trouble. And that's exactly what happened to the lady. I don't think this would have been...
Madam Zita, I know what I'm trying to explain to you is this, right? As a people, what we should always do when things like this happen is call out every wrong actions, and every actions that took place on that flight were all wrong. The one that led to the provocation and the provocation, they were all wrong. That's all.
You have your belief.
It's not a belief.
And listen, believe in what you want to believe. But for me, nobody has the right to disobey instruction. Period.
Madam, we live in a real world. People do that all the time. We disobey all the time. It's not about this. Hold on, madam. It's not about disobeying the instruction. It's about how we handle the situation afterwards. It's not about disobeying. We're not all perfect human beings. We disobey all the time. We don't listen to every instruction.
And if you disobey, you get the consequences of your disobedience. But let me say this, so in fairness to two of them, had it been the time the lady took that phone, switched it off, and she slapped her and slapped off her wig, and it ends there, I don't think this would have gotten to this extent. In fairness to two of them, two wrongs. You did not obey law. I tried to enforce the law. You slapped the shit out of me. If it has ended there, I don't think we would be discussing it. But after the slapping and removing the wig, the idiot, I call her an idiot, a shameless fool, she ran her mouth from Ault Ibom to Lagos, disturbing everybody in the airplane. That wasn't enough for her. The plane landed, she grabbed the lady again. Come on, man. Is that not too far? And great. I wanted to say something, but let me leave it. I would have said something, and if I say it, this website for scatter now. But let me shut up my mouth. I will not say it. But if that is my sister, I will be ashamed of her behavior. If it's my mother, I will be ashamed of her behavior. If it's my daughter, I will be ashamed of her. If it's my friend, I will be ashamed of her. I wouldn't even have any that kind of behavior around me. Period. In any form and shape, either a friend, a relation, I wouldn't. God no go agree make I have such a behavior. If you call me that somebody switched off my sister's phone in the airplane and he slapped her and took the phone, well, you shouldn't have. You would have warned her not to try it again. But running her mouth, screaming in the airplane from Ault Ibom to Lagos, attacking everybody who tells her to keep quiet, wagging her mouth on how she's going to do one thing or the other. Come on, man. For how many minutes flight? Come on, man. I know most of you will never have such a wife at home. But you're here making cases for her.
Madam Zita, you're getting, nobody's making cases for her. We are saying what she did was wrong.
So we're just trying to understand the scenario, what happened.
Look, I'm not even trying to understand the scenario. I said what she did was wrong. Right? And I'm also telling you, what happened, what led to the actions was also wrong.
You don't get the point. Two of them felt threatened, and they acted. It should have ended there. Period. That is what I am saying.
Look, Madam Zita,
if I want to be fair to two of them, like being fair, let's go straight. Are you the pilot? Are you the host? Waiting come concern you now. Why you they carry my phone? Why you can't switch off my phone? I collect my phone. That's going straight. To be fair to both of them, it should have ended there.
It sounds like on the plane, that lady was probably attacked by other people also. You know, Nigerians.
You don't understand what I'm saying. Please get me right. I said, let's go straight. Didn't you hear that? Let's assume two people want to go straight inside the plane. You not be pilot. You are not the air hostess. You are not the pilot that made the announcement. You are not the hostess is supposed to talk to me. Maybe they talk to me and no agree. What you can concern you? Okay, you feel paranoid. You took my phone, switch it off. You decrease, Towasha. I collect my phone. That's straight. We figure it out. Sometimes it might not be as flat, a slap self. You must have hit her on the back or kick off her wig for taking your phone. For me, street, okay. And there may be one or two sentences of exchange. You kept more. You continue with your life. You get out of the airport, you carry your luggage, you go your way. That's street. But I'm not saying the behavior is right. You shouldn't even behave like that in the plane. You shouldn't. If you feel paranoid, call the attention of the hostess. Let him come and take the phone, or they change your seat. It's as simple as ABC. Those planes, they never get full anyway. So they shouldn't behave like that in the first place. But secondly, for her to run her mouth, disturb everybody in the airline, screaming at the air hostesses, screaming at anybody who tried to tell her it's okay. Abusing the girl, abusing everybody, how they don't know tech, how the airplane knows how he was, blah, 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 what her phone is made of, and blah, blah, blah. That's not still enough. The plane landed, you grab the girl again. We shouldn't be making excuses for such a person.
I think everybody has made it clear that her attitude was rotten. However, if I may ask, do aircraft cabin attendants taught how to de-escalate situations?
What do you mean? I didn't understand the question.
Are they trained on de-escalation procedures when on an aircraft? Because for these to get out of control, you would think they would have had means of calming the situation down.
That's what happened now. According to what I was reading in the news, they said they tried to calm her down. She refused. Then when the plane landed, go and read it. When the plane landed, she grabbed the lady again for another fight. That was when the two air hostesses rushed them to separate them. Then she landed blow on them. That was when they called the security.
Before she landed blow on them, from what I can saw in the footage, was because they were blocking her way when she was coming out. I don't know what happened at Calabar or in flight, but when she was trying to come out, they were blocking her way. That's when she started pushing and knocking them to clear the way.
Niger, can I interject, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
First and foremost, I would say the fault is with that young lady or young woman, because you know the regulation of rules and regulations you should follow. True. If they said turn off your phone, everybody should turn off their phone. I don't know why. I think it's high time that this might just on a lighter note. Maybe they should start doing mentality test for people to get on the plane. Because if you are about 40,000 feet above the ground, any unruly behavior, any infighting can cause the plane to crash. Anything can happen. So why are you there jeopardizing the chances of others? All of you guys have been talking back and forth every time. Just look at what she has done from Calabar to Lagos. Why still infighting? Like, why are you fighting?
They said she was screaming.
We don't have evidence of that. We have to be careful about just buying
everyone on that flight. They pay.
What do you call evidence?
They pay.
Like video evidence of somebody saying that.
Hold on.
Listen.
Hold on.
Everybody
to
pay
Niger,
their flight ticket.
You ask ChatGPT question. It gives you that question answer. You present it as your evidence. That means
everybody. The question is,
whenever you ask ChatGPT question, it gives you that answer. You bring it to this platform and start arguing violently about it, because
there are factual questions. There are factual questions, and there are testimonies.
I think she has also jeopardized our chances of winning any court case.
In essence, what you are saying is that something you get from the internet, you can use it as an evidence.
No. You can't just say anybody can put anything online.
Calm down. A newspaper publication can be used as an evidence.
No.
Okay. So why is it that when you get information from ChatGPT, you bring it here and be shouting and say, look at it now, it becomes your evidence?
Because the internet and because the internet and the newspaper, it's not about the source of information. Sorry. It's not about the package of where the information. Just hear me out now. It's about the nature of the information and the source.
Listen,
some information is fact, while others are based on testimonies.
A simple question. Let's learn. I said, you ask ChatGPT a question, it gives you an answer.
Yes.
You hold firmly to the answer. You believe it. If it's when ChatGPT is 75%, you believe it, you hold it, you come here, you argue, you say, look at it now. And then I ask you a question. Can I do that if I see something in a newspaper? Can I use it to come as an evidence and I argue violently the way you do? You said no. Why not?
Because the premise of your assertion is faulty.
How?
Because if you say ChatGPT information is 70% accurate, it can't be, because it depends on the nature of the question you are asking.
Okay, let me tell you this. I don't know if you're in tech. ChatGPT is not a spirit.
Okay.
Neither does it generate answers by itself.
So now we are going to move
Hold on.
we're going to move the conversation to
Don't cut me
ChatGPT now.
Please. I'm going
It's
to
evening now. Maybe we should leave
People,
that lady.
Mama, this is why I said we should not interject her at the beginning, so that this whole thing we don't start going into.
You know, I feel like I'm a sinner for watching that lady's this thing exposed, but I'll leave that one aside.
Ask ChatGPT something, what it does, all the newspaper publication, all the things put on the net, in the cloud, he run via. The only difference between you and it is that it's extremely fast to pick the information. So you cannot come here and tell me that the woman is all over the internet, that the woman screamed from Ault Ibom to Lagos, and you said, I don't have evidence to that. I don't understand what you mean by that.
What I mean by that is
I don't have evidence. Are you saying?
Maybe it's impossible because clearly they asked them to turn their phones off, so nobody probably recorded it. So maybe it's unfair to ask for the evidence of the lady shouting in the plane all through the journey. But I take your point that she shouted.
System is saying, the internet is saying that she shouted all the way. And it's that same internet that you get your ChatGPT to come here to argue. So what is the difference? That I didn't use ChatGPT, maybe even if you ask ChatGPT now, it will still tell you that the woman screamed from, because it's in the internet. It's gonna
to be fair, I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm not saying you are wrong. As a matter of fact, like I said, I already considered the fact that they asked people to turn their phones off, so they couldn't have recorded her, which would have provided incontrovertible evidence that she was shouting. So I've already considered that point. And if that is what most people believe, that she was shouting, and then
I don't talk finish unless you now have another evidence. I know most of you cannot.
Thank you very much, Madam Zita. Thank you very much. Tunaja, can somebody else speak, please?
Hold on. Before anybody speaks,
I think we should be open now. Let's relax. It's evening
there
now.
I came here to discuss on this video.
There are things that we don't know. There are some facts we don't know.
Rational mind, please. Rational mind, please. Let us don't overflog this thing now.
Okay. All right. Go on. Go ahead.
Okay. What do we want to talk about then? If we don't want to overflog this one,
are you not the moderator?
Okay.
I came here for this topic.
Can't you guys just
let me flog the Agbado people then?
The reason I came is for this topic, Nigeria.
This topic. You really want to talk about this topic?
That's why I came now. But I'll be quick anyway.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll be quick because I really agreed with Zita's submission. I believe that at first she felt a bit different, but when she ran her prompt, she was able to get some more informed information. And whilst I understand where Larry is coming from, rational mind is just anti-Nigeria, so I won't take him serious. But I'll focus on Larry.
He's anti-Agbado, actually, to be fair.
He's anti-Nigeria. Even when nothing's happening, you find a way to break it to. I mean, this is just somebody who was being belligerent, and the only person we saw in that entire video that was belligerent, that was hitting anyone and cursing, was that lady. She was the only person. Not one time did we see anyone from aviation security or the tax force or the airline do anything to her physically. In fact, there was a particular lady that stood out to me. She's very dark skinned. She wore a white t-shirt. She wore those runway jackets. And that lady was even asking her, like, why did you hit me? Like, what did I do? The lady was very calm. She was probably trying to take notes, to figure out what was going to go on. And this girl somehow managed to slap that lady on the face, kicked her and slapped her. Somehow she found a way to even hijack one person in the bus and held the guy down by his neck.
Oh my God. I think that's why she ended up in Krikri. I think that action outside the plane is worse than what she did inside the plane. Because
we don't even know, because there's a possibility that what she did in the plane too was also as crazy. Because even at that time,
she appeared composed when she was trying to leave. When they were blocking her way, she didn't seem very erratic.
Yeah. So in her own video, was where we saw her appear composed. But even in her own video, even in that one that she released, there was a part where she was heckling that lady, like, let me go out. You see her, she's not allowing me go out. So my people see me. Oh. And the only thing that lady did was to block her from going out, because if you just imagine what she did outside, where with all the people around her. Now imagine if that lady was allowed to run on the runway, they're chasing her around. Because I had people saying they should arrest her outside. Imagine what it took to arrest her right outside in that same
It was
outside.
very risky to arrest her there.
Eh,
Actually, they should have
the
waited
safest place to arrest her was in the
inside the
plane.
aircraft or away
Exactly.
from there.
Exactly. That was the safest place to arrest her, inside the aircraft, after all passengers had left. And I'm using two events to analyze my own.
Sorry to interject you. Can't you see that they have to drag her from the plane on the stairs? They have to drag her down.
Because she wasn't cooperating.
Refusing. She was refusing arrest inside the plane. I think that something is wrong with her. I think that mental stuff.
Something's wrong with that.
Hold on. Again, you see, when we say if we just argue things, I
just started talking rational. I've not even spent 2 minutes.
Now,
Zita spoke for 45 minutes, 45 or 47 minutes. I've not even spoken 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I've literally not used 2 minutes.
All right, go on.
Because you see, you know the way, okay, you know how it works. The moment you chime in, right, mentally, I'll want to defend what it is you said. Then I'll lose what was that I've composed. In fact, many of the things that I thought I was going to say, it's gone because I deliberately waited for for people to speak. And the reason why I'm even very strong on this is for two reasons. Number one, because people are actually strongly blaming the airline and the aviation security. Two people. And then I compare that same thing to another event that happened the same day, same airline, same security people, and of course, different passengers. Same day. That same one too. In fact, the only difference was the one that happened in Lagos. The plane took off and landed in Lagos. The other one did not take off at all. So there was another passenger in that new flight, in the second flight, that refused to allow the plane move because they said maybe our luggage was not loaded or something. They had everybody was ready, and the first thing they did was allow every passenger come out first, except that particular lady. Because she could have been in front, she could have been at the back, she could have been in the rear, but she allowed every passenger, and the same Nigerians passengers who were recording were the ones that were very angry and screaming and shouting at that lady that you did not allow us to take our flight. How can you punish everyone of us because of one person? Can't we board the plane back? Can't they whisk her out? These very same Nigerians that are probably condemning the first lady are the same people who are asking security people to drag that lady outside, that they should allow everyone to go. And if you saw the way that situation was handled, that lady did not resist. They brought everybody outside, and when they brought everybody, security went to the plane and ushered her outside. She was very cooperative, and you saw Nigerians chasing her. This is her face. This is her face, and nothing happened. And to my assertion, whatever would happen with the first lady was exactly what would have happened again with the second lady. The second lady was what would have happened with the first lady. The only difference was the first lady, the one in Lagos, was not cooperative. That first lady was slapping a hell. In fact, she slapped two air hostesses. She punched the hands of aviation security officers, kicked another random lady, punched that, like, did everything she did was wrong. Everything. She was wrong. And the fact that I feel like we are trying to shift the blame from her because we found a loophole for us to blame a system that had to do what they had to do. There was some time ago, I think it was even the first term of Trump, there was some particular guy who was probably Asian, and he was dragged out from United Airlines. They dragged the guy out, pulled him out, nothing happened. We also saw another guy maybe 2 years ago too that was shouting, obedient, obedient, obedient. They dragged that guy. That guy could have hurt passengers whilst they were dragging him out. In fact, the better protocol was when a passenger is misbehaving, let every other passenger come outside and we'll usher the other person outside so that everyone is safe. Because while he's throwing his hands or throwing his legs, he can kick a child. What will we say? We will still blame them for not doing, why didn't they bring everybody outside first? In this kind of situation, I don't like that as Nigerians who generally want a good or new Nigeria to be possible. We can't call out one of us, one of our type, who is acting belligerent. What that girl did is wrong. Now we
Okay,
understand the
hold
sensitivity.
on. Let me ask you though. But nobody said what she did was right. Is if let's say somebody commits an offense, let's say stab somebody, assault somebody, then the police will come and say, you know what, because there an assault has happened, let's go and spray everybody or shoot the person immediately because they slapped somebody. You will say, okay, it's an overreaction or the way it was handled wasn't very professional. That's what we are saying here. Because if you
Yeah,
wanted to arrest the lady, put her in handcuffs inside the aircraft and bring her
but
out.
yeah, but aviation security don't use handcuffs. We don't. So
Then that is another problem.
if we demand for that, then that's a separate entirely. But they don't.
But it's not
It,
aviation security they are calling. I thought they were calling it police or something
no, it's
because she
not police.
arrested
So
somebody.
no. There was no police there at all. There was no single police there. It was AFSEC, aviation security. And aviation security, in fact, there are two types. So they're the what's it called? There are two sets of people that came. There was one that were wearing like white t-shirts, and then they had reflector jackets. Those ones are probably like crew. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they are from
So if there's a security threat, what happens then?
if there's what?
You say there's a security threat on
So so
somebody
so
inside
so
the
there's a
aircraft.
so there's a special AFSEC committee as well. So that the task force again in that same airport. So there's aviation. In fact, they are their own people. So they are also armed as aviation security personnel. So you don't see them every now and then. But there's like a terrorist attack with someone that's armed. Those are the ones that will come out.
So it's like the crime, the one they respond to is lower level offenses
Yes.
versus terrorist stuff. So there's nothing in
Yes.
between then.
Yes. So
That is the gap you're seeing there.
if you watch the
There's
video
nothing,
very
there's
well,
nothing in between.
if you watch the video very well, yeah, there are two sets of people that moved there. The units that moved out of the aircraft are not the same, are different from the units that move into the bus. The ones that move out to the bus are actually the task force. For this one, they don't even hear what. They're like military soldiers. Once they take you straight to guard room first, then from there to anything. But the ones that moved out of the aircraft cannot move her to those ones will detain her there and wait for the task force. So if you check again, there are ones that wore white t-shirt under the reflective jackets, and then there are ones that wore blue t-shirt under the reflective jackets. And I'm saying it because somebody now explained the whole thing to me. That's how I'm able to share it with the team. The ones that wore blue are the ones that moved her into the box. Those ones, that's their own role. But those ones, they will probably most likely might not arrest you from, except maybe like it's terroristic. They will not arrest you from inside the plane. The ones that call from inside the plane are also a different crew entirely. Those ones wore white over the white under the
Yeah,
jacket.
if I may ask, does anyone have the video of her attacking people on their way out with the van and in the bus or something?
Oh
Because
yeah. If
has
you
been mentioned a few times.
if you check X, you will see there. This was she held the guy on his neck. In fact, there were two. There's one where someone was recording her outside of the bus, where she was throwing her hands at someone. There's another one again when someone was recording her inside the bus. And the reason why I'm sure all of them had their mobile phones on was so that there's not going to be something like this, and two, her making a counterclaim that she was harassed. So no one touched her. And if you say that when she's going to come with maybe her own lawyers or her own reports, no one time we should be able to. The only person that might have fought her would most likely have been the passenger that seized the phone.
Yeah, and that passenger escalated the situation by grabbing her phone from her. That is
Exactly. Yeah.
highly unusual to do that.
Yeah. That one. So for two reasons. Yeah, that one is wrong. Is someone talking? There's someone with a hot mic there.
Yeah, let me see. I think it's Midwest. Obviously, it has to be Midwest now. Please
He's
go
probably
ahead.
speaking in the background. No, I'm not aware. So, I mean, whatever bad passenger, but but if I look at some passengers, will be like, no, use your own, con disturb our, con put guys stuff for our Gary, or for make they go. But of course, she was probably pissed off, still fought that one because the report was that she fought that one first. And then when the airline crew this was after they had landed, so there was something that happened before they flew. When they landed, she fought that lady that was trying to, get herself out of the way. And then the head hostesses were trying to, separate the dispute, which is exactly what Zita is saying. And then she hit them as well too. Now, even whilst they're waiting for security to come, the Dakar hostess held that's the one that held the door, blocked her from going outside. I mean, and if you remember, she blocked her from behind, so she's backing the door. So whatever she did is fine. That to me is a way for you to not touch somebody. Hold the doors, use your back to shield the person. There's another hostess inside that she slapped. The moment the security people were coming in, she hit that one. That one even dodged her face, came outside. Then there was another lady that was out. That one didn't show her face. I think that one was recording, was narrating what was happening. I said, this particular girl kept on slapping those people multiple times. So I heard because there's so many videos. But when you're active on Twitter, you find there will always be one person that will create all these videos in a thread. In that thread, it was in that thread that I saw all the videos. The one from my side, the longer version was about 2 minutes. The one from different other angles. The ones in the bus. It was the one in the bus that she eventually cried when the camera came to her face. But before the camera came to her face, she was pulling that guy by his tie, choking him, and the guy was trying to struggle. Then when the camera came to her face, then she now broke down. And I tried to claim a victim or something, but she's forgotten that they've been recording that long before then. And to your point to Niger, the fact that all the phones were most likely off meant that nobody had had thought to easily bring out the phone to record. But we know us Nigeria, and forget mobile phones. Even if you don't strap your seatbelt, airline will not even fly. If you recline your chair before the flight takes off, they'll come and tell you, adjust your chair back. If you refuse, the flight will not fly. They will come and tell you to adjust your chair. So airline hostesses will always come to tell you, so look, there's certain protocols that they require. There's a high possibility that plane is a very old plane that interference could possibly. Doesn't mean that single plane would happen, but you don't know whose phone will interfere. And even our mobile phones, if you're at church and you move your mobile phone close to some older microphones, you will hear disturbances now. Just now in this one-man show, as I was talking now, somebody else was talking at the background, it was disturbing me. And these are radio frequencies. Yes, we know we are using newer phones are more modern, air flight mode is right or something. But for
I think when we are talking about the risk factor of one mobile device, part of the reason why they ask passengers to turn off their devices is because if all of them turn it on, it creates significant emissions. However, because it's just one, it's generally considered a minor infringement. Even airlines, you barely be banned for that. Even
yes. So if you leave one, you can as well leave all.
I don't.
Not
Guys, hold on. I don't understand.
The argument is like saying
I don't understand why we are trying to explain.
Sorry.
Why
My
we're trying
point
to
is that if
explain.
somebody did something wrong, hold on. What I'm trying to say is that it's not like it is right. Make no mistake. We all know it's wrong. But if somebody decides to keep their phone on flight mode instead of switching it off, which flight mode is what is required in terms of this in NCAA or something. So that's the one that is required. Put it in flight mode, and which it appears she did, but they took it from her phone from her and switched it off. So, and even if she broke their own airline rules, it does not necessarily mean it's a grievous offense to be escalated so much.
Yes,
that's why I worried that they didn't escalate the situation enough.
Remember again, based on what we heard.
Hold on, guys. I think you guys
wasn't
are
the
trying
crew,
to explain.
Hold on, chill. It wasn't the crew that turned off her phone. The crew asked everyone to turn off their phones, and then she probably had her phone still in her hand and probably feeling the phone, because otherwise she could have, if you even if you left your phone on flight mode and kept it in your hand, like you're not using the phone, nobody will come and meet you, but they won't know that your phone is on or off. So she probably still had her phone and maybe playing game or listening to music. I mean, I don't know. Now I'm just making up stuff.
And finally, one serious point, because I think I just saw a headline of P2B commenting on this and apologizing to the air crew and everything, then went on to talk about the security agents and how they conducted themselves in the way they brought the lady out with her clothes open like that. That is why they should have had a way of reprimanding her inside the aircraft before you bring her out. The way they did, they didn't act very professionally. The way they handled it.
To Niger, it was still in what you're demanding for is not possible. They refused to leave the plane.
Can you give me 2 minutes, please?
They should leave her there, call for reinforcement, then take her.
That's what they did. They called reinforcement.
This conversation is just
clearly the reinforcement was not enough. That she had clearly it's not enough, but they had to tear her clothes off.
They did not tear her clothes. Give me 2 minutes, please. That clothes,
if it came off because they are not doing their job.
No, they jumped. No, hold on. They jumped. So 2 things here. That girl had a jacket on from the plane. Maybe after they turned off the AC and they were delaying and she was feeling very hot. So she unmoved her jacket by herself. What she wore under is an underwear. That underwear is a clip. It didn't rip off. It only clipped off.
Then ask her to put her jacket back on.
They were
Then
no.
take her away appropriately, not with all this drama.
If you notice here, the moment that her body revealed, right, even the elders left her, she used one of her hands to protect herself, and they started saying gently, easy on her. They were more careful, took her out of the plane. Remember, that plane still needs to go and refuel. That plane needs to probably go back to Akwa Ibom to pick more passengers.
Then maybe they should not have blocked her. Then see, you can't.
No, because she needs to be apprehended for disrupting
then
a
she can
flight.
be asked. I think somebody already acknowledged that she can be apprehended either on the aircraft or in the airport.
I'm saying to you, apprehending her in the airport is even more chaotic.
Why would it be more chaotic?
If somebody is
guys, can I quickly speak?
If you cannot arrest her at the airport,
Do
then you must let her go.
Naija, can I quickly speak if it's okay? One sec. Okay, see.
Go ahead.
Two normal human beings with brains, with who have that normal behavior. Okay, people who does not suffer from some form of mental dysfunction. You're on the flight. They said everybody should switch off their phone. Then you say you saw the next person still using their phone. So normal human being that does not suffer from mental disability. What you do, you alert the air hostess. The air hostess that is normal, that is not suffering, that does not suffer from any form of mental disability, will come to that person and say, "Look, madam, please, can you turn off your phone?" And she refused to turn off. Let's assume she refused to turn off the phone. Then what do? You take details and everything, and then you take it forward. What do? You ban her from ever flying from that airline again. Simple as that. That is what normal procedures normal people should behave. Somebody did not turn off their phone. Because you have your own mental problem, you decide to take the phone from that person and turn it off. That you cannot justify that. Then the person that they took the phone from, that one start to fight. You cannot justify. What are we trying to explain here, for goodness sake? What are we trying to explain?
Okay, we hear you.
Can you please give me 2 minutes? Let me just explain one or two things, then I will leave you guys, please.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. Good morning.
Welcome. Welcome. I think they know you now, so go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody. Please, I've been listening to you guys, and I really enjoy to learn a lot from you guys, and I really enjoy to correct, because this is like a school that we go, so we learn every day, and no one is above mistake, and no one is above right anything. So whatever. So for my own experience of security, but because this is kind of a security job, for my own experience of security, being almost like 25 or 30 years of security experience. So these type of things happening that in every plane, for the little one that I have been into, they always announce, please turn off your phone. Then after when plane goes up whatever, they can say you can switch to plane network if you want to watch any movie that happened in that plane, that they operate in that plane, not you making call. So let me just cut it off. The girl, which is our sister, was at fault. Then the person that took her phone by force was a mistake, because it's not her job to do that. After my own experience of security man, she would have gone and report to the airplane crew member that this is what is going on, and the airplane crew member will go to the supervisor if it's something that he or she cannot handle, to go and complain. They will know how to handle the situation, because when plane is up there, I don't think there is any police or army guarding at that moment. And what we will not try to do is not to escalate any danger in that very moment. You will be very, very careful to calm every situation until the plane landed, as a great, good supervisor or experienced
security guy or guide, because when plane is up there, even the pilot, even the member, and everybody is at risk. The person can do anything that he or she wants to do. You don't know who is the person is. You have to calm the person down, not to blame he or she until when the plane landed. Now you will call two of them by the side and hear their full story, which the person that reported will give you the clear evidence of what happened. That is when you have right, because everybody legs is on the ground. That is where you have to tell the person this is what you do is wrong and what you not do is wrong. But for me to see, for what I watch, the girl which is on the plane was dragging and destroying the inside the plane, which one of the crew member was screaming at, before one of the guy run down the stairs, down the airplane stairs, and call two security guy or call two helper to come and bring the girl outside. Before they were bringing the girl outside, you can see the girl hand on the curtain, dragging the curtain down and everything. And first she punched one of the crew member in her face, and that one run outside and say, "Oh, she punched me." You can see when someone said that, "Oh, she punched her." So I'm gonna blame first our sister, who first ignore the instruction of the plane, which is company. You will respect every company instruction. Every business owner, every company, restaurant, pure water, whatever, have instruction, which if you do not respect their law and guide order, means you are not doing well. Let us be very frank, honest speaking. Before now, we will blame, before we call the person that took our phone.
Hang on. See, yes, this is not very complicated. I don't know why we complicated. She did something wrong. The
Yes.
question is, the offense, does it merit her being exposed naked and the situation being escalated?
The girl
like
is already naked. The girl is already naked. She's not wearing bra. So
no. It's the way they
shirt.
threw her out. See,
Listen,
I saw
no.
how they brought her out,
Yes,
and that lady
listen.
that was hold on, that lady that was saying that she got hit. The lady was inside the aircraft. We don't see what she was doing. Then she was being accused of destroying the aircraft. Why would she be destroying the aircraft? And does she even have the capacity to do that with her hand? They say she's destroying the aircraft. They need to go and carry her. They just brought people in to go and drag her out. That's
Yes,
when
you can.
she
Yes, you
started
can destroy.
fighting.
Yes, you can destroy aircraft with your hand.
With what?
Yes,
What
listen.
are you going to destroy
Listen,
aircraft?
you can be pulling. You know where they store the inner garbage. You can be pulling it down.
Okay,
It's
let's say she's
destroyed.
destroying the aircraft.
Yes.
Leave her. Let her destroy the aircraft. Get
No,
people to come in.
listen.
Hold on. You can get the people to come in and apprehend her there first. After you either handcuff her or whatever you want to do, you do that. Then you take her out. The way they did it now is not very appropriate because now they expose a lady naked outside because they didn't do their job properly.
Can I? I just, like as I told you, I have almost 20 or 25 years security experience. This very airplane is similar, like when people checked in the club, walking inside the club hallway before getting to the club room. You know, is a very small, tiny place. You know that alarm. Somebody can be alarmed that somebody have something which is not allowed to the inside the club, and you will be so nicely and the experienced security guy to polite to the person. Please come, I want to ask you something. Come, let me talk to you outside. Come, let me check something. It is how you say it will make the person to convince the person to come outside, means you win that very case. But if the person already understand what you want to do, or if you want to disarm him or her, and they persist to go inside, not to listen to you, what are you supposed to do at that moment? That moment, you have to put yourself in that risk to save other people. Now, listen, the girl is inside the plane when everybody is almost outside the plane. Now, they are asking her to leave. She refused by bothering. That's why the air crew member calling for assistance, because I think they're all female.
They call one of the guy run down to call for two guys to come and help him or help them to remove the girl outside. Do you know that this is our local plane? They don't have that much room. You know that you don't have much room, and the girl can hold her hand on the chair, hold her hand on the curtain.
The reason why they called people to come in was because the air hostess instigated it that they should bring more people in, because she said she destroying the plane. She didn't come and get her. So they didn't prepare fully. The people were not ready. They didn't think they were ready to come and get her at that time, and they had to rush in to go and get her. And I'm just watching the video in the bus after all the incidents outside the aircraft. The video in the bus, I can see that the lady is very distraught. I really feel bad for her to an extent, even if she behaved badly in the beginning and she's going to pay for everything she's done wrong. But she too was traumatized in this entire process.
So how did you,
both sides have their
okay, let me ask you, if you were the head of the crew or the security man in that very plane, tell us how you will control that very situation, you alone.
First of all, you ask her, what is it you want?
Okay, start from the
you have to start the escalating situation. What is it you want out of this at this moment? Because right now you have broken a rule and you have to be detained for it. At least you come to be asked questions about it. You have to talk to human beings. This one where they're just blocking her, hey, it doesn't solve anything. You are aggravating the situation, and this is escalating it even further. And the way they handled it, I think some people were saying that it looks like they are just setting her up even. And the lady, you can tell after she left the guy go in the bus, she know what she has done to herself. She knows she's wrong. She got herself in the wrong position, but it doesn't mean that the people in that know better. They know they should have been trained on the escalating techniques, the escalation techniques. They shouldn't have been aggravated. It looks like they were aggravating, and you see how the ladies, drag her out. They saw a fellow lady's clothes torn off, drag her out. What kind of
sorry to disturb you guys, because I'll let you guys continue. My brother, to Niger, you know how our people, Nigerian, you know how, I mean, you already know how we behave locally before coming to Western world or whatever it is. So we cannot do more than you cannot behave more than how you lecture yourself. So I think the girl is the one first to escalate everything. Listen, in my language, which is in the Igbo language, proverb, they say that before you blame a big bird that came to carry a little chicken, now you first blame the little chicken that came out before the big bird saw him or her to come and fly to come carry them. So before you blame anybody, first of all, blame the person that disrespect the rule of the order. When they say turn off your phone, and be respected, so that because you are on the plane, so that let plane, and you don't know if the thing is disturbing the pilot and or whatever it is, or even disturbing the plane that you're into. I think the girl has to be blamed first.
My brother, sorry for interjecting you. That lady, because there is no consequence for actions, no punishment for all the way we behave in Nigeria, and that's why she behaved like that. And last few days ago, when we were discussing Kwam issue, I made mention that even international, in Dubai, I've already checked in. You understand? I was about entering boarding. In fact, to enter the plane, I was already on the pathway. And one of the official of the Emirates airline just approached me, said, "This is your luggage, and luggage is too big. Can we check it in?" I'm very sure if it is in Nigeria, some Nigerians will say, "No, I will not agree." But I just obey, because that is their rule. I just handed over, and they just tag it and then took it down. for them to put it in the, so such things. I don't think we need to even be laboring ourselves arguing on something that is so useless. Off your phone. How is off your phone so difficult that say, okay, no, I will not off it, I'll put it in flight mode. And so people are now starting checking online, checking ChatGPT, whether putting it on airplane mode or whatever. This thing is actually better than Google. It's just, and that is what we do. Yeah, and when we come here, we come and be sermonizing, and that country is useless. Are we not useless ourselves? Why should you be justifying things that are, no, that is it now.
Why
We
are you
made
making
that
it look
country
like
the way that country is.
Simba, why are you defining it
We
that
made that
just
country the
because
way that country
somebody
is?
says you should turn this in a mobile phone off means that you deserve to be hauled out naked? Two wrongs cannot make a right.
No, my brother, to Niger. Let us not too much pamper something that is. I understand that you're trying to be little bit
You have to be balanced in this now. You can't see things in just one way all the time.
I'm coming to Niger. I'm
You
coming
see
to
the
Niger.
crime of killing one
Let us
side,
even
but
ask him.
you
Let me
don't
ask
see
you,
the
to
wrong doing
Niger.
of the other side.
If when they ask her to off the phone, she off the phone. Do you think everything will degenerate to this level?
No, it will not.
No, it will not. But
Now,
see,
listen, to Niger.
see,
what are you not
stop
seeing after?
justifying bad behavior. They brought her naked outside. That's what is wrong.
They didn't brought her
Niger, she
naked.
want to be
She even dressed indecently.
to Niger
She
in
dressed
New York. In New
indecently.
York,
How
where
can, if you want to travel, you cannot even be dressing like that to travel.
my brother, my sister,
No,
my
she
brother.
had
You
a
know, I
jacket
just said that
on.
this girl did not wear no bra.
Let me tell you, there
You
is
know
a
what she's
way.
doing?
There is a way. If you want to travel by
let us.
plane, there is a
She
way you
had
need
a
to
jacket
dress.
on, and she didn't expect that.
And
No,
she
she
took
had
it
a
off.
jacket on. Yeah,
And she
she
took
had
it
a
off.
jacket on, and maybe for whatever reason she took it off inside the aircraft.
Why would she do that? Why would she do that?
Exactly, that's my point. This is why you de-escalate the situation. You ask her to put her jacket on so that you guys can walk out together. Why does she not want to go out? Don't you ask yourself that? She wants to leave the aircraft. Why does she not want to go out?
Wait,
go ahead,
please. Good morning, my brother. The thing is this, naturally, I think there's a saying that said, train up a child the way it should go. The way we were raised in Nigeria, I think the level of indiscipline is now becoming a very serious epidemic from hold to the bottom. Now, simple instruction. You know, the engineers or scientists or whosoever that make research, that everybody should, when a flight is about to take off, everybody should off their phone. There is a safety reason to it. And in most cases, even before they announce this thing, everybody, frequent flyers, will always just bring out their phone and switch it off immediately. As the flight progress, they will even make an announcement that you can on it and put it in the flight mode.
Airplane mode, yes.
Or airplane mode, whatever.
Yeah.
These are safety and security measures.
Do I don't know all the and they run around.
That girl, she is trying to create a very bad scenario, and somebody close to her is trying to correct her. And that same person is also wrong, because that person not supposed to grab that telephone and try to switch another person's telephone off. It's very wrong.
That's very bad.
That person. Yeah, if it is country where people are concerned about, the human rights, abuse and everything, both of them need discipline. Even the crew, they themselves, they have to investigate, is there any area they did not act professional?
Yes.
So that is how it
many
goes.
areas
But
they did not act professional. That's the whole point. The whole thing, there's blame to go around.
Yeah, the thing is, the girl herself, although she was naked, I didn't see nakedness there, just a little cloth, because when you drag with people, even sometimes when the police, you try to resist arrest, any arrest,
Midwest, don't mind to Nigeria. I wanted to make it look as if it was
her chest was completely exposed. Her belly.
No,
that was the way she dressed initially.
You know what this she wear?
Before
you know what she wear? She wear this Pampas shirt. What in the button under?
You know, it's pants. It's pants. It's pants that she just hang on her neck. His pants.
That
Oh my God, he had a jacket on originally. Something
Okay,
made got
but
out
you
of
took off the
it.
jacket now. To Niger,
Why did he, why
I'm
didn't he hold
sorry.
on? Why didn't he ask her to put her jacket on before
Who
he
will tell
started
Nigeria?
dragging her
Somebody
out?
who is doing somebody who is violent. You are telling the person that is not
It wasn't
listen.
violent. She wasn't violent. They were the one blocking her
Somebody
from
can
coming
that
out.
somebody that cannot off a phone. You ask her
Yeah,
to dress
and
to
that
change their
doesn't want to
dress.
listen.
Hold on. They were not
see,
letting her come out. They were not letting her
the
come out
reason
of
why
the
this thing
aircraft.
Patoski,
to
Patoski,
to
Patoski.
Niger, the thing is this.
I think two Niger. I think this girl is going to see two Nigers. One of the senator, so that he can think breast. Now
She's
make
gonna
sure
be.
that
Look at that. See,
to Niger,
one thing I find weird in this country is that
to Niger,
you pay with stuff, other people get to
wait,
pay.
to Niger, make this one up. We need to work on our culture, because I think just police arresting people, you bribe your way out, all those nonsense. The government need to improve. There are many years in democracy whereby you still have to go to police station, you have to be the one to pay for pen and paper to write your statement, you have to shatter the vehicle to go and look for. My brother, let people know that there are consequences for their action. And if we don't do that, we're going to continue. Look at anywhere we go now. Is these Nigerians chasing us like animal everywhere because of bad conduct? Huh? People that once respect us. Just imagine.
So sorry, my brother.
Is someone talking?
Two Niger. You know, you know the type of rate of crime in New York, right? Despite that you are American citizen. I mean, despite that you from here in America, you can go to jail by doing something that you did not supposed to do, and after 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, they release you and tell you to go and not do it again, and watch how long distance you give yourself before committing another crime, because they know that they love to commit crime. But someone who came here from Nigeria, even if you have a citizenship, even if you have a green card, even if you have a work of authorization, there is some certain level you will go. It is the same crime, the same crime, even the one that American people commit will be bigger than your own. But as long as you know from here, you have to lower your crime as a security man. Now, the same thing happened to our Nigerian people, because our Nigerian people be say, I'm gonna say,
So like,
because
there's someone
many,
talking. I can't hear anyone. I see from my end.
Yeah, it's from your end.
I'm gonna say, because
Oh shit.
I'm gonna say,
Okay,
I'm
I'll
gonna
refresh.
follow anyone or the girl.
Go out and come back again now, so that maybe.
So many of us in Nigeria, that took local plane, think that is where the world end. They want to do whatever they do in the airplane, as long as they pay for the ticket and they own the plane. They can do whatever they want. But life doesn't work like that. You have to respect everyone another to live. When you get to your house, you can burn the bridge. You can put your gas on, leave it on, and go to sleep. Whatever you see, you take. But when you come to public, conduct yourself. This is how life's supposed to be. But many of us in Nigeria, we complain. Yes, we complain. But what do we do about it? Nothing. And you see people that will come and try to support you, justify you, and know that what you do is wrong. It does not matter. If this girl is my sister, if it's my wife, if it's my daughter, listen, I will punish her whenever she come back home to be behaving this way. My brother, my name is still Bartolome Nnato. I'm from Anambra State. Thank you very much, you guys, for listening. And I'm learning every day. I'm being with one man from day one. And I'm still saying, let us do things in appropriate way. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. Oh, good night.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I think one thing I noticed in Nigeria is that quite a lot of people are being convicted lately for Naira this in violation, but you don't tend to see the big people get convicted. Often when they arrest them, they put them in jail, and they stay in jail forever. None of them get convicted of anything, and sooner or later somebody else will come and release them again. But that said, I think the conversation has gone long enough now. Is it not this in 6:30 now? In Kenny, I see you. You're not going to cheat this one. Oh.
You are moving. You have to park your car. You can't just come in here when you are driving. We care about your health at one man went to move. We want our people that come on the panel to live a
It's
healthier
earth,
life.
it's earth or it's safety.
Okay, let me chime in too, Naja,
Is
before
safety?
I
Is it
leave.
not the same thing? Ah,
It's not the same thing. Oh,
this
you
technical
don't
guy.
understand
Can you
English.
get
You don't understand
Siba,
English.
Siba, I have to you see. Let me say something about Siba. Siba, you are beginning to impress me with your articulate approach to things, and you are beginning to impress me. I must say, I give that one to you. Prince Daddy, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, can I finally chime in now?
Look
You
at that.
guys can
He's
let me
driving.
talk.
Go ahead, please.
Well, I've been waiting for Remy to blame the government um, for why the people are behaving the way they are behaving. From one to this lady we're talking about here, the lady on the plane. Though I didn't really watch the video. I mean, I listened to you guys and what one man said about the whole thing. But sometimes, we kind of talk naively, I would say, like, everything works so perfectly. The issue with the lady in the plane was not that she violated or she didn't listen to the rule given on the plane. But when something happens, the way we approach or try to resolve it, trust me, it's equally as important, if not more important, actually, than the crime itself or the offense itself. See, even today, not just in the West where people value their privacy, but it's almost a strange thing because a lot of people hold their phone, their personal phones, of course, so close to their heart, so to speak. And for someone, a passenger like yourself, for that matter, to grab your phone from you because you didn't obey an instruction is like stretching it. It's too far. I mean, even the lady not listening to the instruction, she's better off than the passenger next to her that grabbed a phone for her to listen to what the pilot said or the people in the plane. That was crazy. But people have problems. This lady we're talking about here, we don't even know a mental state of mind. We don't know a problem. I mean, the way everything kind of went down, one can draw a conclusion that without having to send a psychologist that she's got an anger issue, a really serious one. But apart from that, it looks like who knows all the way. It said she was complaining or fighting all the way from Akwa Ibom to wherever she was going, Lagos or Abuja. Apart from that, who knows what the other people, the other passengers on the plane were saying or doing to her while they were airborne. A lot of things probably transpired on that plane that we all don't know. And of course, at the end of the day, I can't justify anything that she did. Putting her hands on people and whatever she may have done. I mean, there's wrong everywhere, every corner in what happened on that plane. There's wrong everywhere. Who knows? And that's why when something happens, we always try to defer to the authorities to come in and resolve the matter or de-escalate or whatever. We don't. Citizens don't put you know they don't put matters in their own hands to resolve on the plane, which is a plane is probably more dicey than being in a different place where something goes wrong. You don't want to do it on the plane. It's not on the plane you want to go. You want to start harassing or trying to aggravate somebody else. No, not on the plane. So that lady again, the person that grabbed her phone, of course, should have deferred to the personnel on the plane to do their job. All she has to people do it all the time. You can report somebody on the plane. Get off of your seat, for example, approach one of the attendants and say, "Hey, this is what is going on," so they can take the due course action to address it. So all along, again, the lady, I can say she's totally at fault, but at the same time, what started the whole situation perhaps could have been avoided if they had gotten the attention of an attendant to say, hey, ma'am, we're not asking you to put your phone on a airplane mode. We're asking you to turn off the phone completely.
Prince, do you know how many of such cases just that they have handled without any skirmishes like this that we are not aware about?
Well, of course. I mean, that's what I said earlier. That I think well, there are more unruly
No, I'm
behaviors
just
on the
asking you.
plane.
So if they have been doing that, then they will now have this one now that actually became more unruly. Why are we now making them to look as if they don't even know how to handle situation at all? Is their fault? They fly
I'm not blaming
every day,
anyone, but
every
say
day.
see, that's the thing. We live in a real world. For all we know, all their tenants may not have ever in their life had to deal with such a matter, but things happen. That one-time occurrence is plenty enough. It's plenty enough. So it's not about how many times they dealt with it. It's about what they do this time around when they had a situation at hand. See, that's what matters. How they deal with it is what matters. Not the past, really. Not the past. If you ask me, just based on what people are saying, what you guys are saying, I would say like this lady, again, she was totally wrong, but she she may have gone overboard. Obviously, it sounded like it because she was fighting and pulling people's wigs and whatnot. She did, but again, here, people are always concerned about people's their mental state of mind. It's Madame Ducey talks about it all the time, and then we can laugh about it and joke about it. Well, because she's a Nigerian, we would think, oh, well, she's. I mean, people have problems. People have problems. Who knows this lady? She has a big problem with anger issue to the core. I mean, to have complained all the way from Akwa Ibom to wherever she was going to, and when they landed, she continued to be agitated and fighting. Shows that it's beyond that. It's
So
beyond
you mean Prince, you mean she should be taken to the hospital straight away?
Well, if they had proper what do you call it intervention on the plane. That's why sometimes you have people that are
No,
training
because
different.
for somebody to rant for a flight of more than maybe 1 hour or 1 hour plus, I think she's not in the best frame of her mind.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. I totally agree. I mean, and that's what I was saying also that maybe on the plane all the way to the destination, some of the passenger or some other people were agitating her,
Because
saying things to her, or
because to me, if somebody takes took my this thing, my phone from me and just off it, and I don't think I will behave that way. And it's not
no.
something
See,
that I will
I
now.
don't like such argument. Sometimes this let me tell you
No.
when
Just
people try to
wait now.
when you try
You are
to
the one
personalize,
saying
hold
that
on,
he has
when
a
you try to personalize the
he
situation,
has a mental problem. You are the one
she
that
could,
said it. Probably
yeah,
she
she
has a
could.
mental problem because a normal person shouldn't behave like that. So
I
she
mean,
should be taken to psychiatric home.
I, well, sure, she should be taking. She needs what? In other words, she needs a professional help. You and I were talking about the same thing. She needs a professional help. Well, they may not be able to provide that service to her at that point in time, and that's why we have people that are well trained, well versed. I mean, you know, those people that work on the plane, the pilot and co, it's a really critical job that they have. It's really critical. If you have a crazy person on the plane when the plane's airborne, damn. I mean, you have to do your best to restrain the person better, to be able to engage that person to de-escalate the situation airborne. It's a serious matter. Somebody goes crazy in the air, it can cause.
Thank you for that. For what you're saying, I hear what you're saying, but I think the mistake we are making about this issue is that because if you look at it, the whole thing is mixed. The air cabin crew seems to have made some mistakes too. The individual that took the phone from her made some mistakes. She made the big one first, refusing. Secondly, agitating and attacking people. Then even when she got on the ground, she still made other sets of mistakes there too. But that's why the whole issue is a little bit complicated. The whole thing is a mishmash.
Prince Daddy, can I contribute just a minute?
Great, Remy. Yeah.
I will probably not blame the woman totally that took the phone away from her. Have you ever flown like 12
You can't take
hours?
some other person's phone from her, from them.
No. Let me finish.
Not a child.
When you are on the plane and you have to follow instructions, some people probably maybe it's their first time of flying, and I've read a lot about things that you have to follow the rules and regulations. For her to put her phone on flight mode and playing game or whatever she is doing over there, jeopardizes the life of others. Because you are just looking at it from whether that woman have a psychology or mental or whatever problem she has. But you have to also look at the mindset of other people that are flying, that are on that plane that day. Because once you are,
but she has no
plane,
right to
no,
take the phone from anybody else.
Can you let me finish, please? I beg you. So when you're on the plane, your mind is already at 50%. You don't know what might happen when you are 40,000 feet above sea level or 25,000 feet above sea level. And some people, maybe, like I said before, it was our first time. It's a simple rule. Off your phone. Why off your phone has to lead you to Kirikiri prison, for God's sake? Please, let me factual here. If you have been flying, obey a simple rule and your life will be better and you have a very good experience. But not obeying a single rule now land in the prison as of today. And a lot of infraction from her, fighting different people here and there. I think if we must say the truth, she has not comported herself very well. And you cannot blame the cabin crew for doing whatever they have
Hold
to do.
on, there are confusing rules.
Let me now conclude this way. I've seen a lot of places in the Western world. If you are on relay on the plane, the people will come, snatch you down immediately and put an handcuff on your hand. If they have done that thing to her, maybe her eyes would have opened. Please, let's be factual. Thank you.
That they should have put handcuffs on her. They should have gone in there and said, okay, it's time to leave. We are going to be going now. You need to surrender to us. Either we walk out calmly or we put handcuffs on you. First of all, you get yourself dressed. You don't want to come out. I think it's just oversight. That's what
our customer service. Our customer service in that country is not the best. And number two, we're Nigerians, right? When somebody comes to you, grab, you want to do them, grab right back. See, normally that lady should have been calmed down by saying, "Man, what is going on?" For example, or let me offer you a cup of water, coffee, tea, whatever, to calm down. Listen to what she has to say. Right or wrong, don't matter. You get on an airplane. You get on an airplane, right? Then trust me. Then when you get off the plane, you can security make your
wow, your audio came back
but
heavy
on the
there.
plane, they're trying to calm her down. So this argument about
Praise Daddy. So when are you going to end this series? When are you going to end this series? Because this is series 2. Are you going to have series 3, series 4, series 5?
Prince Daddy, yeah.
Okay, let's change the topic.
No,
I think we've come this topic to that now. Or that one wants to come in.
Well, let me land my point. I think by you've been running your mouth all night. Go ahead, Patty. I think Patty was going to say something.
Yeah. I was going to say that there was a particular lady.
You want to abuse me now, eh? Okay, no problem now.
Hold on, Remy. There was a particular lady that was outside of the crew. So she came into probably like a supervisor that genuinely was trying to calm this lady down. This lady even slapped her still. So there was
on after she got down from the aircraft.
Yes. After she got from the aircraft.
By that time, the humiliation had already happened. I think she was in a manic state at that time. She wasn't rational anymore.
Exactly. I mean, I hear your defense, right? But again, so the argument is someone should have tried to de-escalate and calm her down. There was somebody who was genuinely trying to calm her down. In fact, that lady didn't even react. Went to meet her again and said, but what did I do that? Why are you even hitting me? She still kicked the lady again. So at that point in time, so there's a strong possibility.
The lady wasn't in a good space of mind. They don't understand this mental issue.
You see, wait. You see, naturally, let me put something there. You see that woman that grabbed that telephone, she's the real cause of the whole problem, because inside the flight, the head crew, Yeah, she's the real troublemaker.
Whenever anybody says she's the real one in this case, where everything is mishmash,
Yeah,
I don't think
she's
there's
the real
any one
troublemaker.
person you can
Give
just
you the reason.
hang.
Look, the head crew, they are familiar with this kind of issue. It's not a new thing, even here in abroad. But once they step in, they know how to handle it from the beginning to avoid all these unnecessary, crises. When that girl was trying to explain her own right, she doesn't have right to touch that telephone, to be honest. Nobody listening to her, and I think that's where the whole crisis started from. You better tell the crew. These people go to training all
Is
the
it
time.
my? Is it my? Do I have a problem, or why is everybody silent?
Are you guys hearing me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
We can hear you.
So, if for
Okay,
example,
no, because I just everybody just became
if she,
silent at the time, and I was.
I think it's the fault is on your side. I was talking. Now, if you look at this, what is it called? How will I put it? Even here in abroad, the white people don't behave, no matter what you are doing, even when you are wrong. They always believe that there are people that have to handle that situation. I don't know whether you understand. The way they will talk to you, please,
That's how it
up
is.
to the telephone. And if you refuse, they will say, hello, excuse me. The next person that will call me will greet you, try to come in like what that security guy was trying to explain. People are being trained to handle every form of situation. These things, they are always common. It's not even here. Sometimes Oyibo said, some of them, when they behave, you will be looking at them as if, is this one from the bush or from somewhere? That's why the whole level of development and civilization.
Sometimes
So I
Nigerians can
think
be wicked, though. Sometimes Nigerians can be. Just as that lady is misbehaving, that's how the crew members wanted to show her too. They wanted to show each other. That's why they were telling her, drag her out, even if she's naked, though. Drag her out, drag her out. Oh, I don't care. I'm not a moderator, and we're going to.
You're not a moderator anymore.
You guys don't let me talk now. What kind of moderator is that?
You won't keep quiet. You want to be talking every minute.
Yes, now be panelist too.
Just let the people flow.
You
Let
talk
people
too much.
flow.
You talk too much. Let me talk. You talk too much too like that.
Okay, let me say something. Midwest, I
So
appreciate,
that good night, yeah.
what you
But I
just.
think maybe maybe you should let
let me
one
say
man know. For
something.
some reason, you are the only voice that I can hear. I'll need to go out and come in again. So there's probably something wrong with the yard. Yeah.
Okay, Midwest,
It's
I
happened too many
appreciate.
times.
Midwest,
thank
I
you for
appreciate what
coming.
you. Midwest, I appreciate what you just said. Now, you think I've been talking about Nigeria orientation has been bastardized for some years now. When you look at when you look at, there's no discipline. There is no that orientation with God when we are little to be disciplined to do the right thing at the right moment. In Western world, the orientation has been there for them from beginning to be individualistic in life. Think about obeying the rules and simple rules and regulations. Madam, off your phone. Is that too much? For God's sake, for that simple, just follow the rules, and then at the end of the day, landed you in prison. Whatever you guys are saying here, it does not justify our action. Since the way she slapped a lot of people, since the way that she refused arrest or she refused to be apprehended, they have to drag her out from the plane. For God's sake, is that a human being? I pity for Nigeria sometimes, because when I look at the orientation of our youth today, at this so-called youth, they will be the leaders of that country in the future. What do you expect? When they cannot.
My brother, is going to get worse though. It's going to get worse.
And when you guys we are talking here, you are trying to defend that, blah, blah, blah. You don't need to defend her. Things you cannot do, you yourself, in America, in Europe, in everywhere in the world, you cannot do it. You cannot disobey a simple rule like that. A simple traffic rule, you are already afraid. And you don't, and then you are now trying to go around because it's Nigeria, blah, blah. No, things are not done
Remy,
that way.
don't use that example like Rashomon. I said it earlier. Trust me, there are more airline infractions in America than there are in Nigeria. Trust me. If you go, I bet you could look on YouTube or search online. You're gonna see Americans behave so unruly on an airplane. Even when
those people will not refuse being apprehended. Immediately, the security will get
because
them.
you're talking about what you don't know. I just told you people are behaving unruly, said that they're not going to act that way. Are you kidding me? People fight on the plane, throwing punches.
Yeah, maybe in America, it's possible.
Oh my
But in
God.
Europe here, you don't see people like that. People
I
here,
just say
people here
something?
are very law abiding, and it's a very good society, to be frank. I'm not saying that America is bad, but when you see people comporting themselves here, people just go their way without no trouble, and they tend to follow rules and regulations.
America
But
is
when you
almost
now,
like America. Yeah, Nigeria is almost like Nigeria. Sir.
Yeah, I think we have to round up by the top
it's
of the
just
hour. But
America is an
before we
advanced.
leave,
No, but Remy, you can't be
calm
using
down
the
now.
count.
Hold
You can't be
on
using
now.
the
Don't make me
county
turn
now
my
to
this thing
compare.
off. Don't make me turn my this thing off. Can you just let me moderate? You know, the day we have another day this evening again to discuss these things. But before we go, I just wanted to go through some of this. We already have surmised that this issue is a mishmash. Everybody have blame to go around. I wish the Minister of Aviation handles it accordingly. But that said, there is this information I need to share that I find quite mind-boggling in Nigeria. When I checked the conviction rate in Nigeria for the last year or so, I got about 16,200 police convictions, and that of ESCC 4,111 distinct conviction, and judiciary 2.389,
What
something
is your source? How do you get the
uh,
information?
from this in Nigerian this in databases. Now look at
Nigerian what?
that.
Nigerian what?
No,
Nigerian data
leave
resources now. It's from
Remy.
Nigerian
Let him.
resources. No, it's only fair. They report it on this in Punch, Vanguard, and all the rest of it. But that said, regarding the data of the UK, this is what I found jaw dropping. The conviction in the UK, 1.15 million offenders were convicted criminally in the UK. That is crazy. In 1 year, it shows you why our society is dysfunctional.
Are you not living in
I
UK
just
too now? Tell me how
thought
it's a
we should
criminal.
leave that. That is crazy. That is scary. I can't even believe
Nigeria
that
is
is
a
possible.
criminal too.
What kind of court is that? That's a machine. That's a
you
lot of
hear me out?
Yeah, go ahead. I can
Are you
hear
hearing?
you.
See,
Yeah.
what of the one that just say, okay, give me 1,000 naira, they don't settle. How you going to catch all that data?
We're not, no, I agree with that one, but that's a problem though, because people are not being held accountable. But that, oh my God, if that, I really need to look closer into that, because if that is true, the scale is out of this world. You wonder why our society is lawless. And this so-called judiciary in
Is it
Nigeria
not
that
you?
they are doing a lot of jobs. They're not doing anything.
Hear this. Is it not you that when they now apprehend Emefiele, see the way you defended him? Because you're a tribesman.
Who is defending
And you're not talking
Emefiele?
about crime now.
Can you
I
just
beg,
stop
go
with
and
that?
sit down, Jare.
Hold on.
Talk
Let
about
me stop. The reason why I called out the Emefiele one is, one, they arrested him since 2023, and barely any conviction, nothing. And we have not even heard of his side of the story. That's one. And they did the same thing to Nnamdi Kanu. They will arrest people and they will not prosecute them through the system. This is why nothing works in Nigeria. You can't just arrest people and you don't prosecute them, and because they'll find a way to release them again. So it's a bit of a problem in the country.
I think if you follow their trial very well, you can see that both of them initially they stole the case very well. If you example of Kano, he really stole his case, and Emefiele was like trying to prove guilty and also trying to stall his cases. And he has a lot of cases on his neck.
Wow.
One thing I don't like is that you play. One thing I don't like is that you play double standard, because everybody that time you were in support of him. Why should they do it to him? Blah blah blah.
No, I'm not in support of him.
Sometimes,
See, I think you are trying. Hold on. I'm not going to let you do this. You are trying to be disingenuous. It's not fair. One.
Let me finish and then you
was I not the one? Hold on. There's a way I raise it.
My statement.
Hold on. No, I'm moderating. Just let me finish what I'm saying. Then I'll give you a chance to respond. I'll give you your chance to respond. Can you just stop? Let me finish now. So the idea is that, when I said if this president did what he promised at Chatham House with our national security, I will forgive all his sins. Because I understand that leaders have their flaws, and when they can deliver value for the people, I can forgive other sins. Like Emefiele now, what I saw he accomplished in Nigeria, I went to Nigeria 2020, and I had to go to the ATM machine all the time to get money out. But when I went 2024,
That didn't happen. I consider that a transformational change within 4 years of a nation like Nigeria. Market women are doing transaction with electronic transaction. Business. Do you know what that does for a nation? One institution did all that, and that person is the only one that is in jail for corruption in the previous government. That is a problem. That is my own lived experience, and I have to say that.
I hope
didn't say I'm not saying they should not
Patoski,
convict him. They should convict him if
I hope
he's
Patoski
guilty.
and Ola, I hope they are here today because they work in the banking sector. They will have tell you the genesis of our digital banking.
Of course, it's some other person.
It's not a Mefele started anything.
So is it Tinubu that removed the fuel subsidies?
And the first subsidy was not in the budget of 2023. So we can categorically say that it was removed by Buhari, but at the same time,
Okay,
yeah,
but the same thing. The same thing applies to Mefele then. The same thing applies to
No.
No. You see, this is how they dribble themselves.
Oh, okay. You know what? Let me say this. Whatever you can talk about Mefele, but its infraction is too much. And we pay for it in
it's not been proved. That's
let me
a problem.
finish. You have been talking. Now let us say it's a conversation.
I know. I'm just in. Yeah, it's a conversation.
It's a conversation. Let me say something.
Then let me talk to you.
So okay, go ahead.
No. I've said. I know. I just said he have not been proven, but you are just making it look like it's been proven already. All you hear is from the government, not from him.
So can I say?
Please go ahead. Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Before 2023 handover to President Tinubu, we all know what is happening in that country. At least for the last maybe 4 months before that February 23 election, people were using money to withdraw cash. It's like you are using money to buy your money. And some people are withdrawing. If you want to withdraw 1,000, sometimes they will take away 400 naira away from you and give you 600. So no matter what you want to talk about your Mefele, Ali is the one that said you want to redefine the naira. And the implication of that is that a lot of bank officials lost their life. Because I remember there was a bank that was set on fire. I remember there were some bank officials that were lynched, and some of them, at the end of the day, they died because they were admitted into hospital. A lot of people also died because they could not access to their fund. So whatever you are talking about this man and with Buhari, they have done something terrible to that country. And although there is no provisions of subsidy as from June of 2023, Tinubu Tinubu accepted it. And as we are talking today, you can access your fund in Nigeria. You can also now use your credit card to buy something online in Nigeria, which they have stopped like 3 or 4 years ago, even before this current administration. And as we are talking today, we have seen an improvement in our external reserve. We are now having, as of June, we have about 40 billion compared to about 5 billion when this guy came in. As we are talking today, we have seen a lot of improvement in our health sector and educational sector. So we have seen a lot of improvement in infrastructure development in terms of road and other stuff.
What?
So though we might not be there, we might not be what we are looking for, but we are no more in pre-2023 when things were not rosy for that country, when we don't even know where we are going.
What are you talking about?
No. Let me finish. I'll finish now so that you can talk. And other people can also say their own. We are seeing a relatively stability in terms of security in Nigeria today. Because when we talk about insecurity, when we talk about security in Nigeria, it's not that Boko Haram is now taking place in all over Northwest or Northeast. Every day, more and more banditry were taken out.
People are dying all the time, and you are saying
did you hear
about the deaths that are occurring? Did you hear about it?
No, listen. I understand you. We will have some isolated cases, and it's quite regrettable. But that does not mean that people are dying in every state of Nigeria because of banditry. They kill 20 today in Oyo, they kill 30 in Delta, they kill 40 in Ogun. No, it's not done that way. If we are talking about
it has never been like that.
We talk about Plateau and Benue State. Even that's it. So sometimes these are
Edo
isolated,
too. It happened in
and
Edo.
everywhere you go, people will die. Even in the so-called Western world, people are not dying
It
because
happened
of
in
one
Edo.
this
It
or
happened
another
in
thing.
Borno. The only area you can say insecurity
And
has
that's why I
reduced.
call it isolated cases.
No, no, no. It's still
Oh,
there.
okay.
See, it's still
It's
there.
not in alarming
Calm,
rate
Okay,
like
no,
before.
calm down. Stop fighting.
Remy,
Hold
let me
on
say
now.
this.
No, no, no. You can't say this because I was talking to him. Okay, don't just take over. The reason why I'm saying what you are saying, even if there is some truth, you are not looking at the picture holistically because towards the election, insecurity is going to increase by default. That's what happens every cycle. This is the time that you have that dip,
So is
and even
that
if this is
real insecurity or politically motivated insecurity?
it happens every part of the world for whatever reason. It tends to rise towards election. So when that occurs, then you are going to see the spike again, and you are going to find out that the difference is not as significant because the government hasn't responded enough. They have responded. I have to give it to them. This forest guard idea is not a bad one, but from what I gathered, they were transferring them from somewhere else to get to where they are right now. But that said, regarding the economy, though, your GDP 2022 was 450 billion or so dollars. Your GDP last year was 118 billion dollars. And now our GDP has gone back up to 240 billion dollars. So we are still over 200 billion dollars down. That, do you know, if I ask you now, how many countries in the last 70 years where a government can come into office and reduce their GDP within a year from $450 billion just half, let's put it half GDP because this is more than half, but let's say
So that
half the GDP
GDP
of the country. No, let me
so
ask you. I
that
want to ask you this. No, let me ask you this question.
okay, go
Give me
ahead. Be
one
quick so that other
country.
people can
Yeah,
talk.
I will ask you this question. Give me one country where a leader has reduced their GDP in 1 year by half, and when that country is not at war and it's at peacetime without any sanction being applied to that country, their GDP was half. Name one country in the last 70
Thank
years.
you. Let me now respond to you. First and foremost, the GDP you are quoting, I don't really think that is the real GDP of Nigeria. I think there is a lot of what I would call a lot of not giving us the right data about it. Because if it's really the right data, we will not find ourselves where we are today. And all those GDP you are quoting about or something like that, you have to look at how do we service this GDP? Is it really our money or borrowed money or something? A lot of stuff that you have to put into consideration. Now, as we are talking today, even the World Bank
No,
and
Remy, let us even ask what Remy, what is to Niger, what is responsible for the fall in our GDP?
The floating of the currency.
Okay,
oh God,
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So if I have a bottle now, before maybe it is before the floating of naira used to, let's say the bottle is 5 naira. You understand? And now because we now floated the naira 4, but you still value it at that 5 naira, but you are not looking at that 5 naira in terms of naira. You are not looking at it in terms of what does it worth in dollars. Does that make?
I can't hear you anymore. Is it just me or is him? I like to think that it's him because I'm perfect. I can't have this about
I
faults.
think he will. I think he will come back. Like I was
Yeah.
saying before. The IMF and the World Bank projected Nigerian growth as of June, or just like 2 months away. Our growth is about 3.6%. Now we are going about 3.4%. They even said we are going to surpass America and UK in terms of economic growth. Can't you just give it to somebody just under 2.5 years? And somebody that have been, so many leaders have been there for like 8 years, nothing substantial. Now we can see the real outlook of Nigeria very easily by accessing all from the maybe Bureau of Public Debt, statistics, and or whatever. We can see exactly where we are today, and we can plan for the future which is more better.
So, but what you have acknowledged, one, is that there's no leader that has done this much damage to any country in this world for
No,
the last
I do not acknowledge that.
because you don't know
Trying
that
to
it doesn't
no, no, no.
and if
I
you
am
search, you will
trying.
not find one.
I am
Hold
trying
on,
to
I will
tell
assure you that if you search, you are not going to
I am
find one.
trying to tell you that no
Can you hear me now?
leader.
No, I can't
Simba,
hear
let me
you. I can't hear
quickly
you.
let me quickly finish that.
Simba, I
You
can't
can
hear
hear
you.
me now. Why are you not responding?
Simba,
Say you cannot
Simba,
hear
I
me.
We
cannot
cannot
hear
hear you
you.
before. We cannot hear you before.
I can't hear him
Oh
now.
my day, you can hear me now. You say,
Why is this?
We can hear you now. But what I just want to say is that no Nigerian president have done something under 2.5 years like this guy have done. Unless we are trying to be economical with the truth.
Okay, let me give you one
To
other
grow your
information. Do you
economy,
know?
are you disputing our external reserve from 4
15
billion to
seconds.
40 billion?
No, that
No.
one,
Are
I'll
you
concede that
disputing
one.
that
That's a
one?
fact. No, that's a fact.
So
I
what?
accept that.
Tell me any president that have done that one
See,
in the
what
history
is,
of that
hold
country.
on now. Let me, I hear what you're saying, but you know, this president came into office promising that he was going to increase the Nigerian GDP to $1 trillion. What he has done now will ensure that if we grow at this rate, instead of doing it when he's finishing his first year or so, it's going to take 22 years to get there. If he grows at this rate, and this in World Bank is projecting 22 years for Nigeria to hit something that Nigeria could have hit.
How did they, let me ask you, how did they calculate GDP?
The growth rate, if you are growing at 3%,
No,
and you are
I'm talking
240%
about,
now,
for you said that because how can somebody, because we devalue our naira, so it means our GDP has to come down.
yes. Because one, you buy so many things overseas, and secondly, when you convert your currency to dollar, that's what is happening. It means when anybody that had
does
naira
that
before,
reduce the value of our assets?
yes.
How?
By devaluing your currency, everything in Nigeria has been made cheaper. That's devaluing. You imagine if you give somebody your
but
house.
if you no, but whatever we have, we still have it. Because that, I'm just telling you that the GDP, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't make sense.
GDP is useless if you
You
don't
understand? If I have a house now,
Simba,
wait
let's
now,
try
let
to
me ask.
understand
Wait
it.
now,
Okay, go ahead.
let me. If I have a house now and it's valued at, let's say, 10 million naira before the devaluation of naira. Now, after the devaluation, you are still looking at that at the value at that 10 million naira as the same thing, and then you now use that one to calculate and say your GDP has 4.
Yeah, but you see, that's it. See, calm down. See what this is the thing I've been telling you. That naira, that property that you have for 15 million naira or so, when the person devalues your currency, guess what's going to happen? Inflation is going to spike because your value of your currency has depreciated, and boom, your property price will have to go up. From the point of view of inflation, this is devaluing your currency. If you don't import anything, devalue your currency doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Nobody cares if you don't import anything. But because you have to buy things from overseas, you have a big problem on your hands. Go ahead.
Nigeria, see the problem is this: when it comes to GDP, gross domestic product, it depends on what you are producing and how you are able to account for the cost of producing those things. That is why when they calculate Nigeria GDP, IMF, all these things coming in to predict those people are just fooling us. They cannot go and tell you America GDP or come and tell you Swedish GDP. I don't know they understand. But when it comes to Africa, they will jump in and be forecasting nonsense. We need a lot of homework to do to get Nigeria GDP. I'm telling you the truth.
Midwest. Let me. I'm very sure. Maybe he doesn't know what happened. Our GDP before during the time of Jonathan was around 200 and something. And Jonathan came around 2013 or 2014 and said they do rebasing of GDP and the thing jumped by more than half. You understand?
See my little knowledge where I get about GDP. Where me are the that Nigeria all the time. Now GDP start with what you are producing, and in produce, services are also involved. You see it now. Then the cost of producing those things. Then you now come down to the government own now. what the government is earning and what the government is spending. Then you now come to household income, what they are earning, what they are spending. All these data put together year in year are reflect the percentage at which your GDP is growing. In Nigeria, we don't have data about this. All they do is to use some method that I don't really know. Generally, Africa. That is why IMF, what they are telling us now, they can't tell these people here.
No,
They jump into our.
I partly disagree
You see,
with
when
you
we don't like the number, we start
because
querying
when we go to
everything.
the Nigerian debt management and also the what do you call it, the Office of the Statistician or something like that, these are called professionals. So sometimes don't let us
No.
belittle them.
Listen.
So
See,
because they
this
are
is
not
where we make.
Remy,
so
what
it's not
Midwest is
fair.
saying is right. Let me tell you this. What they do
Remy,
in Nigeria is just to take some few data
a
and then they
sample.
extrapolate.
They just establish some
Sample. Yes,
figures
like a
I know,
survey.
and they manufacture figure.
they might not do their work very well.
How many of informal sectors are captured in Nigeria?
Yes,
Just tell me.
that is the problem we are having, and that is why this tax law. I hope they enforce everybody that has
Because if
entity.
you look at
Selling
Nigerian
small thing, you
GDP
have to have a
and you
business,
look
a
at our per
company.
capita income, the so-called GDP and per capita income, Nigerians should not even be living the way they are living. Our poverty should even be 100% if you look at it that way. Because what can you do because if you look at our per capita GDP, is about how much? $800. How can a nation survive on that? And if you compare Nigeria with the neighboring country who similarly have even higher GDP, Nigeria are living better than them. And that's why they are trooping to Nigeria. Some of them are even asking for our nationality.
Yeah, but if you look at this thing, let me see if I can find information. Now, let me share this so that you can see the gravity of what we are talking about here. Sometimes it looks like one is doing a witch hunt when I say these things, but let's see for what we are talking about. And if you give your property for somebody to manage and they do this to your property, you're probably going to take them to court, not just to tell them, give me my property back. No, you're going to say, I will take it to court and you're going to give me my money back, because that is 419. So now look at the Nigerian GDP graph here. This is 2014.
I beg, it's the same thing that you are telling us now.
Yeah,
Look at it. Okay, what was it before
even worse than I thought.
2014?
That's what I'm trying to show.
No, wait now. Before, what was it before 2014?
2014, 333.
No, before
Billion.
2014.
Before 2014, year before 2014, 520 billion. 520 billion.
Before they rebase, what was it?
It was 520 billion in 2013.
No. Our GDP was not up to 500. It was after rebasing that went to that 500.
You're looking at World Bank data here. 520, 2024.
Okay, before that 500 and something, what was it? I can't see what you put.
400.
That's why
Okay,
I'm
let me
asking
zoom
you.
in. Let me zoom in. Sorry. Let me see if I can zoom in. Hopefully, everybody will be able to see more clearly. I don't know whether you can see. Okay, now you can see this is 2010. You see, $366 billion, $414 billion. Now we are looking at 2012, $446 billion.
What from which year to which year? Because it's like the thing is not like a year by year. It's like they are jumping some years.
Now we are looking at 2011. It is showing $414 billion. Then
Before 2011, what was it?
Before 2011 is $366 billion, which is 2010. $366 billion. So by the highest one was 2014, which is 570. We crossed half a trillion dollars once, and then we got down to as low as $375 billion in 2017 under Buhari.
What impact does that one have? Is to me, even when we are having that 514, Nigeria were borrowing money to pay salary and all those things. So what impact does it really have?
What this tells you is that your economy is growing, you're able to create jobs, and you're producing.
It's not true now, but it's not true.
if you ask Nigerians during that time, they will tell you that they had a better
I
life.
know, you know, how can I ask Nigeria in the night as if I was not in Nigeria?
I can assure you that cost of living was a lot cheaper then. So if you look at this one, okay, now let's go to 2022.
Sorry to butt in. For example, during immediately after Jonathan, before Buhari took over power, most of the governors they cannot pay salary, and you are telling us the economic activity was good. Some are even holding up to 11 months, almost a year. And when Buhari came in, the first thing he did was to give them a loan, give them money to pay off this money. Ask Simba, I think it was
The thing I started
he
as
was an
early as
employee in Osun
late
State,
2012,
and you are telling us
2013
that
now.
it was terrible.
All those things we can explain
You
it,
will
but
say they are eating the money among themselves.
let's deal with one thing at a time. So now I
So
just want you to see
I'm
this.
trying to tell you that during that time we are suffering like hell.
Okay, fine.
That's what I'm trying to
I hear
tell
what
you.
you
So
are
don't come
saying,
here and
but
telling us that.
so I'm just trying to get one information through first, and we can deal with the next. Because if you don't, okay, now if you go to 2023 when President Tinubu came in, if you look at, there was a precipitous drop from 40, it was actually $477 billion for 2022, which is even higher than my estimate. What my estimate was 450. It was $477 billion for 2022, which was getting there towards 1 trillion. And then it came down when President Tinubu came into $363 billion from 2023, because half of the year he floated the currency. Now it went down to $187 billion. This, you don't see this in peacetime in any nation. You don't see this in peacetime. A nation that is not under sanction, not at
What
war.
is it now? What is it now? Now they have rebuilt it again. What is it
Now it has gone up to $240 billion.
Yeah, okay, that's what you are going to
So
say.
after rebasing, so
So
that
can
this
I
is
ask you a quick question? During Buhari regime, when he came in, more than 30 states were unable to pay salary. They have to give them loan. I just wanted to just oppose it. Now today, none of them is borrowing money to pay salary. They are even triple their allocation. So which one would you prefer?
no, of course, nobody wants to be borrowing money to pay salaries and all the rest. But
So I
let me
just
give you,
answer the question.
yeah,
So
I've answered the
give it
question.
to those
Of
who
course,
are
I
not.
prefer not to be borrowing money to pay salaries. But the truth is, the reason why they are able to do that now is because they've mortgaged the nation itself by destroying the GDP of the country. What they are doing is they devalue the value of the currency so they have more currency in cash, because prices have not increased to catch up. So they will use
I
that
think
cash that they have.
we are
No,
just
no, no.
talking
Think about it. Okay, let me give
in
you a simple
general
example.
terms.
You are overseas now. When you send money to Nigeria, your naira, your foreign currency expands further, doesn't it? That's what they are doing. They
It
are
does,
having more money to give
but
to pay
that
staff,
money they
but
have
doesn't
in
mean the nation is
Nigeria.
richer.
Let me give you one good example. If you send $50 or €50 to Nigeria just for them to buy food stuff, maybe at the rate of 1,500 times 50, what does that give us? So you can see if you use about 70 or 75,000 naira to buy food stuff, you have a lot. But here, if you use your $50 to buy food, because inflation is also here in Europe, especially where I live, it does not buy a lot of stuff like before. We are also suffering too. So no matter what you say here, the purchasing power of the naira might not be as good like before, but it's still a little bit better compared to people in abroad too. So you cannot be equating the dollar you are spending in America or pounds you are spending in America to the naira, what you are going to use your naira to buy in Nigeria. For example, look at your house rent. Maybe a simple one-bedroom apartment is about €700 here in Europe. That's your €700. When you times it with your naira, you can pay for 1 year, 2 or 3 bedroom flat. So when we continue to break it down, you will see that even if you have a good job, or you have a good business in Nigeria, you enjoy far much more better than living in Nigeria than abroad.
That's a different argument. Like if you ask me now that you can see that in any time you transfer money to Nigeria, the first time there was devaluation, your money goes further because the Nigerian prices haven't caught up with the devaluation that occurred. But later on, the price, like even rent, was cheaper at the first. But later on, everything start catching up because everybody, by the time they start importing goods, petrol and things that they import from overseas, the traders will increase their stuff and you have a knock-on effect inside the economy. So the prices are catching up, and that effect is what we are seeing where the governors seem to have more cash. Can you imagine now? You sell $100 worth of petroleum, that's crude oil, and you bring in the $100 to Nigeria before you get about 400,000 naira or something like that, maybe 40,000 before. But now, if you bring it back, you get more than this in the almost 200,000 this in naira. So there's that increase is what they are using to pay people now. That's what is happening, and the price of everything will still catch up, and that money will not be anywhere. And when they tell you that governors are getting 2 times, 3 times salary, this is money that allocation than before, that's exactly the increment in the revenue in terms of when you sell crude oil. That's exactly the. So in other words, there's no real term increment. That's what they call it here in the West. No real term
Please, can I ask you one question?
Yeah,
Please.
please go ahead.
Okay. When Tinubu take over, how much did you say he met as the reserve?
I think I'm not exactly sure. I think they were quoting around 30 billion or something like that.
34 billion. Out of that 34 billion, okay, Emefiele has borrow money up to 30 billion, which this financial institution in US said you actually have 4 billion. So if you are the person that takes over from in that situation, what do you intend to do? Do you intend to continue borrow, or just take that drastic step, or what? What do you intend to do?
What you do is you remove the fuel subsidy that was costing Nigeria in excess of $10 billion. You use that to plug some of the financial gaps that you have, and you create policies to ensure that the Nigeria has less demand for the dollar, thereby, which is because you have Dangote refinery coming on stream, you align your domestic policy to align with Dangote refinery and all the local refineries so that we don't get to be purchasing foreign petroleum anymore, thereby demanding the dollar. I'll pass a rule that if you want to buy petroleum from overseas, don't come to CBN, don't bother, go and buy your petroleum, don't ask for foreign exchange from Nigeria. So those are things you can do that, and then the increment, you don't even have to flow the currency to do that. You can even do manage depreciation so that because it's defending the currency. That's the issue, isn't it? So you do manage depreciation so that you don't have to spend a lot of money doing defending the currency. How
do you manage depreciation? I want to know. Can you tell me how you manage it?
Did you know that the money spending on defending the currency is even higher than the one spending on subsidy of petroleum? Did you know that?
Do that again.
Did you know that the money using to defend the currency is higher than the one using to subsidize petroleum?
Yes, it's higher by about 1.5 or sometimes almost 2
And
times.
do you know the situation? If you have forgotten, okay, apart from borrowing money, they've printed money in the essence of 30 trillion naira. Then, and I should also remind you, one of the biggest problem about I will remove subsidy. Okay, majority don't understand the reason why Tinubu pronounced that thing on the first day. If he had not, and he came in and started consulting, he will not be able to do it, because that has been the situation right from the period of Obasanjo.
Nobody said he shouldn't have removed it.
Okay.
Often most of the policies there is not. See, the sequences of things are have very big effect, even more than the things themselves. The way he sequenced them was extremely dangerous. And look at the graph; it is telling you that no nation. Hold on before you go on? Before you start defending stuff, look at that
I'm
graph.
not defending. I'm
No
just
nation has ever gone through that during peacetime and without being sanctioned. That's what this president did.
No president, no leader in Nigeria has damaged the Nigerian economy
To
as much as this
Nigeria,
man has done.
to Nigeria, you are aware that the subsidy was not made provision for even before he became president. He decided not to continue with it because there was no provision for it. So him making a pronouncement is just like saying, you're window dressing. It's already been the deed has already been done. It's just making that pronouncement to say, look, we are not gonna go back, we're not gonna renege on this. The 2000 and I believe 2023 or 22 budget appropriation was not made provision for that subsidy. So all this hula baloo about the way he planned it, no, there was no provision for it. He just made that pronouncement just to portray the significance of removal of this subsidy because it's killing. We can't continue to pay such amount of money. Then almost half of it is going to the pocket of this individual that not contributing anything. So I don't know.
Did you hear what
Anyway,
you
everything is
Did
politics
you
in
just, did
Nigeria.
you just hear what you said? When they
Well,
have an administrative problem, they pretend as if they need a policy problem. And then when they issue that policy problem, they kneecap the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian people. And we don't even see it and we praise them for it. That was what you described is an administration problem. He was supposed to plug that gap, which is what he did when he got into office. When Tinubu got into office, did you know the law he passed? He passed the law that Bureau de change cannot make more than 1% profit. Why did Buhari not do it? You see the nonsense that they do, these elites in this country, when they refuse to administer the state properly,
what is
they
wrong with
pretend
that?
as if they need a policy behind it.
Do you remember how Peru the change come to be? What is wrong with that? Saying that Peru the
Oh
change
my
because
God, you
at
still
the
didn't
point.
hear me. I said it was the right thing to do, but Buhari should have done it.
But there's sometimes there won't be any political will. And what he has done is to
They
say,
are
look,
playing you. That's what you don't understand. They are
playing
playing you.
what?
They know what to
But we
do.
could see the effect of removal of this thing. We could see the effect of all this policy. If not, the
Are
state
you seeing
wouldn't
the
have
effect
had.
of the graph?
I
You're seeing
mean,
the effect now.
we won't have increase in federal allocation to the
Okay,
state.
through Niger, you agree that all the steps were the right decision. So where's now your grudges?
Where my issue is that he decided to kneecap the Nigerian economy that should have been growing from this in 477 billion
How is
dollars.
it growing?
How is it growing?
Yeah,
Because don't you see that the GDP is growing? That's
that's that's
our production
look.
is growing, but our production, the economy is supposed to be growing, but our GDP is lower. Why do you think that has happened? Because he kneecapped it. He didn't have to do that. You know, when you have lower GDP, the money you can borrow is less too. The
Okay,
lower GDP you have,
you mean the GDP is not growing at all
it went down. It went down since he
from
came into office. The
from
only
4
time it went
billion.
up, yes, the only time it went up now is because of this is rebasing. It went back to 240 billion dollars. But remember, when the year before he came in, it was 477.
That's not true, too, Niger.
You
Apart
are
from the
looking at World
rebasing,
Bank data here.
apart from the rebasing, the GDP has also been growing. You cannot say it just remained flat. After you can see your graph also. From this graph, you can see it. Even towards tail end, I can't say it clearly, but I think towards tail
None
end
of
of
them have.
2025.
Is
So,
this
so
year it went back to 240 because of rebasing, but it was going down. See, it came in 2023. Look at it, it dropped to
No,
3.
no, through Niger. Every other decision you are okay by it. It's just only that GDP. So it's not a problem. Give him 4 years. Let's
But
see
the
what.
GDP is the most important. See, don't you understand?
How can you say it is the
It
most
controls
important
it.
you cannot
when
say
the whole
GDP.
No,
Do you
country,
know?
no, I'm not saying it's
when
the most important.
the whole country is the whole country is finished, you say GDP is the most
Actually,
important.
for me, security is the most important. However, the GDP makes a big difference
Don't
when
you
you look
see
at
that
it from the age of
security
the
is
law.
better now than under Buhari?
Security,
Yeah.
you are experiencing a lull, a midterm lull. It's going to go up again. You're going to see a spike
But at
No,
least
towards
it's
an
better.
election.
you don't. So that's why
Don't
you
be
are not
pessimistic.
following. You are not
No,
really
that's what
following.
always
Sorry, I will.
happens.
So, Tunaja, you
Don't
are
be
not following
pessimistic, but
Nigeria
you
very well.
just agree it is better.
It is
Yeah, just
better.
agree
It
it's
was like
better.
that under Buhari
I
too.
You are wishing it to go back
Yes,
after
there was
some
a time it wasn't as high. During the time of COVID-19 and all
No,
this, it wasn't that high.
no.
You
During
guys don't seem
Buhari,
to understand.
look, tonight, let's say the truth. During Buhari, we all know that insecurity, apart from decimating Boko Haram to an extent, the farmers other clashes, he didn't do nothing. He folded his arm, he looked the other
He
way.
embodied all those
He embodied and it was all
those
over the country. They were just insecurity data was all time high.
they were even
But
going to
if you
southeast,
yes, if you
claiming they have rights to go anywhere they
even
want.
Southeast that was very tough some few months back, now they have relative calm in that place now. It's not the other. Well, 6 or 7 months ago, you can hear IPOA or no government. Where are they today?
Southeast started calming down after
True, Naija.
Nnamdi Kanu was taken in.
No,
Samanepa caused a bit of a
whether
problem, but
Nnamdi
it
take
started
it or
calming
EPA
down.
take it.
True, Naija.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it like this. You see, I know Tinubu is not the favorite of most of you guys. Okay, but that should not rob him of his achievements. He has made certain. I didn't agree with everything he has done, but he has substantially, okay, better than all the past presidents in terms of
Oh my God, he's the
yes,
worst. And that
in
is,
terms
it just shows
in
how
terms of,
easily you can be deceived.
in terms of
He's the
economy.
worst. He's kneecapped the Nigerian economy. He kneecapped it. And he didn't have to do it. That's even the worst. He didn't have to do what he did.
To Niger.
Do you know how annoying that is for somebody that can see clearly?
To Niger, listen. Obasanjo spent
He's the
8
worst.
years. Thank you. Fine. Obasanjo spent 8 years. Yar'Adua spent almost 2.5. Jonathan spent almost 6 years. Buhari spent almost 8 years. And we're talking of a man who had just spent 2.5 years. In terms of comparison, there's no basis for comparison. You cannot compare somebody that just spent 2.5 years with somebody that spent 8 years.
Let him
Without no
spend 8
visible,
years.
not
Come back and debate
visible,
who is the best.
not visible development. We
see,
talk about
the
Jonathan.
standard I use is that
Look. I want you to look at this scenario. When Jonathan became the president as an acting president, before Obasanjo left about 40 billion or 65 billion, sorry, external reserve for both Yar'Adua and Jonathan, and excess account 20 billion. In total, that is 85 billion. At that particular time, we are selling our crude oil for over $100 per barrel. Sometimes we reach about 110. With all those money, tell me what Jonathan and Yar'Adua have done in 8 years, and compared to this man 2.5 years.
oh my goodness. You're acting as if he's actually built anything in 2.5 years. Give me one thing that he has built. So
Okay,
now
I will tell you what
give
he
you
has
what they
built. You asked me before you go. Let me quickly give you so that you can put all your Google Map and your GBT together. So in 2.5 years, this man has grown our GDP from 4 billion to 40 billion. In
what?
2.5 years,
Do you even know what you just said?
Yeah.
Yes.
4 billion.
Yes. From 4
What
billion to 40
GDP?
billion. I go and check it.
Our GDP is 4 billion.
From 4 billion to 40 billion. Go
Our
and check
GDP
it
is 4
outside.
billion. I don't know whether you know what
Our
GDP is then.
GDP today is $40 billion.
What?
Yeah.
40, I repeat again, $40 billion.
As at August 7, it's 40 billion.
Yes,
Our
go and
GDP,
check
gross,
it.
are you saying gross domestic product?
No, our external reserve. Sorry, our external reserve is 40 billion.
Goodness.
Our
You wanted
external
to give me a
reserve
heart attack.
today is from 4 billion to 40 billion under 2 years. Tell me whether Jonathan built it like that. That is one.
Okay.
Secondly, he is able to do a lot of reform in terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of infrastructure development. There is no region you will go in Nigeria today that you will not see a big reconstruction or improvement in our federal roads. Tell me in your region whether there is no construction there, or in the northeast or northwest or southwest, you will see all major construction there. Then when you talk about education, there has been a student loan and also a new one they introduced 2 months ago for Federal Technical College.
Even all this
22,500
even all the 6
naira.
all the 6 region commissions.
Uh-huh.
So that would be like
So now let me read Nigeria's external reserve, because you see, when people are in office, they come and start doing ujoro with the numbers and tell you that
There's
no, it's not.
there. It's 40
No,
billion.
hold on. Okay, no, let's finish now. So now we started from 2015, 28.
Before you say anything, sorry, tonight, before you say anything, just go back and do exactly what I did to Tinubu. Tell me about Jonathan for that 6 years. Tell me what he has done about improving our external reserve and all those things. Tell us and back
Okay,
it with
now
facts.
Jonathan was
Before
in
you say
office 2008. 2008 is in office, isn't it? So now external reserve 2008 is $53 billion. 2009 $42 billion. 2010 $32 billion. 2011 $32 billion. 2013 $44 billion. 2015 $28 billion. 2016 $26 billion. 2017
no,
48
you have
43.
to stop at 2015. The 28 billion from 65 billion to 28 billion. No improvement.
Yeah,
So you don't
yeah.
need to continue to 2016
Okay, good,
again.
cool. So
No
that's
one
that.
there. So
So,
it's a
so foreign.
downward trend.
Okay, tell me
It's
what
a
foreign
downward
reserve does
trend.
for you. What does foreign?
No. When you improve your foreign
Oh,
reserve,
stop saying no. What does foreign reserve do? Tell
That's
me.
exactly what I want to tell you. If your foreign reserve is improving, that means you are generating more revenue to meet your expenditure and to meet growth and development in your country. And it
So
also
if
gives you a
you have
leverage.
extra, what does that do for you?
It also gives you a leverage to source for fund internationally.
Okay, good. That's a very good point. It gives you leverage. That's all it is. The money sits there,
No,
and it doesn't necessarily affect your this thing. Hold on.
It also improves the capacity of your naira to all other currencies of the world. So what I'm
Exactly.
talking
And during that period, Nigeria's currency was also pegged. Now, after Buhari came into office, then the foreign reserve was still there. And then when Tinubu came in, he said, "Oh no, it wasn't there. It was revised down to 3.11 billion." God knows what exactly happened there, but let's accept that that's what they did. Then now he went back up to $40.9 billion.
Buhari, what do they do with the money?
Yes. So
honestly,
what do they do with the money?
you people are so easy. You are so easy to con. You are so easy to con.
It's a
You
country
don't
that
even bother to ask yourself question. When Tinubu leaves office now, then the next person tells you that, oh, after all, they did a shenanigan, that the money that they claim to have in foreign reserve, they spend it on the Calabar this thing. They spend it on this. Oh, so now it's just 1 billion. Then you'll be like, oh yeah, another con again. Your nation is being run to the ground. You're busy
Don't worry about
politics.
the Lagos to Calabar. Government is just providing 25%.
Your nation is being run to the ground, and you are worrying about partisan affiliation. That's what you are worrying about.
I think that Nigerians they don't really want that country to develop at all.
you are not being fair.
How can somebody look at the numbers and okay now? If you want to ask, it's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit more furious with President Tinubu. I actually praise Buhari more because Buhari inherited a very, very bad situation. Buhari's crude oil price was very, very low, and he experienced this COVID-19. Very unlucky. He had so many things negative happen to him, and yet this guy went on to support the building of Dangote refinery, and they succeeded in doing it. He built the second Niger bridge. As a matter of fact, Buhari is one of the most accomplished leaders in terms of Nigerian history for infrastructure. Hold on now, calm down. Let me finish. In terms of infrastructure, he's one of the best. I think it's only Gowon that can compare, maybe Babangida that can compare to this in his level of construction. And he did it with his hand tied behind his back. And when Tinubu came into office, after he passed the law to remove the fuel subsidies, in other words, he gave Tinubu a wiggle room, financial wiggle room to do whatever he needs to do with the economy to manipulate it so it grows. And Tinubu had something all the presidents in Nigeria before him never had. I mean, in this democratic dispensation, a massive refinery that is working. What did he do with it? What? No, hold on now. What did he do with that refinery that is coming on stream? Something that no other president has ever had.
This man.
Hold on now. Dangote refinery.
It
started working under 2023.
When do you
2023, 2024, 2023, 2024 it started working. So 2023, 2024. By 2024, it's almost fully functional by the end of 2024. So
he has started working now. He has started working fully now. He has not passed 8 months. That you are like
He has been there for the my
No, it
brother.
has been working. It has been working since last year. So, and it's one of that part of the reasons why they even removed the fuel subsidies. This completely. He started selling gasoline in terms of, I think, this in jet fuel even earlier, maybe even before Tinubu was sworn in. So now, if that is the case, this was something that was coming at a headwind. Why did your president decide to rush?
There's so
Hold
many
on, let me
information.
ask a question now. Don't
Let me tell you.
actually listen to what I'm saying. I will actually
Hold
listen
on,
to what I'm
hold on.
saying.
Just 1 minute, please.
Hear me
Just
out.
one minute, please.
It's not going to 10 seconds. Mine is 10 seconds.
Okay.
Why did your president rush, knowing that he has Dangote refinery, is already removed fuel subsidies, rush to float the currency without even the CBN head in place?
Now let me tell you one thing.
You
You see,
guys remember when Dangote was yet to comment production, and all these people, the likes of 2Nigeria, were the one going to town say, "Oh, it was just a gimmick. It was fake. That fire never comes to life." Now they are now president. Oh, the big you and the rest of the
Not me.
naysayer,
I can assure
the
you of that. Not
pessimist.
me.
I mean, you guys remember that during Buhari, right? When it was commissioned
You
during
are
Buhari, I said,
imagining it. That's not me. I'm the one that said Tinubu has been given the gift of becoming the greatest president that Nigeria has ever seen. What has he done with
let
it?
me tell you what.
He's it all
Let me
away.
tell you what. The coming of
He doesn't care
Dangote
about
refinery to
Nigerians.
Lagos was not behind Tinubu. Let me tell you this.
What?
The coming of that building that refinery in Lagos
Yes.
is not behind Tinubu. Tinubu is aware. Tinubu knows about everything. So don't say because he was gifted. No, he prepared the ground for this to happen. So it's not
Whatever
just about.
happens, he was gifted the completion while he just got sworn in. In other words, he had the advantage to leverage it to make himself extremely popular.
True, Nigeria. You see, one of the problems you guys have is that it is easy to say what you don't know anything about. This Buhari that you are praising now, before Buhari left, Buhari has sold the crude oil up front for good 2 years. Empty the reservoir, okay? Printed money up to 30 trillion. I swear to God, if your FAF, if it is your favorite that enter, in fact, he will not know what to do for the next six months. 2 years up front, that is, the crude oil you are getting, okay, is already sold. The money has been borrowed down. The reserve you have has been empty. After that, you still have upfront 30 trillion money printed. Yet you have to pay salary. Yet you have to do infrastructure. Okay? Yet you have to continue defending Naira. Yet you want him to continue defending subsidy. Can you be realistic and stop all this hatred and look at issue critically and stop dabbling into what, in fact, most of those information you don't even know anything about, or if you, even though you know, you just want to condemn everything because it is not your person that you want to be there that is there.
You know,
How do you want him to govern the country in a country where the oil?
You are not listening at all, and
Let him finish. Let him
our
finish.
people,
Give
let him
him
finish.
opportunity to
Hold on.
speak. Let
He's
him
saying a
finish
lot of
now.
false things. I have to correct it. He said that
You have
Buhari
been
did a lot of
talking. Give
false
it to Niger. Allow them to speak.
I can't just be allowing falsehoods get through
You
this thing.
let him finish now.
He's
Only
spewing
1 minute. We're
falsehood.
talking.
He's spewing falsehood. Why do you people don't even care about the truth at all? Because your mind
Let
is
him
already.
speak. When you are
I'm not
talking,
interested
nobody
in your
interjected
no.
you.
He's already finished talking. He's already
Okay.
finished talking. So I'm just showing you the this in the Nigerian forward sales this crude oil deal that is going on right now, and they've done one before already in 2023. This government did forward sales of crude. Now he's acting as if it's only this. You see our people. This is our problem. We don't want to look at. There's no point. I hope being tribalistic helps you
Okay.
and it
As
helps your
of
country.
today, to Niger, do you know the
per barrels of crude oil we are producing as of today? Do you know? Do you have an idea?
It has increased. I think it's gone up to 1.8 million barrels per day.
1.5 million is the crude we are surpassed. Okay, but condensate is about 300,000, and they were still targeting about 2 million by the end of the year,
And
including condensate and crude oil. We are already above OPEC quota. If we can get above 2 million plus, and the way they are working now, I think they will.
Why do you think this is even more frustrating for me? You don't understand what I'm saying.
Are you the only Nigerian?
See, you don't
Or are you the
understand.
only one
You
that
simply
knows
refuse
all?
to understand.
You don't know all. Your own perspective cannot be
Ay, ay,
because
ay.
let me tell you something. I and you, we don't know a lot of things. We are not working with government. There are so many data and information we
I
do
can tell you
not
that
have
I know
access to.
enough.
No,
I did know enough.
listen carefully. Listen carefully.
Mhm.
You are fixated too much on Dangote, blah, 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 or your mind of doing economic, blah, blah, blah. All these figures that will turn out for you. If those figures comes out from England or come out from Finland or any European country or America, you will believe it without checking. But anything that come out from your own country, you totally say, no, it's not true. They are lying. They are gaslighting you. They are treating you badly. Come on, man. Do you think that country you thought is not improving? When you go to Nigeria as a person staying abroad, you will be humbled. I'm telling you, I repeat, you will be humbled. You will see that there is a lot of economic activity that is going on in Nigeria. As we are talking of today, the price of food has reduced compared to last year. As we are talking today, more and more people that have assets, the value of their assets have increased. A lot of Nigerians are into stock market and
Oh
buying a
my
lot of.
God, you guys are so dense. It's crazy. You are so
I
dense.
think because I am not
It's
giving
all
you
gloom and
negative news.
doom to
If I'm
Nigeria.
giving you negative news, you'll be happy. If
You're
I'm
so
telling you
dense.
that more
How can you
Nigerians
not
are
know why these things
dying,
are happening the way they are happening? You should know, but you said as if you don't know. I
just
think you are an
relax
intelligent man.
yourself.
But because of
Relax yourself.
tribalism, it blinds you to the truth.
No. If I'm telling you
You
that,
can't see because you're a Yoruba
okay,
man, you can't see what he's doing
do it
wrong.
this. Let me do it this way.
To
Let me
Naija,
do it this way.
to
To
Naija,
Naija,
to
listen.
Naija,
To
just let
Naija,
Remy
listen
round up,
quickly.
then you counter him.
Let me
So
round
let him
up.
round up.
Okay, I will tell you this way. In Nigeria today, this is what is happening in Nigeria today. Every state of Nigeria, there are more than 50 people dropping dead. In fact, if you go to Nigerian streets now, you will see a lot of Kwachoko children. They were feeding on dump site. People were dying. In fact, about 25 states in Nigeria, they were unable to pay salary. Even after increasing the minimum wage, they cannot pay it. Our hospitals are moribund. Women cannot give birth to children anymore. Children born, they will die. Even their mother are dying. In fact, our roads are so terrible that we have a lot of potholes. So to Niger, that is the situation in Nigeria now of today. Thank you. Go ahead. Say your own.
All right. So I think from what I gathered, the Nigerian poverty rate has actually increased in the last this year. It hasn't come down, if I'm not mistaken. And the areas that you are saying there are improvements, it's not accurate, and that is what is even frustrating me the more. Because if somebody tells you now that you give them your property to maintain, and then they take your property was worth 100 million naira, and tomorrow they make it worth 50 million naira, then they tell you that they are redesigning the inside of your property, and they're buying new chairs and all this stuff. What would you care? You don't care then, because they've destroyed the value of your property already. That is what is annoying me, that Nigerians can't see. This is why our country remains moribund.
To Naija,
This is why we
to
can't.
Naija,
No, hold
to
on.
Naija, let me
We
come
can't-
in.
I just finished. I just started talking. I've barely spoken for 1 minute. When you look at European Union looking to spend 1 trillion euros, not this 1 trillion euros on defense alone, and we in Nigeria, we are making do with $28 billion for our national budget, and our population is massive.
You are talking about the European Union compared to one country.
Hold on now.
What kind of
Then let me
comparison are
compare
you
it to
doing?
Nigeria now. Let me compare it to Nigeria.
European Union to come.
Let me compare it to Nigeria now. Nigeria 2022, our national budget was 49 billion US dollars. Our national budget 2022, 2024, 28 billion dollars. We are going backward, and our people can't even see it. This is our problem.
Because your man is in office, you can't see what he's doing to you. I don't know what I can do.
To Naija, let me come in. Look, all these figures you are quoting, the problem is this. If the economy of a country is bad, there's nothing the leaders can do at a particular time. They start putting some measures that have to do with, cutting, so that they can survive. In the case of Nigeria, the only problem I have is that any new government that always come in, they will try to blame the old one. You see, when Tinubu came in, he did. The entire situation was so chaotic. As that guy really said, the whole year we were to produce the day Tinubu came in or the month he came in, it has already been sold. Okay, when you go to the reserve, nothing is there. You get what I'm saying now? And there's in that situation, my brother, every leader that made that situation, you're going to be confused. So I think he has done his best, but however, it's not enough, to be frankly speaking. We expect better things from them because we have opportunity. Now, in that case, if our country is not resilient, that is a total default when it comes to country. We say a country has default in every area. That's what it means. But yet, we're able to survive through some, I don't know, because I'm not part of them. They still have extra oil to sell, try to do one thing or the other, removing this, doing that. And today, I think they have also improved to some certain degree. But looking at the future of the country, I'm worried about so many things. One, the insecurity. I don't know whether we will overcome it or it's going to overcome us, no matter the situation of things. If you go back to when Buhari was coming, he was crying that Jonathan has finished everything. He was crying. And today people are saying Jonathan should come. Tinubu is bad. So we're in a state of confusion. We don't really know how to solve our problem. But what I want to say is this. Nobody should tell me that Tinubu don't have good intention for Nigeria. His wishes is not to see Nigerians buying like that or see Nigerians suffering. But some of these policies, they come in as a result of trying to rescue situation. But it's very unfortunate that all these bureau de statistics that we have in Nigeria, they are the foundation of our problem. Because some basic information to formulate policy, either they manufacture those figures, they do whatever, no structure on ground. You get what I'm saying now? And all of them come together.
Example of that problem. No, these people that you are accusing, these people that you are accusing, can you give us your evidence for suggesting that they are a problem?
What is the bureau de statistics and all those ones?
Yes, that you are accusing that they are the problem and you are not the president.
Look, let me tell you why they are the problem. In every economy, whether analog or digital, data matters a lot. Now, if you look at your country, a very robust economy, almost 90% of the economic activities is completely informal. We cannot capture any data about what Nigerians are consuming. Everything is you go to shop, you buy, you just take away, you pay the person money.
Are they responsible for policy or is it the president that is responsible for policy?
Sorry, Midwest, sorry.
You see the need now. You see they are trying to connect because this is what they are trying to do. All
Midwest, let me ask Tunaja one question. When was the last time census was conducted in Nigeria?
I think it was during Obasanjo's this time in office. But
so
poverty
that's
has
like more
increased.
Yeah. No. Hold on. So since that time, since that 2000, I believe, we have not conducted census in Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure they have. I don't think they have. Yes.
Why haven't the previous administration conducted census in Nigeria?
They probably have other priorities, or they felt like they already know the estimate of the population of the country.
No.
If I was in Nigeria, I would know the population of the country.
It has a lot of political undertone. Any president, because even with Buhari postponing two times, Jonathan the same thing. Yar'Adua couldn't do jack. Now I tell you this. Whoever, even President Tinubu has proposed that he's going to conduct census, whether before his end of his first tenure or second tenure. If we don't have a solid figure, a solid foundation whereby we can identify,
Please,
we can know.
80% correct.
We will continue to,
80%
forecast
correct figure.
on fake figures. And Tinubu has proposed, but because of the fallback that we generate, remember when that census was conducted in I think 2000.
Why are we blaming censors for policies that are
You
nature of the
cannot.
economy?
You listen.
It has
In
nothing
the
to do with
years,
it
hold
has
on.
nothing to do with the larger policies that they are doing.
Look. Over the years,
We're having
okay.
a different conversation altogether now. You're
Urban
blaming
rural
censors.
migration. When you have,
question, sir.
sorry,
Somebody that ran the economy to the ground and you're here blaming censors.
The way they talk, say, what do
do
we
you run
to Nigeria, imagine,
Poverty
wait,
has
your wife
increased under the same president. The
to
censors,
Nigeria, wait
you
now.
are busy blaming censors for it.
To Nigeria, let's say your wife want to cook for your children and she didn't even know the number of children you have. Would there not be problem? Let us not be talking broad now. Things that are coming to you as an example.
I know the number of people in the country. I
Since
don't know why you
census
don't know the number of
the number of children born in Nigeria, we don't have record.
Who told you we don't know the number of children in Nigeria?
Tell you
so you know the number of people in Nigeria. Do you know
Yes,
each
of
number
course.
of population from each region? Do you know the numbers in
Yes, you
each
can
state?
tell. Yes,
So
you can
since the
tell.
last census was 2000, since year 2000, I believe. So since that time, you know the accurate number of people that are living in Lagos, living in Abuja. You do?
Yes, to a reasonable degree, yes.
How do you come about those numbers? You
Because
assume?
there are ways statisticians can be able to come up with the numbers based on
How
already available.
do you come up with
You
number
have,
without
let me give you
counting the
an
living,
example.
breathing human being in those regions? How do you come up with the figures?
One, because you can extrapolate. You can, okay, let me give you an example. You can carry
For
out
more than 2 decades?
now, let me give you an example. You can carry out an exercise.
You are just talking.
Oh my God. You're
Go
just
ahead. I'll give you the floor.
you can carry out an exercise with a town and say, okay, let me extrapolate the number of people in this town using this statistical method. And when you
So
find out,
have that been done since the last census?
yes, of course, it's been done a billion times. Like, you know, banks know how much people that open accounts. We
But that's
generally know.
bank.
Hold on now. We generally know the birth rate of Nigerian woman, how many children she has. We generally know the average size of Nigerian families. When you have all this data, you put them together, you can extrapolate the population of the country to a reasonable
You don't know what you're talking about, man. You don't know.
See,
if you don't know something,
on a panel, we carried out an exercise. No, hold on. Come on, man. Don't tell me what I don't know. You see, this is the thing. They are trying to teach you something, and you don't want to learn. I was on a panel, and I was telling them that you can extrapolate the population of a country if you know certain numbers. We tried it with that of the UK. We got the numbers for the UK, and we extrapolate the population of the UK up to 1 million accuracy.
Look, wait.
Can you get accurately the number of people that are moving to Lagos from Sokoto today? Can you guess the number?
Census doesn't tell you that.
So when you're talking about extrapolation about the numbers of people living in certain geographical area, how do you can't look even in the research scientific field, you don't formulate something that is not real. You have to talk to people. You have to account for
It is
every single
real.
soul.
All the data sources I'm using here are real. Like in terms of NIN numbers, BVN numbers.
Okay, so the number of people that have registered for NIM will be able to justify the number of population of Nigerians. Come on, man.
You don't know that. People can even scientists can tell the number of grains of rice in a bag of rice.
By guessing?
Yes, if you know the size of the grain of you can extrapolate from there and get reasonably accurate numbers. You don't know that.
Can we not talk over each other, please, so that we can enjoy the conversation?
Okay, let me come here to see. Even where you live, I don't know. Like where I live here in Scandinavia, if you change from even your house within city, you change from one place to another, you are obliged to register with the government on that short period of time. You understand me? So
in America,
yeah.
But now we are talking. You see what this guy just did, that Dewale just did. We are talking about census now. We are not talking about what this government has done to the economy. He's blaming. He's the blame somewhere else. Let's come back to the economy.
True, Niger.
The reason why we brought in all these data is because of policy formation. When you don't even know figure, you don't know exactly what it will cost you to put some measures in place because you don't know the number. I use your own household. It's just like telling your wife cook and children food there. You say how many? You say about 10, and when I are 30, there will be problem. So if you look at the economy, Nigeria as robust and big as economy, almost 90% of the daily transaction, they are all black market and informal business. So where are all these figures coming from? So we cannot just continue to be pretending that all is well. We don't know the number of children that we have in the country since the last, even the first census, they were not even properly conducted. There was a lot of abnormality recorded against that census. So in that scenario, if you, for example, if you believe your own president today is desire to see Nigerians dying, Nigerians suffering, Nigerians not improving, you lie. We must join hands together to start pointing to factors that cannot make people to formulate policies, except that person is just naturally wicked. But I don't think this one doesn't have the desire for his country to be good. But I don't think also he's going to succeed because there are no data to support him. It's not easy.
It has the data.
This is my submission.
It has
let me ask you this question. You see, during when Tinubu came in, Nigeria and Argentina almost the same level. As out of today, between Nigeria and Argentina, which country will you say is economically viable?
What? Nigeria and Argentina?
As of today.
I don't know their population. I don't know. I will have to check the population of Argentina to compare. But Argentina is a more advanced economy than Nigeria.
Check their situation.
For that, nobody's saying that you cannot estimate or you cannot extrapolate. I'm just saying that the better the accuracy, the better you can project. That's what I'm saying. You can better plan.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So let
me ask you this. I know you are intelligent man. You know it's possible to extrapolate this in populations. So what do you think the accuracy between extrapolated population versus the real census data? What do you think the gap is going to be? How many million off will it be?
The ideal is you don't want it more than 4 to 5% off. That would be the cutoff.
And that's millions. That is a lot of millions to lose. And I don't think
I said between 2 to 4. That's the range that you want it to be. Once you start going 7, 8, 9%, that you're way off then.
Yeah, who was comparing Nigerian economy to that of Argentina? Even I don't know. Why would anybody do that?
So
are you asking for trouble or something? Are you trying to get us into trouble?
Sorry. Sorry, 2.4. Sorry, 2.4. That's what my little search is saying. But I get your point. But don't you think Nigeria actually needs accurate data? Because
I think we need it. I think we need it. I just feel that is not the priority and that is not the top of our
It is
problems.
priority. It is. It should be priority. Obviously. When last did you do this? Sorry, give me time. When last did you do a census in Nigeria?
I think during Obasanjo's time, maybe 2007 or something.
This guy they do to Babangida that time.
I think Obasanjo they did under Obasanjo or something. They did.
Let me see, because it's supposed to be every 10 years, right? Let me see.
I think it's under Obasanjo.
Even that one too was controversial because
I think it was 2006.
Towards the tail of
figure was totally off. It was a terrible census.
Remy, it was towards the end of their second term, and guess what?
Yes.
That was what necessitated the Lagos State creating those local government councils.
Look at that! Look at how they are distracting. You want to start blaming Obasanjo now from the mess that they are.
It was not a good census. Everybody.
Maybe you were not in Nigeria at that time, but I'll tell you the truth, Nigeria. It was very, very controversial.
Oh, sorry, hold on. It was 06. So
yes,
I know it was towards the tail end of their second term because they knew Obasanjo knew he had nothing to lose, so he ended up. It was very controversial because each of those geopolitical region
did not agree with some of the number accredited to them.
No NIN, no tangible thing
There
to
was no biometric. We are just counting Ewure and everything together.
Let me
And they are
let
giving
me
us
ask
stupid
Fafada
figures.
the question, please, guys. For Fafadas, so it's been almost 19 years, right? Since the last census. So how much do you think extrapolation can work when you have a 19-year gap between accurate data and your own estimate?
Because you can have, okay, hold on, you can have this in what they call it, pointers, and where you can obtain data. You have BVN numbers, you have the average number bank accounts people have, which are adults. You have a NIN number, and we generally have this in fertility rate in Nigeria. How many children
So do
each
you
family
have
have?
the
So
death rate record? Those people that have NIN
yes,
that have passed away, do you have the record?
they
I
also
beg,
have
Jerry.
that. They also have
Yeah,
that.
so you don't have now. We don't have the death rate record. We don't. So many things we do not
Why are you
have.
celebrating ignorance? We have it.
That is not
Statistician,
ignorant. I'm
you have
telling you
the
the truth.
see
It's
the
where.
methods are well refined. We can research it now. I can search it on this image
So do
and
you
tell
know how
you.
many people that die in your local government in the
Okay, let me
last
start. Let me
19
start
years?
here.
So if person die for Nigeria today, the family go gather, they'll go bury am. They don't go to any local government to obtain paper. Say we want to
Yes.
bury. So look at all the data. Where is it coming from?
I don't think this to Nigeria now, funny guy.
You born for hospital, you give her a name after 7 days, carry go house. Government don't know anything. Even when they give you paper. See, if you go to national population, you feed, except now when they introduce this NIN, now you not go feed they do birth certificate, maybe TSF.
Sorry, apologies. So I looked it up. Half of the population have BVN, and so they so if half does and you're about 325 and bank records is
That
about
is still an assumption.
no, that's their own data. So you have about one.
They don't know the total.
No, hold on. You have about, so you have BVN plus NIN is about 180 million. So you still have about 50 million that you can't track for fathers.
50 million people that you cannot track.
Don't have NIN or don't have BVN.
If you don't have NIN and you
Babati,
don't have BVN,
Babati,
you can
as
use
of today,
other points,
the
other
total,
points of data to
sorry,
track.
Tunaja, the total NIN number is about around 115 to 120 million.
Yes.
That is it. That is what,
BVN is
that one we
about,
can rely a little bit. We
and
can just
BVN is
rely on
about
that.
58 million. That means
we can rely on that. You see, and that is the only data we can rely on.
Yes,
To be
120
frankly
million.
speaking.
You cannot rely on it. You know how many people die every day.
At least, give or take, let's say 25% of the people.
Remember, when you get your phone, anytime you get your phone, you have your fingerprint. You can't have two phones with the same fingerprint. So there are so many ways you can.
That's where we can rely on it.
Check the private chat. I put the link there for the BVN and I.
And we have to look at the average death rate of Nigeria per year. How many people died? So many people unaccounted for. Even they have NIN number.
Because for fathers, look at the private chat. I put the link there because
checking it.
Even that BVN includes those that have NIN as well. So we can actually say one something. So Remy is right. So about 120 million is the actual number. So how do you account for the other 100 million? Cell phone numbers or
no, you use cell phone numbers. You use what you know about fertility rate, that the birth rate of each family.
I don't think you can use cell phone number.
We don't have those records.
An average Nigerian can have 3 or 4 numbers.
Well, okay.
Phone number.
I don't think we can use cell phone number. There are so many numbers that are dormant.
Cell phone numbers are tied to fingerprints, so you can't.
We know, but some of these numbers, like let me give an example. Like for example, let's say you have 4 numbers. Maybe 2 of the numbers are already dormant, and we don't know whether they now give this number to other people. We don't know. So we cannot use that one.
They will know if they have transferred it to some other person.
So
because that person has to register.
They say about 100 million unique mobile numbers. So about
exactly, they know that. They know that. That's why I keep telling you.
But it's my point. It's still half of the number.
Okay, now calm down. Now you see, now you've got something now unique mobile numbers, 100 million. Now you know technically almost all of them are adults. And we generally know, even based on common sense, how many children general adults have, 2 of them have together. By the time you do those numbers, you are going to start seeing that you are getting close to the real number. This is what I keep telling people. This government, even Tijani, I think it's Tijani that is his name, the Minister of Digital Economy or something like that. He said it once that all this stuff we keep talking about census, that soon most nations won't even be doing it anymore because the information is already there.
But in Europe, in
American
Scandinavia,
government know the population of our country.
they want to do census. They will not. They do census for here. I never hear that one.
They are
Which
doing
is concern
census
them.
because they can afford it. It doesn't do them any damage. If Nigeria wants to do census now, do you know how many
They are
trillions
not
of
doing
dollars they have to do?
censor, but they are controlling their population. They
You
know how
see,
many immigrants will come in.
yeah,
They know
why
once you
they
have a
don't do
baby, they already registered it. So why
yeah,
they
so
don't need
they
censor
need it.
anymore now? So
They don't need
But
those
that is
things.
not the
they
reason why the
update
economy
everything.
is
Just
working.
like what
Not the
you said
reason why they
before.
became a superpower when they were
Yeah.
not doing census too.
To Niger,
Stop making an excuse for
to
failure.
Niger, just like what you said before, in Finland, if you move from one place to another, within 1 week, you can go to the post office and register your new address, and they will update it in their national data center immediately. So
America,
you
you
can't
have
escape.
America, you
Everybody
have
have this.
America, you have 1 month to change your address unless they will find you. They stop you on the road. You must change your ID within 30 days if you move
So
anywhere else.
let me ask so if you take 20 million people out of the population of Nigeria, do you think the economy of Nigeria is going to change significantly? No. If you add 20 million people, do you think it will change significantly? No. So the idea that is even a major factor in terms of why your nation is dysfunctional is not. It's just a symptom that your nation is so dysfunctional they can't even be able to carry out the census.
Number
But
one thing,
the
Nigeria.
decisions are the issue.
To Nigeria, the reason why Nigeria is like that, everybody is exploiting the country. One, the consuming powers of Nigerians as in the economic consuming power of Nigeria as a whole. The government don't have record at all, almost 90%. Now start from Lagos. What you will eat in the airport, all those shops, everything. The regulation is very weak. You get what I'm saying now? Now, that is the one that affects us as a people. And that consuming power is the real economy. The government have to catch it to know what is happening. You can't just leave it informal, where people pay whatever they like. Some make millions, they don't pay anything. Even the government don't even know the company to support. You don't know the one that is making profit and the one that is losing. So these are things that we need to invest on. I'm telling you the truth. The country have resources.
What this
Few
government has
individuals
done,
have money. As we speak today, many
what this
business
government has
people are
done
getting money.
that seems to be working well, so that we don't look like we are bad mouthing everything. What this government has done that seems to be working well, if you look at the student loan aspect, that's a good idea. And I think the tax one generally is going to be positive in
You
the
know
end.
the number of students that have benefited from that.
Calm down
That
now. Take
to
it easy.
Nigeria, to Nigeria,
Let me list some of the positive now. Then
to Nigeria,
there
to
was
We
Nigeria.
don't
one.
need positive from you. Just
Please,
talk.
Oh,
Say whatever you want.
hey, you know what? You want to go back to me flogging you?
to Nigeria, you are a
Yeah, go ahead.
moderator. Sometimes you inject your opinion. Let other people speak
I'm
too.
trying to inject I have
This
opinions. But
this administration have done very well, but we
no, they
expect miracle.
haven't.
Let's say we expect miracle to happen within 2 years. Even those who are contesting alongside with him, they couldn't present any other alternative that could easily transform Nigeria. We are talking about decades of doing the same thing over and over. And this administration said, you know what, we are resetting the clock. Okay, come is it January when this new tax reform will take effect? We'll start seeing changes. I'm sure there will be some amendment here and there. But for the first time in the history of Nigeria, we now have a tax system that is going to be straightforward, that will be unavoidable. That means even the federal revenue staff, I think they're changing their name too, will not be able to, bamboozle people because you know how much you're going to be paying. You have a tax bracket where you fall into. However, this administration has spoken. Look at that NEFON you just mentioned. Those kids that benefited from it, what do you think they will say? What do you think their testimony will be?
If you
It's
see
not
the way
gonna. It's not gonna. Huh?
That is not. There was a time we even had free education. See, no matter what
And 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 if you remember too, Niger, when the windfall from tax, I'm sorry, from subsidy was started coming in, and the federal government proposed that they are going to give it to the state government. I remember very well on this show. I knew where I was when Bishop there disagreed. Everybody agreed that through the state government it will trickle down to the people.
Let me ask you: is
But
there
hold
anything
on,
that this government has
Bishop
done that you have ever
Bishop
been
was
against?
totally against it. He
No,
was vehement.
hold on, Adewale. Is there anything this government has ever done that you are against?
Look, here's the thing that I will say that I disagree with them. And in way of rolling back some of their policy of test running it, I don't think Nigeria is ready for that. Whereby you are not proactive, you are reactive in a way. I don't think this government will, because people will
Like
see
what?
this administration as being not serious in terms of being decisive. But I could understand where they're coming from. They don't want to
About
like
what? About
okay,
what precisely?
okay. Give you an example. There was a time the federal government proposed something that they did in Lagos State called MOT. There, they wanted to propose where every car owner will be registering or re-registering their vehicle on a yearly basis, maybe at the rate of maybe 1,000 per vehicle. Nigeria kicked against it. It was sensationalized. But you can imagine how much that one would have generated internally and what it could have
And when
done.
I don't remember them ever floating this. When was this
It
floated?
was, it was test run and people kicked against it. It was widely reported in the paper then.
Has anyone heard about
Yes,
that?
yeah, it was
It's
just
only
few.
you. I don't know. It's only you
Babati, you
that
guys
none of them
remember
have
when
heard
the
of it.
federal government was proposing of imposing vehicle registration on every motorist in Nigeria when it first came in newly. You guys were against
I've
it,
not heard of it.
and it did that in Lagos. It's
No,
successful. Eh?
the one is right though. It's true.
Yeah,
I don't know
The one
about
is right.
MOT.
Now
it
you
was
don't need to go and
reported in the
practice that.
dailies. To
Tinubu
me,
administration
to
and
me,
MOT.
I think that should have gone to the National Assembly and then make sure it's coded in the law so that Nigeria won't have any. Because most of the things that Nigeria will always kick against it anyway. We want free stuff, but we don't want to pay. We know the price we will pay. I mean, look at people that are having bad aid today in Nigeria. Some of them couldn't afford it because it was coming at a premium price, but they needed it, they wanted it. So the soup that is sweet, it's not just I mean a lot of money goes into it. So but Nigeria don't want to praise that price because we want to keep enjoying what we enjoy, and that is the reason
I
why
mean,
we did not grow. I mean, look at it. Let me say we will have at least over 40 billion foreign reserve. Can you imagine from 4 billion? So these are the significant achievement that this administration has achieved, but because we have not seen that trickle down, or we have not seen it whereby we expect something we were enjoying in the 80s to to reflect in this administration. No, yes, our naira is is tumbled, but it took a drastic step because as of then it was just a mere online foreign currency trader that was speculating. Even CBN were handicapped at the moment at that time. Emefiele had to come out and was threatening that this individual should come and let us fight in the public. But you see, these are even the Burundi change. There are a lot of, I mean, how did even Burundi change come to be? Because they're trying to break the monopoly of government by controlling this, and then not knowing that the Awusas are going to be the one to benefit the most. I mean, look at what they've done now. The money that was supposed to be available in the commercial places are now being given to their bookies. Now it's not that the case. The sector was strictly
You
regulated.
cannot go to bank and even change money.
You see how Igbo are so happy
The
but have you
difference
bothered to ask
the
yourself,
difference
Adewale?
between the parallel
Hold on,
market.
Adewale. Just come, don't reroll the entire thing. Have you bothered to ask yourself once, where did this money actually go? Why is our currency devalued? Where does it actually go? Who is gaining from it? It's not Nigerians anymore. It's foreigners. This is the ultimate round,
Listen, when
round tripping. No, let me
wait,
finish what I'm saying. Let me do what I'm
the
we
federal
are
government
gonna be rounding
floated
up.
the
Let
country.
me just say what I'm saying. See,
But do you expect government to continue to subsidize when you have people importing nonsensical stuff? And look, we can't continue to do this.
Hold on. Don't do that. Did you bother to ask yourself how much the Nigerian economy lost because of the way he floated the currency? Because he didn't transition it or he just floated it. Do you know how much the Nigerian economy lost? Based on my calculation, in 2 years, we lost over $60 billion. Nobody bothered to do that calculation, but you just do it.
To Nigeria,
you cannot
say based on your calculation. Now you have to bring evidence or fact from sources. Who are you to say based on your calculation? You're an economist.
Why did you mute me? You don't have to mute me, and I'm trying to give you the
are
fact.
talking over me. You're talking over me. That's why. See, if you are asking for evidence, like I can start listing the sources of evidence. Like one, the Nigerian government had to spend almost $10 billion for fuel subsidy because they floated the currency. If they hadn't put the fuel subsidy back on, petrol price would have gone from 190 to 1,500 naira immediately. So they had to put the fuel subsidy back on. That is him doing it. Oh, nobody forced him to do it. He did it himself. Then they had to this is the inflation. This is that occurred in the economy, cost the Nigerian economy billions of dollars. Capital flight that left the country. Now the currency, everybody that owes debt, foreign debt in Nigeria, they have to pay double. If they have Nigerian naira, they have to pay double for it, or triple even, because the Nigerian naira.
You cannot just in your calculate and say 60 billion.
No. Because
It was a necessary step to take. You can't continue to postpone the evil or doomsday. What we were doing before was putting BAM on it. For example, the federal government cannot continue to subsidize foreign currency.
They are still subsidizing it now.
They are not subsidizing it to Nigeria. Stop.
Not with as much money. But
you are now
they're not. It is not subsidizing. Do you not understand? Do you not understand? Do you not understand managing? Do you not understand what managing float and subsidies is?
A true value of your currency to Nigeria. A true value of your currency. For the first time in almost 2 or 3 decades, we are now having a true value of your currency. And that is good to establish baseline, because no economy will grow. At least you know how much you are bringing in, you know how much you will take, you have the duration and all that. But to just continue to live in that cloud where you think you can manufacture figures, somebody is pumping money, one is special window for the industrial, one is for, you can't continue to do that. And that is why it scares investors away. Because when you have too much risk, the uncertainty is the bane of investors.
Let me give you the figures now. Let me give you figures for this year. In the first half of 2025 alone, the Central Bank of Nigeria injected $4.1 billion into the foreign exchange market to support the naira. After all this suffering,
to Nigeria, do you understand what that means?
Don't worry, you are going to defend it anyway.
Where is that info coming from?
No, to Nigeria, do you understand what that means? Look,
where is that information?
Dewale, hold on. You know the problem. To Nigeria, the problem with to Nigeria, can you hold on now? The problem with people when they go to social space to make a submission is that when Tunaja presented something like this, where did you get that? Forget where you got the information. The point is this: it has been analyzed by the CBN governor. It is called willing buyer, willing seller space. The government, the bank,
is there not the bank?
Tunaja, just hold on now. Do you want to learn? Do you want to learn?
You are teaching nonsense. It doesn't make sense what you are saying.
Can you just listen? The common practice, the bank has rights to also buy in the system or sell in the system. That is how it works.
What has that got to do with defending the currency?
It is not being defended. Oh my God, this guy.
Are you reading it? Are you reading it? Are you reading what is on the screen?
I just told you.
I want to digress. I want to deal with one topic quickly before I take my leave.
If you say they are defending the currency, how much are they pegging it at?
You should go and read the full story now, not headline.
How much are they? How much? What can you tell us now, Tunaja? What is the central bank rate?
The central bank, no, you think that's the reason why they defend the currency?
But that's your point of defending the currency?
Sorry. It's not the difference. It's the ability for the federal government to be able to supply dollars. That's what it means. It's not whether you have arbitrage. Arbitrage is not the reason you have to
What is the rate? What is the central bank rate today?
The central bank rate.
What is the central bank rate today?
It's somewhere around 1,500.
You have to have
What
an
does that mean?
official rate, or you have to have an official rate pegged from the Fed, from the central bank. We don't have that anymore.
We know
We
it's
have,
the
see,
differential is
what
not
does it
even that much.
matter? What does it matter? You are
Maybe
still
as a
the
matter of
only
fact, the
thing.
federal
See,
government
it's
has
not about the pegging. The pegging was not the issue. It's the fact that we were defending it before, isn't it? Why do we like to change the goalpost now?
It's
Seeing
not
that
change.
they are still spending money defending the naira, even after they floated it. After we go through all this hell, they are still spending money.
To Niger, please.
I
When
don't know
you
why
are
you
reading,
just arguing
it's
like
not called subsidy. It's
no,
called
Dewale, can you hold on, please?
there's a particular word for it.
I just told you that it is called a willy buy, a willy seller situation. The bank sell those dollars into the market space to create liquidity, okay, not to allow for shortages. And when there's a lot, the bank also goes there and buy out of it as well.
And buy
That
it
is how
out.
it works.
You sure right, brother.
Oh my God, this guy, Ivan.
Anyway, let me
yeah,
take the discussion to
except punch newspaper is faulty. What is the topic you want to talk
to
about?
that. Before you continue with that, let me quickly chip in one of the topic that was discussed earlier today. I think about this unruly behavior of some of passengers at the airport. A lot of people say a lot, and I think it was Larry that was defending that lady about her action. First and foremost, I rewatched the video and I could see that the hostess or whoever among those workers of Ibom Air actually pulled her shirt. I don't know if it was to lift her up or purposely to expose her. I'm not so sure. But she was already dressing scantily. And when I listened to my brother earlier, Larry, talking about what led to what and this and that, I don't know. Whatever happens that led to the way she acted, I think she was wrong because you cannot. This is a public place. Unfortunately, thank God for social media and thank God for phone because all our phone now have camera, so anybody can be videotaped at any point at anywhere. Audios or audio visuals will come out, and that might ended up becoming a trouble for anybody. Unfortunately, uh, K1 Ultimate would not be charged. When you are in the aircraft, they tell you, the officers tell you what you need to do as a passenger. If you don't follow the direction, you will incur the wrath of the captain because the captain has the power either to call law enforcement on you. And unfortunately, in Nigeria crime, when you talk of arresting somebody, police will come and grab you by your pant and pull you up. That's how they arrest people. I've never seen that anywhere in the world. You see that there's a scarcity of handcuff, or they are not trained on how to apply restraint properly. I'm not so sure. I mean, what will it take to arrest somebody? A single person among all the passengers. But the story was that she was becoming aggressive, so they had to grab her one way or the other. A typical way when somebody an incident happened, whether airborne or on the line, the captain would not open the door. The first people that would come in after the person opened that door would be law enforcement. And interrogation would not happen inside the aircraft. They will tell you, even if somebody that is drunk and all that. And that's why these people needed to be trained. Unfortunately, they are not trained. They can barely identify or even know what is the policy, what is their right or the law. And they just operate. Can you imagine you are arresting somebody after you drag that to the bottom of the aircraft? You now left her on the tarmac. She was just roaming around, hitting people. I guess she was reacting based on what she, by exposing her or grabbing her. But that does not mean that what she has done is right. Unfortunately, she's not an influential person, so she's going to incur the wrath of the law except somebody step in on her behalf. Now, I also think that she might be having some mental breakdown because ideally you won't have somebody who is. I think she's also a young lady, a young person. So that brings the way most of this generation behave. They just they believe they have the right. Nobody can question them. But the air hostess, the Ibom air hostess that grab her should also be punished because there's no reason
They are not
why
being
you
fair.
have. Sorry.
Seriously, they are not being fair to her. At least the not as
But I will put the blame on her doorstep squarely, because if she had listened to the instruction given to her, all these things wouldn't have happened. Reason being is because she wasn't the only passenger inside the aircraft. Some of the report that I've read, or those who claim that there was a different testimony about what had happened, look, the official would not pick on you if you had done what they asked you to do. Those people that put their phone on airplane mode or whatever, they are still not following instruction. And the reason why they asked passenger to switch off their phone was because it affect or interfere with the communication signal with the pilot to the what do you call it, to the controller. So what will it take you? Just few minutes of landing or taking off to switch off your phone, or and then you restart it again. But Nigerians, we don't listen. All right, we don't listen. We don't want to hear it. We will do what we feel like doing. This is the same thing that applies to Nigerian traveling, going with two bags full of excessive loads. We hope that they should be able to allow me to bring it in, and they have certain number of luggage you can bring in or weight you can bring in. So it's the same thing that applies to Nigeria. I think the government should have been more lenient with her. This is Nigeria anyway, because I don't see what um, the same rules or apply to K1 the ultimate that cannot be applied to this poor girl. If care is not taken, she will rot in jail. But I think also she need to, certain punitive measure has to apply so that others will learn. And I also think that Nigeria Aviation, the FAN and the NCA also have to sensitize the public about.
they even ban that for life. What kind of
Well, airline does it sometimes. She's lucky that it happens in Africa. If we are to be in the Western world, look, they don't take it lightly. I'm telling you, they don't take it lightly. You see, it's even wrong, whether domestic or international. What will it cost government to have a bridge to link the aircraft? Why must we always go down the tarmac running around like a chicken or fowl? You see people just running around. There's no coordination. Look, people from time to time, even abroad, people board plane on the tarmac, but there's orderliness. All right, there's orderliness. There's certain ways rules you have to follow. But when you are now doing whatever you like, they can throw you out. Despite you paying, humongous amount of money, they can throw you out. But we don't have that, and that was the reason why the likes of Wasil who stand in front of plane, and yet saying all sort of things simply because a female pilot come to address you. If she said no, you're not going to go with this my plane, you're not going. If you like, let it be president flag, you are not going. But we are known to that. We are known to act like we are more than who we are, big man. But I hope government is lenient with her, and then she must learn the lesson, even use her to sensitize people on how to behave at the airport, so that next time others would. Remember one story about an incident like this too. One woman that was going to, I think, Akwa Ibom too, uh, delayed the aircraft simply because her bag did not arrive. Was not going to go with that flight or whatever. I'm not so sure about that story, but I think very similar to this. The same behavior was becoming so chaotic. We are so lucky that the issue like of terrorism or whatever has not really been especially from the southern part of the country. If we are to be in the north, maybe by now bomb will be going up left and right. I don't know. I pray not so. But carelessness and complacency is not synonymous with aviation. In fact, as a matter of fact, it's supposed to be perfection to the T, because that sector is not something that you take lightly. And if we continue to behave this way, it could affect our local airline. Why? We still have AFP still struggling to even get a spot at Heathrow Airport. All right. If we continue this way, none of our domestic airline will be accredited or even allowed to fly internationally.
Adewale, sorry, they have already given them a spot in Itro. Yeah, please. So
I
that's the
know,
point.
I know, but it doesn't take much time to downgrade them.
But to be frank with you, some of the airfield cabin crew members, they're also rubbish. The way they cancel flights, I mean, oh God, their local flight, even international flight, the way they handle their passenger, it's nothing to write them about. I don't know what's wrong with our people.
It is us. It is us. That's who we are. We don't follow the rules. If you are crossing zebra line in Nigeria
But
at your own
when we
risk,
step out of Nigeria, we are very obedient.
eh?
When we cross out of Nigeria, we are very, very law abiding.
And before Uncle,
Extremely law abiding. Extremely law.
oh, yeah, but if you look at those people that are moving abroad, go to these are educated people. Most likely, some of those people are educated people, exposed people.
Is Wasi not living? Is he not traveling?
Well,
Don't you see the way
that's
you obey us?
that's a good argument. But the Wasiu case is even unfortunate because you see, attitude is like smoke. Your character is like smoke. No matter how you try to cover it, it will still get out.
In
People
some
will still
cases,
see you
it's
for
even
who
worse
you are.
than this girl.
Be
Wasi
arrogant.
is worse than this girl.
Yeah. It's lucky that they didn't do anything, just like the way they exposed this
I
girl and
think
all
the
that.
reason why Nigeria own is like that, the law is not effective. We have numerous laws,
No, it's
and
only effective for the poor people.
Tell
yeah,
me, why
even the
can we
poor
not
people don't
have
know the
a
law.
law enforcement that will be dedicated to the airport? Why can't we have something like that? Maybe a division
They
in the police
they have
that
all
would do.
of Oga, they have all of them there on paper. That's the problem of the country. You understand me? On paper, they will tell you they have done this, they have done that. When something happens, it becomes something else. Some of the officers that are supposed to be there, some are guiding somebody. All those people you see escort, this and that everywhere. Some were assigned to different assignment on paper level. Because the law did not even permit officers to be following people backside like that. But yet, there's a way the police they manipulate things. There are also some officers who have traveled out of the country, and government is still paying their salaries.
Wow.
So it's a very serious issue.
I mean, when was the last time you see police arresting somebody and putting a cuff on them?
They don't do that anymore.
It's a
Either
very
they just
rare.
shoot.
If I
It's not
haven't
like
seen
the
that in a
culture.
long time.
They don't even have the handcuff. I've not even seen them with handcuffs. They don't even have.
Because every
They just have gun, bullets.
police you see abroad, you see them with their handcuff in as part of their dressing.
Apart from handcuff, you also have a plastic restraint. So in case you are running into crowd and you need to detain some people to control the crowd, you will see them with a plastic restraint. As a matter of fact, you have as many as 50, 20s in the
You have you have everything with them.
yeah. And handcuff for sign because it's part of the uniform. Any law enforcement you see in America, you always have their.
See, let me give you one incident. In my shop where I sell engine, somebody came there and stole something. So, and I think in the night, they almost injured some of the guard and everything. So the guard said that he recognized one of those guys. You understand me? In the morning when my manager came, I says, okay, you take the guard to hospital. Then let's go and inform the police so that they can go and arrest that very particular guy. Getting to that place, the police were now asking for money for. How are you? It's okay, one moment.
In Nigeria, bah.
In Nigeria, they were now asking my manager to bring money to charter vehicle. And this one, that one, I was surprised. They said that now we have treated that guy. When he came, they receive him. This. Later, they treat him and say none of their vehicle is available. If you want them to act very fast, we can. It should just pay money for this. Some of these guys that just park there, they work with them. It's not too big. So my brother, I pay some money for them to go and arrest somebody. Getting to that place, the guy said, "Yeah, I paid money." Getting to that place, the guy was not around. They saw the guy's mother. The mother started crying, "Oh, my son is innocent to this and that." Later, they left the guy. The other day, they went there on my behalf. They tried to arrest the guy. When I look at the whole something, I said, since my security is okay, everything, let's forget about the whole thing. I'm just telling you my own personal experience. If you go there, up to today, if you want to, then I call one of my friends. He's a police officer, he's an inspector. He said, "My brother, that is how it works. Now you should know the whole situation. That those guys, they will no longer be there. Those ones that committed those crimes. You have to be honest with me. They don't wait. They will all run away." So the more I shatter motto, the more, except they are everywhere have to be quiet, like 2 months, 3 months, no harassment. Then they will come back. Then I can inform me. Then we organize people to go and pick him from state CID. So that is just my own experience. So the situation is very, very complex. This one that the president is bad, president is bad. Yes, I agree. But when you don't have data, the Bureau of Statistics are the one that's supposed to tell president this major have to be.
Is the only president that will make the country great?
How can only him? But when the people who supposed to give the real idea, they are silent, and that always because of their interest.
And
what will the president do?
My brother, one of the greatest problems we have in Nigeria, I'm sorry to say, is people like 0UTRAG. Your focus is always only on presidents. What about other tiers of government? What about other people that are saddled with responsibility? How can one person be responsible for the problem of 2 million people? We always focus on one person and let's go of every other person that we're supposed to
you see, I don't also blame them so much. You know the problem we have, the executive power overshadows so many things, and they give an appointment in a place where people are supposed to be permanent. Sometimes they can just change the person because they want their own people to be there, that because of tribe. So that is how they messed up the entire institution. The kind of people they were changing, they were sacking, they were changing that because it's not affiliated. These are the people that really actually have the brain. They will sack them away.
Like in this case, we are discussing this case of K1. If the institution is working, okay, the institution,
they will detain him.
People with their saddle with responsibility, they will detain him. My brother, he will not even make that attempt.
They will not in abroad. Yeah, if you make that attempt in abroad, yeah, like place like Germany.
So what you concern president?
They will cut the person. It's not by when they are coming, they can just end the person there. You know, because in that kind of situation. But you have right to, you can shout, you can do everything. But standing in the front of airport, they can describe that as terrorism.
What you don't concern president inside that matter? Is it the president?
You see, that kind of matter. Why they concern president sometimes that people believe that maybe perhaps this guy is close to the authority. So it's because of that. That's why he's behaving like that.
It's because the system is not working. That is why somebody will feel arrogant that is above the system.
The law.
You know what?
Yes.
You know, the system will not work until they do resource control. Don't let them collect money from Abuja anymore.
That is when everybody
all this wahala will just die down.
He will just die. I'm telling you.
He will die off. So everybody rely on Abuja, make the president very powerful.
Yes.
Now you are no more collecting money there. Go and do whatever you're supposed to do in your state and generate the money.
Your state.
Pay tax or whatever.
You must. Okay, let me give you an example. Like a Sweden, you know, everything is just like local government.
Yeah,
okay, so local government.
The same thing here now.
Okay. Yeah, so local government can choose because they want to attract people. They will say, okay, if you have 2 children, we can give this kind of money, like incentive, gradually. They have that right. But immediately they default in their economy. Before the federal can come in, all those things that are not federal constitutional allow, you will have to cut all of them away first. They have to see the money that will come out of them.
To bring uniformity, they only have one tax system. Yeah. Not you only say have tax.
You want to claim this man, you cannot go and buy your own plane. What kind of country is this?
My brother,
Wahala is
everything
too much,
don't it get as it be.
Some
All
section
this
want to develop.
idea.
Some section does not want to develop. I've never seen a country like this in my life.
They
You
see,
want
my
to
dear
be
brother,
progressive.
if they just do resources control, that resources control define out where. It's not like when you have crude oil here, now you call the seller. It's still the federal level. But whatever that is coming out from your state, the government have to account for it so you can get your own percentage. You understand? The place that are not rich, you have a plan on how to go and give them more because maybe you'll be
Thank
collecting close to
you.
50 or
If your
60%.
state is
That
agricultural land, just concentrate on your
yeah,
agri farm and sell it,
the
export
government
it
will
to other
support
states.
the
You
government will
make your
support the
money.
plan to develop that state with true accountability. My brother, all this nonsense, our country will be so super. But this idea of trying to push your tribals men to presidential level because it will use executive power to
Do you know,
dominate everything, it's
Midwest?
not
Do you know
helping.
that recently there's a deep, what do you call it? A deep. They dig the land to Anambra port, and the first batch of container arrived there. Now people are now talking to them that okay, now that you have a dry kind of seaport, then go back to your place now. You always complain that it's Lagos, everything. They will never because you don't have the population. I don't even care about that one, but what I care is that if you want that country to be better, then let's do that
If those
resource control.
if
Let's do
those
that
people
resource
continue the
control.
way with what they are doing, if they continue like that, a time is coming where the rest state will chase them away. Their
They
business
are
in all
already
states is
chasing. Are
illegal.
they not chasing them away
They
little
are
by
not
little?
registered. They are all informal business, and they call themselves businessmen. They don't even know what they are playing with.
Yeah, you know
You
why?
understand
Just
me?
most of them are
They don't
also
know.
talking that because they are importing a lot of stuff from whether good or no good, just import a lot of fake products. But as from next year, when they will force them to have a name to their trade, of course, if you are making 50 million profit a year, you are not paying nothing. At least that will be data, and then we will know where you are. Are you paying the right tax or whatever? So I think it's a country so big like that, and what I just is that some people want the country to be good. Some people they don't want anything to change. Just the status quo. Just continue to eat whatever we can eat. Because how can you continue to maintain the same way for over 40 years and you still want to retain like that? I don't understand. I don't get it. It seems that everybody is gone. Oh, how are you still there?
I did hear. I did hear you.
Me I tire because I've never seen, even here in Europe, stuff. It's not the economy is buoyant like that. It's even worse.
And the problem is, almost everybody conform with if like for instance now the ticket, the bus ticket or any price goes up, everybody comply, no noise, we move on.
Mm-hmm. Are
But
they even
any
increasing? Are they even increasing hourly rate in Europe like that? No.
they only do it maybe every 3 years or so.
So you see, not Nigeria. Every little thing you go on strike. Every little thing strike, 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 strike.
And
You don't even want
everybody
to
now
walk.
have the mentality of big manism. I am above the institution. Eh? In fact, people are just blaming the president. There are a whole lot of, for Nigeria to be better, the whole population needs to be changed.
What I say about Nigeria is this? I see a country where their people want to enjoy, but they don't want to sacrifice for anything.
And now nobody wants to labor, nobody wants to
They
pay.
don't want to even sacrifice for the generation yet unborn. You just want to continue to enjoy. And if you talk to them that let's sacrifice, I know that we have sacrificed a lot, but it's not enough. And if things you can see kuro kuro with your eyes, nobody. I have
Nigerians
somebody that
want
can bring.
to have everything for free. NEPA free, transport free, petroleum. Where in the whole wide world are they selling petroleum? Liter, even as at that price?
Even
Because
in
when
Africa, Nigerian petrol is one of the cheapest. Even maybe not the cheapest, but Papa. It's one of the cheapest because at the end of the day, it's out of hand of the private
majority
the
still
public.
want you to go back to 200 naira.
Where
How
can
can
you
it be?
get that
Is
price?
it possible like that? How much are they even selling the international market of the crude? And the beauty of what Dangote did is this. Now, in the next 2 years or next year, we are going to have another 2 refineries. One
A
from
lot
Doha,
of
another one from a
refineries.
lot of them. So if a lot of them come on board, there will be more competition. In fact, what I don't like is that even our telecommunication, those MTN, they are still ripping Nigeria off a little bit. The data is supposed to have been much more lower, but you can't blame them. They will
Because
high
there's no
from
infrastructure now.
NSC.
There's no infrastructure. There's no infrastructure.
I think it's because
The
they use a lot of
the
diesel.
fiber cable. How many places the fiber cable now is only in Abuja and Lagos.
But
Majority.
they started constructing. They say about 90,000
Mm.
kilometers. It will cover the fiber cable they are constructing now. Which is also good. That's a lot of good stuff they are doing there. If they finish that one, it's supposed to reduce the power of data. Because even in our brother, who call one another, is it not most time by calling by WhatsApp? Who is calling normal call? It's really
No, it's WhatsApp. Everybody's using WhatsApp.
So like here now we have a kind of fixed rate for unlimited call. Even if I call any country from within the EU, it's still the same rate as local rate.
Okay, that is net flat net.
Mm-hmm. So if I call you from Sweden now, normal call, it's still the same local rate.
No,
So
I'm talking about people calling people from Africa. Nobody call with
no, you want to finish yourself.
nobody
If
even
they don't
try.
have WhatsApp, there's no way you can contact them.
If you don't have WhatsApp, that means we can't be talking.
When they have Facebook, you can also talk through Facebook now.
It is weird though. Everybody has gone.
Have a nice day. Bye bye.
All right, thank you. And you too.